Hello, everybody, and welcome back to 2022 midterm live election coverage here on the Red Eagle Politics channel. We are underway. We're about to find out if the Republicans are going to retake the House, retake the Senate, retake some of these swing governorships, and we are still about 5 minutes away from polls closing in certain parts of Indiana and Kentucky, and then we're going to get to the real juicy results at 6 p.m. Central or 7 p.m. Eastern. We're going to go all night long. This is absolutely not a drill. This is actually happening. We've got the water. We've got the Red Bull. We're ready to go. And this is so real. And so far, it's looking good for the Republicans. The exit polls so far, electorate 76% white. Just 10% of the electorate is between the ages of 18 and 29. That is vastly down from where it was back during the 2018 midterms. Black turnout so far, just a single-digit number of the electorate. That is abysmal news for the Democrats. 9%. If that holds nationwide, you may very well see Gretchen Whitmer go down tonight if Detroit turnout is really that low. Abysmal showing all around for the Democrats' turnout game. A lot of them cannibalized a lot of their ballots in the mail-in system, and they could barely even match 2018 turnout, which was a year where not a whole lot of people were really anticipating a mail-in vote because they didn't have that massive mail-in voting system that was implemented in 2020. So we're looking at this right now. You could look directly at how people are feeling about the country. A lot of people feel angry. A lot of people feel dissatisfied. Just 25% of the public is either enthusiastic or satisfied with the way things are going. Those voters are going to overwhelmingly vote for the Democrats, no doubt about it. They're unreachable. I don't know what's going on through their heads right now. But in terms of the rest of the voters, angry is probably going to be like 100% to nothing or close to that for the Republicans. Dissatisfied Republicans should easily win that too in terms of that demographic there that answered that question. So we're ready to go. The needle. Guys, the needle is back. I'm so excited for the needle. Believe it or not, the needle's back. The Senate map is back. The House map is back. And we're going to analyze all of these races throughout the night. We'll see what they have as the top races so far. 6 p.m., they have the polls closing out of Kentucky and Indiana. We're going to get into this. We have Decision Desk up because some people are going to be like, what about Decision Desk? What does Decision Desk say? Because sometimes they're ahead. A lot of times they're behind. Their percentage off tends to be quite a bit. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll try to beat the needle. We'll try to analyze the results as they come in. We'll be comparing the results all night long to 2020 to really see if Republicans are overperforming in certain places or underperforming. We're going to be looking into it all. We've got a lot of races to cover tonight. The early vote data, good for Republicans. The election day vote data, Republicans are destroying it in Arizona, even with the whole debacle. They're destroying it in Nevada. Ralston is already coping. He's in full cope mode. He's bracing for a Laxalt victory, which he did not predict. The whole Ralston never gets it wrong. That's out the window this year. More likely than not, predict it so far. We could look at the predicted map for Senate. Betting odds, not the best metric. They have Nevada, 78 cents for the Republicans. Pennsylvania at 65. Georgia, 69. Arizona, 59. Even Washington is not that far off from a place like Wisconsin in terms of the, chance that it's going to flip. It's going to be an interesting night. Do not get complacent. If you haven't voted yet, please do if you can vote before the polls close. And make sure to like the stream. Make sure to subscribe to the channel as well. That's also huge. We just hit a massive milestone. 155,000 subscribers on this channel. Let's keep going. I'm not going to set a target, but, I'll let my work speak for itself here tonight. But in terms of what's going on, we also have the House map. We'll be comparing House districts to how they voted in 2020. See if the candidates are vastly outperforming Trump. What am I predicting for the wave? I'm predicting, like I said, we could see R plus 4. R plus 4.3 was my final generic ballot prediction. We will see if that holds up. I honestly could be underestimating Republicans. I've done it before in the House back in 2020, for those who don't remember. So we have super chats. We're going to be getting to those. We have 5,000 live viewers, and polls are closing imminently. We'll hopefully be able to get some results because the first polls, ladies and gentlemen, just have closed. So we're going to be analyzing these results as they come in. But hey, this is going to be interesting to see how it shakes out. Already we have super chats. All New Year 2020 says R plus 5.5. Our day of reckoning has arrived. Hopefully, we'll see. And I just lost the other super chats. We got to refresh. All right, we got quite a few of them here. DC Perspective says Rep Vember. Thank you, David. Glenn Hutchcraft, thank you for the super sticker. That One Oddball says, I voted early in person for Abbott, Patrick Paxton, and Alexandra Del Moral Mueller. Let's bring this one home, guys. Hashtag Red Wave. Texas is going to be interesting. I honestly don't know what the final margin is going to be. It could be a wide variety of things, but I will say this. Guam flipped tonight. Guam. Republicans have a representative already. They called an election in the territory, not state, of Guam. Republicans have flipped Guam. Not in the, Hank Johnson says Guam is going to flip Guam. They flipped the seat of Guam Republican. They haven't done so since the 90s, which is absolutely, I guess, huge for the people of Guam. They can't vote, but they can serve on committees, so that's going to be interesting to see how that shakes out. Weston says, let's go, Rep. Been waiting for this stream all year. Seems like 10 years since 2020. Well, each one of those 10 years, we keep getting a little bit stronger, don't we, here? Keep building up that wave. Walker Baraha says, let's flip and go. Thank you, Walker. DSO 1017 says, thank you for the stream. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. Noah Boyd says, high energy, Rep. Let's go. Thank you. Gerald Armstrong says, nights like this is where you make your... Yeah, it's true. It's true. I mean, I can't complain, but I mean, this is not just... I would be doing this for free, by the way. I will say that. I mean, we have a lot of interesting data that I like to analyze it as it comes in, and I'm glad that I could be here with you guys tonight. Definitely beats a lot of things, unless I was like watching my channel, which again, a lot of people I'm sure are in their election night watch parties. I don't really get those extra views added, but I mean, hey, it is what it is. Bears says, headed to the Yesli Vega election party in Virginia 7th. I'm glad you brought that up, because that is going to be one of the first indicators. If Yesli Vega wins in the 7th district of Virginia, and she very may well might, Republicans are probably going to be on track to gain around 30 seats in the House. If Elaine Luria loses, the energy in the room is going to subside. But I don't like to rely on the turnout data, because, you know, election day turnout data kind of is a little iffy, but Republican precincts in that district tended to have higher turnout overall. Democrats are in full cope mode on the timeline. It's absolutely hilarious. David and Melissa Aguilar says, I'm seeing a 73-seat House pickup. Well, that's bold. I'm not necessarily sure I can get on board with that, even though it would be fun to see. And 54 seated floor in the Senate, I think we end up with 55. I think 54 is the ceiling. But you know what? We'll analyze the results as they come in. And we don't have any results yet, do we? In the House, I mean, they haven't called certain districts. I know parts of Indiana have closed, parts of Kentucky. We're not going to get any real, like, actual indicator results so far. Maybe we'll look in some counties if they are 100% in, and if Republicans are outperforming vastly in them, it's a very, very good sign. So we'll see. More super chats on the way. Let's see. Got a couple more. Right? We'll refresh. A lot already. Let's see. All right. Let's see. Oh, there's a lot of super chats here. Okay, here we go. Pink Posty said, appreciate you. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you. Garp 1966 says Pelosi will get hammered. Yeah, she'll be very intoxicated tonight. That is true, because she's going to be losing her job, her effective job. She'll stay in Congress, of course, but yeah, she's not going to have a very good night. Aslanis King says, we flip Guam, already covered. Westby Plank says, Salty Army, Indiana. Thank you. Kings of the Commonwealth says, what do you think about Virginia? Like I said, we'll see. If the 10th district in Virginia flips, yeah, it's over for Dems. And that's a district Youngkin didn't even win. I think it was like, we could look at this. We'll look at it on 270 real quick. Let me pull it up. Virginia's 10th, which again, they moved it, by the way, from safe to likely in the final days. There's also a district in Florida that's worth watching too. Jennifer Wexton, that district there. It's Biden plus 19. If that flips, which I'm not saying it's going to, But if it does flip, it's over for Democrats. They're gonna have a night to really they're gonna want to forget. But we're not gonna let them forget about it. Let's see. Aslan is King says American Samoa went red too. Really, I didn't hear about that. Michael Duggan says any chance Mastriano pulls it off? We'll see. Pray for a miracle for Mastriano. That's what you got to do. That's the only thing we could do at this point. Jay Shug says a new record for Repstream tonight. Get those likes. Well, yeah, I mean, we'll take the likes. I think the record was actually the Liz Cheney stream. We broke 20,000 likes, and, we'll see what happens here tonight. We'll see what happens. A says Tudor will be the prettiest governor in America. She is epic. Yeah, I mean, hopefully she wins. We'll see. Sam Harrison says chances of Sean Maloney going down. Higher than it was a few weeks ago, but I mean, I still had that as tilt D in my final House prediction. But Zeldin's going to be another one to watch. There's so many interesting races to watch, and Democrats performed abysmally in early voting in literally every single race. It's hilarious. The Dems are coping. They're going to cope so hard. The smug, arrogant liberals of the election mafia, as I like to call them, are really going to have a day of reckoning tonight regardless. I mean, they already have. Ralston's caved on Nevada. So many other people have caved. Stay in line, says Jabani. Trigonot says, thinking Ashley comes in clutch with Rhode Island could be the surprise of the night. She will do well. I don't know how well, but she will do well. McKee's not that popular. I still have it as likely to, it could be closer than that, though. Say it louder for the people in back. Sent the super sticker. Thank you. Thuan Vu sent the super sticker. Thank you. John Waffle H2P says, I can't wait to see Fetterwoman's reaction tonight. Yeah, honestly, it's going to be very incoherent. So we fought the end, we lost the end, Oz rule. That's Fetterman right there. Ice Cream Junkie says, hoping Tudor can pull through here in Michigan. Same thing. Neil K says, go Adam Laxalt. Max says, I'll be watching at the Russell Fry election party. High energy. This is true. A lot of people going to election parties. A lot of people watching Red Eagle Politics. I think both are valid ways of watching elections. Both are valid. Let's see. Let's pull up some more Super Chats. Another round of Super Chats. Do we have any results? We do not have any results yet. So we're waiting on results. Let's see. All right. Here we go. Bad people do exist. As a New Yorker, I'm worried that high turnout might burn us for the governor's race. Democrat turnout's not that high, though. That's the thing. High election day turnout is good for Republicans. We'll see. We were worried, high turnout in Texas, and then all the Tejanos vote for Trump in 2020, and the state is likely D instead of lean D, or likely R instead of lean R, I should say, that year. So you never know. High turnout overall in New York is not the best thing, compared to a state like Texas, obviously more so than not, but it's not over. We'll see. I'm thinking it's going to be within 10 regardless. We'll just wait. Leland Myrick says, great work this election season. Well, thank you. 54 red for the Senate. It's possible. I mean, New Hampshire, I don't know. We'll see. We're waiting on New Hampshire. I mean, they already voted in the midnight voting from what I could tell in, I think it was Dixville Notch. You look at that one. Sununu's up 4-1, but then Bolduc's down 5-0, but Biden won that district or that county or city, township, whatever, 5-0. So I wouldn't read too much into that result. It's just a town that has 5 Democrats that live there that might have crossed over. But the House candidate, the really super Trumpian one, Burns, he got one. So you never know. Let's see. Flano 1986. Good day, all. Red Wave Times. So true. 3D Squelton. Thank you. Gerald Armstrong says voted Oz, Mastriano, Thompson, and Yetsko this morning, hoping for a miracle. Well, we'll see. Ashton Upton says, will you be tracking AOC's district? I'm praying for a miracle. Tina Forte wins. She's not going to win. This is a D+70 district or whatever. Republicans worrying about taking out the Dem stars in the safe blue districts where a glass of water next to their name that has a D. No, they're not gonna be competitive regardless. Anybody that's running in those districts is just going to do so to raise money because they know they can't win. Trump 1776 says if Deal wins in Massachusetts, you have to do a Trump Hunter Biden 2024 prediction video. That's a deal. You can hold me to that one because I don't really have any confidence in Deal. Jesse Smallwood says not that it's going to matter because Indiana's safe but the base is seriously out in force today. I didn't vote for him, but I think Young wins by 30. Well, that'd be something. Belfegor says famed Empire actor Jussie Smollett attacked in the Kensington neighborhood of Philadelphia. The victim reported that 2 Turkish males threw kebab meat at him, put a fez on his head, and yelled, "This is Mehmet country." Yeah, this is MAGA Mehmet country. You have to say that. Yeah, we'll see what happens in that race. I think Oz has got it. I really do. Let's see. No votes yet for... No. Oh, Todd Young is up 70-30 right now in the early vote. Rand Paul is up 68-32. So we do have some results in the Senate races. That is true. Not like either of these are competitive. You could honestly arguably call both of them for Republic. We can't formally do that technically on this channel, but judging how it's going to go, both of them are pretty much going to go for the Republicans. Nobody really disagrees with that. They're not going to call them like for a while, but then if it's a state that's expected to go like D+10, they'll call that at poll closings. But Indiana, Missouri, no. They're going to wait 2-3 hours to do so because that's how these people operate. It's a disgrace, but what can I say? The British Perspective says, love your intellectual view. I study American politics and opinions. If they win tonight, I give up. And then I can't say the last part, but thank you. Longhorn Politics says, chunk yogurt meltdown imminent. Oh, I'm sure. Kaminsky says, voted for the first time today. Well, congratulations. Voted for Keeley over Kim. Unfortunately, he'll probably hold on. Yeah, appreciate what you do very much. So I was the first person to call into the show in 2019. Wow. You know, that was probably when the channel had around 4,000 subscribers. And right now the channel is sitting here at 155,000 subscribers. That is absolutely huge. I'm not just saying this to like, brag. I'm saying it to thank you guys because you guys helped out quite a bit. And if you want to join the live chat, you do have to subscribe though. No freeloaders here with the subscribers. I will say that. And YouTube didn't have that feature in 2020, but they do now. So rare, victories all around here, huh? So Matt Gehring says, hey, Reb, love your work and congrats on 150K. Thank you. Voted red down the ballot in Wisconsin today. Was able to get 3 friends to do so as well. Do you think we'll secure a supermajority in Wisconsin? Probably yes. Ethan and Braden Productions is praying hard for our guy, Senator Colonel Dr. Mostri. Is he really a doctor too? I don't know about that one, but yeah, he'll hopefully. I think he'll do much better than people expect, and it's going to make a lot of people in the RGA look really stupid for years to come. Luke says, you look really good tonight. Well, thank you. Hoping for a great night. I'm also hoping for a great night as well. But we have a long way to go, and we'll see what happens when it's all said and done. But we'll see. We'll see. They haven't put the New Hampshire results on the board yet, which is weird. But yeah, it's interesting. So last update at 6:12 Eastern. It's now, well, it is 6:12 now, but there's no new results. Charles Booker, and this is the problem. If Democrats narrowly lose like Georgia and Arizona, they're going to look really dumb because they dumped a lot of money into Georgia's 14th trying to take out Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's the same like Kasich effect that we saw in 2020. It wasn't even close in that district. They're going to dump all the money into Georgia's 14th. All their money into Kentucky, Ohio, Wisconsin. I mean, it's laughable. They're dumping all of their money into states they can't win. Mark Kelly was, in terms of fundraising, I mean, he had money, but he could have had a lot more. And Blake Masters led RCP, as I said he would months ago. I said, no, Kelly's going to be winning the polls, and then the last minute, Masters is going to take the lead. What happened? Masters is leading the polls by 0.3. And RCP actually came to their senses. If the polls are right, my prediction stands 100%, which is really weird because I usually have been the one to critique the polls. But I think that there's a lot of left-wing outlets that haven't been putting out polls. And then there's been a lot more like Republican internals in the mix. There's more Emerson polls. Emerson has actually been accurate, especially in Nevada. And they look to actually do better than Ralston at predicting the end result. Ralston, the wishcaster. If you don't know who Ralston is, he has a good track record in Nevada, but he's got really lucky. And he said Laxalt would lose, but Lombardo would win because Laxalt is evil Trump Republican. Guess what? Laxalt, he even is now admitting it's going to be a red wave in Nevada. So take that as you will. Exit polls look very good for Republicans so far. CNN, you look at it by age, look at it by race. They change. You can take it with a grain of salt, but every indicator we have is going in the Republicans' direction. What indicator is going in the Democrats' direction right now? There is absolutely not a single one. There's just not. There's not an indicator going in their favor, and it's going to not end well for them. And Maricopa County election day vote, 57-14 Republican over Dems. And the only reason why it wasn't higher is because there was an uptick of independent voters who are probably going to break Republican. I mean, you look at what's going on. That's the way it is. So let's see. More super chats. Members of Jesus Family says, I'm so glad to be with you again for my third election. You're the only truth of information. I appreciate it. Stay strong. May God have grace and mercy on our country. Try again. Thank you for the super chat. Yes, absolutely. Jonathan Cox says, the red wave is so big, the moon turned red this morning. Yeah. Not an astrology guy by any means and will never be, but I will say it is ironically funny that the tide of the blood moon is going to bring the red wave, and in Miami-Dade County, a metaphorical bloodbath. Oh man, that one, the Broward County, Miami-Dade district, that's on the table. I'm not saying it's going to flip, but that district being on the table is literally everything for the Republicans. That is huge. Let's see here. Matt Jacobson says, watch out for Logan versus Hayes in Connecticut. Could be an implication. Yeah, I agree. Though Connecticut polls close a little bit later, and there are going to be some red mirages. There are going to be some blue mirages, depending on the state. We know how these things work, but we'll see. Take the early results with a grain of salt if they're too surprising, but just actually stay grounded in reality. You know, if Miami-Dade County 70% and Republicans have a lead, they're going to gain with the election day votes that come in. It's going to be awesome. So keep that in mind. Also, Arizona, blue mirage. If Katie Hobbs is up early on, don't panic. If she's up with like 94% in, yeah, that's panic time. Same thing goes for Kelly. But if Masters takes that lead tonight, oh, it's going to be a lot of fun. But we're not trying to get too hype. Not too hype here. But we'll see. A lot of super chats. Trying to get to them all. I really am. You guys, I'm trying to get to all of them. Let's see. Jesse Smallwood says, I think Ruth Green will be the first flip. We'll see. Christopher Phillips says, appreciate you. Great job, my friend. Let's go, Brandon. Thank you for the 50. Jeffrey Yoon says, Trump is the Speaker of the House 6 more years. I don't think he would do that. He's got to be out on the campaign trail, and he's going to announce. And he did the right thing, in my opinion, politically wise for the midterms. He said, I'm going to be making an announcement very soon. Energizes the base. There's not a rapid risk that happens. I'm not saying that it wouldn't pay off if he announced before, because everyone knows he's running. So it's not like it's going to impact anything. And like, if Trump announced the day before the election, what Democrat's going to sit there and say, oh, I wasn't going to vote today, but Trump announced, so I might as well vote. It's like, they know he's going to run regardless. And even if Trump announced, Democrats would laugh him off again and be like, oh, well, Daddy DeSantis is going to beat him. It's like, that's a whole nother topic. I'm not getting into 2024 drama. We'll talk about that after the election, and there's a lot of content on the way. It's not going to stop here. This might be a big day for politics for sure, but there's a lot of big days that lie ahead, especially leading up to the 2024 election. But you talk about making Biden that lame duck president. This is that golden opportunity. And we have results out of Sullivan County. Let's see here. Which county's all the way in? Whitley County is 24% in Indiana. Let's go back here. Ignore the nonsense on the sidebar. For some reason, I can't zoom with this mouse, but let's see. Indiana, what is that county there? Whitley County, 73, 70. That's not hitting the target, but we don't know where those votes are coming in from. Davies County, Todd Young at 79. Davies County, let's see here, Trump was at 80. So we don't know what ballots are coming in. Sullivan, Todd Young at 65. Sullivan had Trump at 75. So either Todd Young is underperforming Trump in Indiana so far, or a lot of those are mail-in ballots. I'm thinking the latter. But even so, Trump won the state by 15 to 20 points. Todd Young trailed behind Trump vastly in 2016. He's hated by a lot of Trump's base. The Libertarians getting 2% of the vote so far, so wouldn't read too much into the Indiana results. We'll check Kentucky. Laurel County, 18% of the vote in Laurel County, Kentucky. Let's see, where is Laurel? Where is Laurel? Laurel County there. It's just one up from the bottom. All right, let's go here. Laurel County, 82. So Rand Paul in rural Kentucky, where he vastly underperformed Trump in 2016, he is running in line with him. Knott County so far, 14% of the vote is in there. Rand Paul with a sizable lead at 68%. Knott County, if we could get to Knott County, 76. But compare it to Paul 2016, he's doing vastly better with Dems dumping a lot of money into that race. So that's just the preliminary results. I wouldn't read into these at all. They're just small rural counties probably reporting some of their mail-in votes first or whatever. So that is the way it is. Let's see here. A lot of super chats. Aslana's King says Saipan local elections went R. Northern Marianas is going R2. Well, that's not surprising. They have a Republican governor, or they did last time I checked. So that doesn't surprise me. TZ Hamblin has voted straight GOP in Kentucky for Barr and Paul. Interesting to see how abortion amendment goes. We'll be monitoring that all night long, by the way, all of these races. I'm not sure I could get to every single one at every single minute, but I will do my best to circle around the important races, go back and forth. Truth Seeker American, thank yous. Thank you, Zovio, D and Big D, thank you. Ed F's is just up from the UK. Conservatives won big in 2019, then blew it, praying for a rhino-free MAGA tsunami. Thank you. Videomaker2341 says, voted for Zeldin. Many of my Dem family members voted for Zeldin as well because they hated Hochul. Praying for Zeldin victory. It's great to see my vote is actually counting for once. There you go. Sam Madsen says, does Oz win Monroe County? I think it's entirely possible. Monroe County, Pennsylvania. That's where this one right here. Yeah, I mean, he did well in the primary. I think it went blue in 2016. I'm not sure. We could check that actually right here. No, it actually did go blue. I don't know. It's going to be close. It'll be very close. Let's see. Indiana now at 1% of the votes in. Decatur County is 21%. And where did Decatur go in 2020? Decatur County, if we could pull it up here. Right here, 77. He's at 72. If this holds, it's possible Young does underperform Trump in the rural areas, but the votes aren't even 100% in any county that we've seen. Knox County's reporting 32% of the vote in Knox County. Again, you see a slight underperformance there for Todd Young. Meaningless in the grand scheme of things, by the way. So here we go. Let's look at this. Jay Shug says, your opinion on Arizona with their issues, and Pennsylvania saying it'll take days. We'll see what happens. That was the same way during the primary. We got the results we wanted for the most part, so we'll see. I think Oz will be called a winner tonight, or we'll have an idea if he's going to win. I think Arizona we're going to know as well. And the later votes are going to go the Republicans' way. I will say that. The later votes that will come in Arizona, as they usually do, will go Republican. Pennsylvania is going to be a little bit more interesting because, I mean, the primary, they counted the mail-ins first for the most part. There were still some that were held off, but a lot of the votes counted first were those mail-in votes. That's why McCormick did have a sizable lead early on in election night. Oz didn't take that lead until there was like 80-some% reporting or so, if I remember correctly, but we'll see. Michael Razik says, your coverage is better than the MSM. I'm a subscriber. Everyone here should subscribe. Thank you. And that's the thing. A lot of people, I don't know how the other streams are going to do tonight, but we're going to be on par with a lot of other high-profile streams that you wouldn't initially expect. And that's for a reason. I don't have billions of dollars behind me trying to AstroTurf me to get more views. I just don't. So thank you. All I have is you guys, and you guys have been doing great tonight, so thank you. El Guapos is still hoping for a Tiffany Smiley win. We'll see. Hot Mike says, I haven't seen the data. Are we in good shape? Yes. Penny Wise says, great job, brother. I have watched your videos all season, tons of content. At what point will we know that this will be a true tsunami? Wait for the results to come in about 37 minutes. Do not try to extrapolate too much out of early returns in rural Indiana or Kentucky. You just can't do it. Doomsday Machine says, sitting here with my almost 2-year-old nephew, and I've been excited for this night all year. Let's get another November 8th red tsunami, just like 2016, if not bigger. I think it'll be bigger than 2016 easily. 2016 was not really a red wave year, but it was very impressive and very consequential because Trump won. You know, we have all these Republicans that are up. We have some great candidates. We also have some more establishment Republicans who probably aren't going to be doing that much when they get into power. But still, it's important. Every vote counts because that will build this momentum going forward to 2024. Yes, it is true that some of these people that are going to win tonight are rhinos. I know that, are establishment Republicans. If you talk about people like O'Day, you know, him losing is kind of like a press S moment to spit. But in terms of a lot of these other people, like Todd Young, for example, just building up that coalition, because a lot of those voters are going to come out in 2024. We're going to need them to already be engaged. And the fact that they're engaged right now and you're seeing high turnout on the Republican side for the most part, it's very encouraging. And that, I will say, is a good thing. So Jada D says, what about Trump Paul 24 clean board for clean board for D in 2028? I don't know what that means. You're talking about DeSantis or whatever. I don't know. I hear this Trump Paul ticket thing. I mean, Paul, a little bit of a libertarian kind of guy. Are there that many libertarian voters in the actual voting populace compared to what people on the internet anticipate? Not necessarily if you look at all those post-election graphs. But let's focus on what is in front of us right now tonight. We've got 2022 to deal with. We could talk about 2024 for 2 years, literally 2 years. We got 2 years to talk about it. So we're going to get first to this election right here in front of us. But thanks for the super chats. Jim Munier says, Florida Republicans outdoing Dems in strongholds. Red wave coming. I agree. They are doing much better. And it's a very good thing to see. So we have more super chats. As we're waiting more results to come in. We're not really getting that many of them out of Indiana and Kentucky. Any updates to exit polls I could check on my end, and we could see what exactly is happening. But we'll really just have to wait and see. But like I said, nothing. You look at this, a lot of these people are just looking at these exit polls, and they're agreeing. You look at Biden so far. You look at Biden and his favorables right now. They're in line with Trump's in 2018 when Democrats won the national popular vote by 8 points. So that's really the way that it is, and that's how it's going. So let's see here. All right, we got more super chats on the way. Well, that's a lot of them. Okay, we're trying to get to all of them here. Gene in Pennsylvania says 250, 54, and 31. Shout out to Marlane Full. Me Marino 1041 says he here since 19. Better open call-ins. I'll be there. Not tonight. We got a lot to do tonight. The KGB show says, wow, fresh haircut in 4K video. Amazing. Congratulations on passing Let's Talk Elections. Well, thank you. Yeah, we kind of tied him there or something. I don't know. You subscribe, we'll get over the hump. I think. I don't know. It is what it is. But it's a big step in the channel's history. It is, I would have to say. Because a lot of people have been talking about that. But it's neither here nor there for tonight. Let's get this victory. Mr. Jimmy says, if Jake Paul ran for Ohio Senate, would he win? You never know. He's not old enough, though, so it's kind of a moot point, but it's just more of a meme. David Solovey says, I crossed over on my ballot, voted Fetterman and Mastriano. Well, I don't know if you're being serious or not, but that's incredibly idiotic if anybody would vote for John Fetterman. Bear says, Virginia is the barometer for the night. Virginia 2nd is red splash. Virginia 7 is red wave. Virginia 10 is total red tsunami. I'm hopeful, but holding my breath still. Yeah, Ed says, I don't normally super chat, but you've been outstanding for weeks now. Now do the miracle and get Mastriano over the hump. There's only so much I can do. I'm trying, but we'll see. Millard says, go Big Red. Don says, did you see Michigan saying that we won't know who won the governor's race until late Wednesday and Republicans will be ahead tonight and Wednesday Dems may win? Yeah, that's how they're going to be counting the ballots, apparently. They can't do it competently. It's going to open the door for a lot of questioning. But beyond that point, I think that regardless, it's going to be a very close race. Technically, we didn't know the winner in Michigan in 2016 until December, but we knew the night of that Trump was going to win Michigan. So I don't know. We'll see. Technically, they may not make that official call right away, but we have a very good idea on what's about to happen. None says, great job, Titusville, Florida, long lines never seen. Yeah, that's huge news, by the way. Florida, oh, it's unbelievable. You wouldn't even believe what's going on in Florida these midterms. It's absolutely insane in terms of the turnout and enthusiasm. The early and mail-in vote combined, Republicans probably would win by close to 10. And then add the election day vote on top of that. Yeah, this has become a Republican stronghold. And I'm not trying to jump too into the 2024 discussion, but you will have a lot of people that are going to say, well, Trump's down in some of the exit polls and his personal favorability, which he never was really leading in. And, you have to look at the fact that Trump, or you're going to have to look at the fact that DeSantis did so well in Florida, so you'll see people propping him up. That's neither here nor there, but I will say that that could be an impact of the Florida results, as people will look at them and say, DeSantis, stock up. Not saying that they're accurate in their reasoning, but they are. I mean, they are to a certain extent that DeSantis is, partially responsible as governor, but you'll see more claims of that, I will say. All right, let's go. Zovios has got both my grandparents out to vote in PA. Both have walkers and are 94. Squeeze in an extra 2 votes. Hey, got to get it done. Got to get it done. These people, they don't vote. A lot of people don't vote often, might not leave their house, but they'll go out on election day to vote because people have put up more candidates this year that are inspirational than other years. Not saying everybody's been perfect, but hey, Fort Wayne, 20% in. Todd Young is barely leading in Allen County, which again is a red county, but it leads me to believe that that's the mail-in vote. That's the early mail-in vote that's coming in, because you would anticipate Todd Young to maybe do a little bit better than Trump in a place like Fort Wayne. So those results coming in so far, they're probably going to zoom to the right from what we can tell. Similar thing with Kentucky, but we'll see. More super chats right here. Okay, Will Evans says, New Hampshire resident here. Bolduc signs all over southern New Hampshire. Huge lines at polls by 8 a.m. Bolduc has this. We'll see. Like I have said on this channel before, it is very true that you look at the New Hampshire mail-ins, their numbers were not that high. A lot of voting takes place on election day. You think this year would probably favor them. We'll have to see. So I want to look at Indiana real quick. Let's look at the down ballot races. Any down ballot races in Indiana? Apparently not. They're not tabulating any. Not even the House. Oh, actually, they have. Jim Banks, he's leading by 11. Larry Bushin, he's leading big. But other statewide officials, they're running pretty much in line with Todd Young. Some down ballot might be underperforming, but we'll see. We'll see. Indiana's not really at risk of flipping, obviously. There's no questions there. But the early results, probably mail-ins of such, but we'll see. Merv Service Secrets is regardless of anyone's political persuasion. You are the best, most logical analyst ever. Well, thank you. Thank you. Lions 1956 is Herschel Walker for president. Benson X is what will the margin in Palm Beach be? I don't know. I don't really want to make a prediction there, but I think might be single digits. We'll see. I want to be surprised. I want to be surprised a little bit. Electronator Music says, hey, Rep, what is your sleeper pick for these elections? I pick Michigan's governor. It is kind of like a homer pick because that's my birth state, obviously, and I pay close attention to politics there. But I don't know. Michigan's third. If that flips Republican, that'd be huge, but I don't know. We'll see. The British Perspective says, excuse me for my last comment in my last post. I want to make America great again and safe again. CRT and child education is so important. No, it is important. That's what got Youngkin over the hump in Virginia. A says, I feel so much better since I quit pornography. Well, that's great to hear. It's great to hear. Rick Cares, thank you for the super chat. Braden Minter says, voted red in Western PA, expected Oz margin. I said +3, give or take. I think 2 to 3, 2 to 4. That range is accurate. We want to monitor the results in some of these counties as they come in, though. We'll get a better picture. Colin DeVos says, I never understood the Oklahoma special and Nebraska and Maine 2nd, 3rd district for your election predictions. Could you explain those? Okay, so somebody retired in Oklahoma, Inhofe, so they're doing another Senate election to see who will replace him for the rest of his term. And then Nebraska and Maine divvy up some of their electoral votes by congressional district. So whatever candidate wins those districts wins the election. Basically, that's how it works. Chaz Z says, if we win both House and Senate, will this have any impact on the stock market in the future? It might go up, if anything. I don't know. Santiago Cortez Mata, I was about to say Cortez Masto. Yeah, we'll get to that later. Cortez Matamoros says, my entire Mexican-American family in Miami-Dade voted all R for the first time. Hopefully my fellow Hispanics follow suit. Can't wait to see Red Miami. And that's another interesting thing because a lot of conservatives will point to South Florida as like, oh, Hispanics are moving to the right. And all Hispanics did move right in 2020. This is true, but it's mainly South Texas, South Florida, parts of New York even. But Mexican-American voters, they don't exist in high quantity in Miami-Dade. I will say that. They don't exist in high quantities, and beyond that point, if they're moving right there, then that could be interesting and could be an indicator, but it is anecdotal evidence. Nyan Katz is Flagstaff voter. At NAU here, there were 8 people voting in late morning, early afternoon, and it's 65 in total. My state is for Lake. Yeah, that's abysmal numbers for college voting. Nobody says, I'm in Ohio, and the issues on the ballot were if criminal records should be considered before allowing bail and if only citizens should vote. Yeah, why does that even have to be a question in this day and age? That shows you how much ground we have lost in this country. Right there. Right there. Exactly says, can you please check periodically for Proposal 5 in Vermont? I voted against it today. I mean, if it's abortion in Vermont, it's probably going to go through, sadly, just throwing that out there. LF Fun says, Kentucky native here. Charles Booker's a horrible candidate. Hope Dems never try to run any AOCS candidate like this in the state again. Keep that trash out of Kentucky. You know what? I disagree. Let them spend their money there and they'll lose. I think it's a great thing, actually, that they're doing that, and it's laughable. Jason Christie, thank you. Mavdick96 is how we're feeling about Ken Paxton. Pretty well. He'll win by less than the other candidates because he has some scandals in his closet, but he'll still win, and his opponent's really awful too. So, Aslan King says overseas Americans are projected to vote mostly are. That's a good sign. We'll see what happens nationwide. The energy, it's still there, but we're just waiting. And when we're waiting, we get to the super chats. I'm not going to be getting to super chats all night long. I mean, you guys have been great with that, but at the end of the day, we're going to get to some results, more results than just Indiana and Kentucky, of course. Don't worry about it. Raka Fracas says, don't be surprised for a big upset in Idaho. Almond Bundy is strong against Brad Little. Bundy is more Republican. Yeah, I mean, still it's a long shot. You look at it there. I mean, we'll see how he performs. I think that an upset would be very surprising regardless. Shanala says, I'm from New York. Do you think Zeldin actually has a chance? Slim chance. We'll go with slim chance. Slim chance, yes. I will say that. Let's see. We have a lot of super chats still. We got a lot of new members, by the way. A lot of new members in chat too. Let's shout out the new members. We have new members. Yeah, we got a lot of new members on the channel. We have shout out to Rosalinda DeLuna, Tom Lyons, Michael Razik, Brandon the Anime Guy, The Court Dial, Gmail, Carol A29, Randy Rowe, and Rose Schindel. Thank you for becoming channel members. Thank you. I appreciate it. Like the stream, by the way. Like the stream. Let's get that total up. Let's see. More super chats here. Let's pull up the results. Anything new? Not really. Any counties all the way in? No, we don't have any counties that are really that much all the way in. DeKalb County, 68% for Todd Young. In Indiana, that went for Trump, 72%. So I don't know. We'll see as the results pour in. Those could be early votes. It's possible Young underperforms Trump in this election. It's not really an important one. He's going to win regardless. And now there's some blue votes in. Out of Monroe County, McDermott with a big lead there, 22% of the votes in there. But Monroe went for Biden by 30. I wonder if that's a college town there in the state of Indiana. Went for Biden by 29. So far, it is going blue by, or let's see, what did it go for Biden by again? Let's see, 29. It's going blue by 38. Again, these have to be early vote totals. There's no way. Yeah, Charles Booker's leading in Kentucky because part of Jefferson County dropped. Now, the Democrats on Twitter are going to go crazy because of that, which is absolutely hilarious. But, yeah, no, it's so funny. These people are so delusional. Oh, man. Let's see. So many super chats. Here we go. Shout out to Cedric Narcissos has voted the first time in LA country. Sad to see the GOP's lack of presence in the area. Voted no on abortion and for Villanueva for sheriff. Gary Horsfield says you do an absolutely fantastic job. Keep up the good work. Loyal fan. Thank you. Shout out to Jason again. Free R. Kelly, interesting name there, says Maricopa County is having reports of fighting. We'll see what happens in Maricopa. We'll see. There's been a lot of banter about it. There was banter about it in the primaries of stuff. we got the results we wanted. 2020, there were questions raised, obviously, that we've heard about time and time again. So we'll wait and see what happens in Maricopa County. The polls don't close there for another few hours. We're probably not going to get results until an hour after those polls close. So we'll see. Let's see. Sam Madden said, I've already talked to 2 Dems that didn't vote today. Yeah, not surprised. Philly Groiper says, crack. NS says, VAED turnout is outranking Glenn turnout numbers. Interesting. Simple Logic 90 says, I am from Indiana. I can tell you the line at my location in Hancock County was very long when I finished voting at 5:30 p.m. Yeah. And this is why I believe that these results are early results. Democrats might be celebrating about them on Twitter because they're dumb, and a lot of people on Twitter are dumb, except for me and a few other people that I like. But what can I say? Which, by the way, follow me on Twitter. Get me to 50,000. Simple Logic 90. Oh, we already did that one. Astro Walker. Really hope Blake Masters buries Buzz Lightyear. Yeah, I mean, Blake Masters, Mark Kelly, and that's the thing. Like, it's like, oh, well, you look at this guy. He's an astronaut. He's gonna win because he's an astronaut. And it's like, okay, well, Blake Masters is endorsed by Chuck Norris. Like, it literally cancels out just then and there. If you're endorsed by Chuck Norris, you can't lose. What can I say? It's part of the meme, but it's true. Curry Mysterio says, if our wave, will Dems go more left or moderate? Oh, they'll double down. They'll blame racism, evil white people, and all other sorts of things. Women are voting against their own interests again. Like, we've seen this time and time again. The more vicious they get, the more brutal of a loss it is. So don't be surprised. Van Jones is going to sit up there. This was a white lash tonight. And it's like, it kind of was, but not in the way you think. It's like the fact that you guys have been, indoctrinating children in school to hate themselves and going after children, won't even disavow children, like sex changes and things like that. It's just unpopular. Beto O'Rourke at another rally, he's been asked it so many times, can't do it. What does that show you? What does that show you? These are not popular issues that the Dems are clinging to. They're out of touch. They've been out of touch for a while. They're in touch with their popular culture, but the current popular culture and the popular opinion of the establishment is not what is in line with the average American public. And now we're seeing more people who weren't even politically awake in 2020, waking up, rising to the occasion, casting their ballot straight ticket Republican, time and time again. And the abortion issue, I mean, it may pass these amendments nationwide because of the way they're worded. They might pass in Michigan. They might pass in a lot of these states, even some red states. But the notion is that abortion's not an issue that's determining as much if people vote Republican or Democrat, and it really hasn't been for quite some time. Roe v. Wade, the energy uptick we saw from that could arguably be attributed to poor Republican messaging rather than Roe v. Wade, because Republicans were already sliding down in the polls by a couple of points by then, but they got their act together, and now they're out and they're ready to take some W's tonight, and that's what matters. So, Randomness 873 says, didn't vote for Carter or anyone out of Texas 31. I'm not voting for anyone who decides to send money to foreign nations over ourselves. America first. Well, that's a bold statement, and it's true. A lot of people feel this way. And like I said, I think people should vote straight ticket Republican regardless. For the most part, there are some exceptions where people are so bad that maybe third party is an option because they're either going to win or they lose regardless. But I will say that a lot of people feel this way. They're not really that into or in tune with politics. And there are exceptions. Arizona, Republicans got it done. They made sure that their base would turn out for the election, and they also nominated the most electable candidates that were running. And people will disagree with that and double down. But judging from what we've seen, no. Mark Brnovich, lazy. Blake Masters, he's a fighter. He's been out there, pivoted well, doing a great job. Karen Robson, awful, nowhere to be found, is not helping out any Republican except supporting tuition for illegal aliens. This is who would have got the nomination if we listened to you people, the neocons. And tonight they will be taking a lot of L's tonight. Regardless, Kevin Crone said, do you think Masters will become senator tonight? Tonight's a bold statement, but I think that he is favored. I do. I gave him the nod. I think he'll win by like less than 2 points. David Byrne, thank you. The British Perspective says 85 billion lost in Afghanistan, and Americans lost 4 million influx in 20 months, 4 trillion printed. What could go wrong? Exactly. This is on you, Biden. This is on your administration. All the results tonight, And you look at the exit polls, not looking too good for him. This is what people are voting on. Real Texan Politics has met my state rep while voting today. +1 for Abbott, Patrick, Paxton, Luttrell, and Mueller. Voted R down ballot as everyone should do. Helicopter Kick says, love your rep and everyone in chat. God bless. Midterms are here and 2024 is coming. It's on its way. It is. Rain TV says, Rep, I love you very much, but the governor's races aren't showing up on NYT and House is up on Indiana. Results are in. Yeah, we know about that. Governorships, we're gonna have to go individually. We could look at the top races. For some reason, they're not showing them. They should show them like they do. I think Decision Desk is going to show them. The governorships, no, maybe not. I don't know. Interesting. They're not even counting votes in Indiana there. So who knows what they've got going on. Listen, we'll be covering them. All right, we'll be covering them. Aslanis King says, U.S. Virgin Islands going R. Charlie Snyder says, voting machines in Illinois have been malfunctioning. Took my uncle an hour to get it to actually work. Clown World. Videomaker2341 says, did you go back to Michigan and vote for Dixon? We're going to get it done. Dixon's going to win. In terms of me, like, actually flying back there or where I live now, I don't live in Michigan anymore. But Michigan is going to get it done. But I do not live in the state anymore. Technically, have not lived there in a little bit over a year now. Jonah Ludlow says, I really hope you run for political office at some point. Giant love as always. Thank you. And by the way, in terms of Dixon, I've made my calls. I've gotten a lot of extra votes for Dixon that probably would not have come into fruition regardless. So I still did my part as a Michigander. I can say that much. Ray Huell says, Texan that was in New Hampshire in mid-October. Citizen poll of 24 Granite State folks had 10 out of 12 for Bolduc and the Mount Washington area. Very interesting. Very interesting. The Beat Farmer says, Scottsdale resident, got to meet Abe Hamadeh and wanted your thoughts on him for AG. He'll do good. I've heard great things about him. He'll win tonight, by the way. He should. He might perform best compared to the other candidates that are running too. Count Kilroy Graff says, voted straight red in Iowa for Reynolds, Grassley, and Hinson. Let's do this. Yurter says, couldn't bring myself to vote for Tim Scott. Am I a bad person? Well, he doesn't care about the base. He just wants to pander. That's all. That's what he does. Everyone's like, Tim Scott 2024. It's just like, are you kidding me? Like, look at the guy's record. Weak on several issues, not good on foreign policy, and he panders a lot. He's like pro BLM for the most part. Like, he's just John Boozman, but he loves BLM. John Boozman himself is bad enough. So you're not a bad person, but if I lived in South Carolina, probably would have voted straight ticket R. It's about the momentum, but I don't know. I just feel like the 1% of people that holds out, are they really going to change the system in and of itself? I mean, the time for that was the primary. We didn't primary the guy. Matthew Schneider says Trump is really a Uchicha, and the blood moon was his Tsukuyomi to get people to vote Republican. I don't know about that Japanese, potentially anime stuff. I don't get that jargon. Dickie Spaz says, how can Hobbs even compete with Lake? She didn't campaign at all. She couldn't. Even if she did, she'd lose probably by a greater margin. Her hiding was to really just make it be Lake versus Lake. And since Lake is a good candidate, hey, Lake's going to win that battle. Let's see. More super chats here. Dickie Spass, we already did that one. Aslanis King says they're saying Shabaka wins. Yeah, we'll see. I hope. I really hope. But the primary turnout was any indication that will not be the case. But hey, if she does really well this round, maybe we'll look at Washington if there's a similar change in who's voting between these jungle primaries and then the actual elections. So we'll see. Let's see here. Okay. Let's see. Manu says, I wish you a red wave today and thank you for your trustworthy reporting on U.S. politics. Best wishes from Germany. Thank you. AU says, been following you for a couple years. Kelly had people come to my door this weekend. They talked to me, tried to come off moderate. Nope. Dems need to get wrecked. Dems not at work, not voting. Yeah, we'll see about Kansas. That's going to be a close one. I think that Schmidt can pull it off, but we don't have enough data to really make a definitive conclusion just yet. Garrison Wall says, who controls Congress doesn't matter too much so long as the Fed exists. They're the government now and the Fed. Doug says, Herschel Walker chances, I think high. Let's check Predict It right now. Let's see what Predict It's doing. What's Predict It doing? Absolutely nothing. Vance went down a little bit. Walker is at 67. So not really a whole lot. Republicans now with an 81 cents odd, or a cent odds to regain the Senate. That's absolutely huge. What we see right there, Jesse Smallwood says Monroe County is Indiana. Yeah, I figured that out. Ronald Garcia says, interesting what the Alaska results will be. True. Aslanas King says Bloomington is in Monroe. True. Lowell Creeper says, wish I lived in Arizona, Indiana here. Really like Kerry and Blake. Well, maybe they'll make it so good you'll want to move, because that's what happened to Florida. And what we're going to see in Arizona is Florida on steroids, assuming that Kerry Lake is going to get in there. Aslanas King says Wake Island going Republican. Really interesting. It's Cool Guy Rise says, hello from the Arizona Republican Victory Party. I'm not concerned about Lake winning anymore, but I'm still concerned for Masters. Yeah, that's kind of been the consensus for a while. Lake will outrun him by a couple points, but we'll see. I think Masters has got the advantage here at the end of the day. Splice Stream says, great coverage this year, no matter what. Thank you. And thank you, by the way. Solanas King says Netanyahu for the win. Radical Businessman says, just voted for Scott Baugh. Katie Porter is done. I guess. I mean, I will see. I think that one's going to go down the wire. I think Porter's probably a favorite right now, but we'll see. There's a chance. Paul Labansky's thank you for the 50. That one. Oddball says decision desk is 5 votes in for New Hampshire and Kuster 4-1, but so does Sununu. That doesn't make any sense. Kind of does when you consider the fact that Sununu's going to bank on Democrats voting for him to win regardless. Richard Myers, thank you for the 50. Great job. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Aslanas King says Fauci, Mayor Cass, Merrick Garland should all be investigated and impeached from all government positions they hold. I think Fauci, is he still in office? I don't know. Miguel Rivera says Yahoo News says the governor's maps. Probably going to be way behind. Who uses Yahoo? This is 2022, not 2002. But I don't know. We'll see. And the Redneck Ram says, you think Walker can pull it off tonight or not have a runoff? I think he probably wins outright, and then there's a chance that he goes to a runoff. I don't believe I don't believe that's going to really happen there, but let's see. We'll get to the end. We'll get to the rest of the super chats in a minute. We have a lot of viewers in the live chat. 10,000 viewers already. That's crazy. Like up the stream. Make sure you guys do it. You guys have been going great so far with the super chats. Struggling to keep up with the results because there's so many of them pouring on the screen. But no, you guys are great. We'll be live streaming all night long. We'll be going until I don't know when, but we have a long way to go. Actual polls are closing in 8 minutes. Polls that we're going to get some juicy results out of that are really going to determine the outcome of the 2022 midterms. We're going to be getting into that in about 8 minutes. So we'll finish the rest of the super chats here. Let's see. The British Perspective says, final super chat, 65-35 Republicans win. I got it right last time at 2016 election. Yeah, not going to happen. No, if Republicans get 60, they don't even have that many seats up. Democrats have 36 already. That literally does not add up at all whatsoever. Let's see. John Waffle says, Rep, you inspire me to go back to law school at 25. I don't know how. I guess thank you. I don't know exactly how to respond to that, but yeah, I mean, you can get it done easily. I mean, law school, it's still in the cards for me. So, but yeah, why not? Slanas King says Alaskan Inuit population voted heavily R in northern Alaska. That doesn't surprise me, especially because it's an off year. I mean, but they're probably going to be voting for Lisa Murkowski, so that's not a win. That's an L. Because she does well with those reservations. She'll go there, cannibalize the votes there, and that helped her win in 2010 off a write-in. So Democrats are going to save her and bail her out because they know a Democrat can't win. That's why they changed the system to benefit her. She's a product of nepotism. And if she goes down tonight, that would be a massive, massive W for conservative politics because that's a pickup. She votes with Biden 72% of the time. You can't even, even Mitt Romney votes again. I mean, he might vote with Biden, but he voted with Trump a decent amount. Meanwhile, you look at somebody like Murkowski. She's not as vocal of a rhino, but at the same time, her voting record is a train wreck. She's banking on Democrats to bail her out and people that just aren't smart enough to understand how RCV works, that want her gone. But if she went in a primary, a closed primary in Alaska and couldn't run again, she would get destroyed. Wouldn't even be a question. She'd lose 70-30. And that'd be with her outspending her opponent 20-1. So Buck Hunter says you should debate LTE. Yeah, he won't do it. I don't yet listen. Do I have to spend time debating smaller channels? I don't really think so, but we'll see what happens in the future. But that invitation has been extended for 3 years now, and it has not been returned. So Colby says, could we use RCV to our advantage? Technically, yes. Ranked choice voting is not necessarily the Alaska problem, so much so as the top 4 primary system. Because the problem is you pit Republicans against Republicans. If it's a Republican, a Democrat, and a Libertarian, they all get below 50. The Republican gets 49. The Libertarian candidate gets 5 to 10%. Guess what happens? Republicans win outright without a runoff in that way, or even if Republicans lose to the Dems, but the Libertarians break for the Republican in ranked choice and everyone's below 50, that would help the Republicans out. Ranked choice voting in and of itself is not the problem, so much so as Alaska's, jungle primary system. It's also a problem in Louisiana. It's also a problem in Washington. They're going to try to do this everywhere if we don't get out and vote. And this is why state representative and state, Senate elections are just as important as congressional elections. So you have to do your research for everything down ballot in order to know what you're actually voting for, especially in a primary where a lot of people don't do their research and it just bites everyone in the rear end. I don't know if I read this one from Mark, but he says, you've been great to watch the last few months. Really informative. Thanks. Thank you. Yeah. All right, 4 more super chats. We're getting close to the results here. Brandon Mintier says, what percentage does Oz need in Philly and the suburbs? Heard 34. I mean, if he's getting 20 in Philly, that's huge. If he's winning Bucks, huge. If he's getting Chester within 10, it's basically over, assuming he performs remotely respectably well in the rural areas. And Dems cannibalized a lot of their mail-in votes there. It's not going to look good in the suburbs for Democrats. I think Mastriano is going to do better than people think in the Philadelphia suburbs, too. I know there's going to be ticket splitting. I can't see it being more than like 6-7%, though. And that's with Mastriano being outspent 25-30-1 in the state of Pennsylvania. Completely abandoned. Reigns says, Rep, the governor's races are unfortunately on CNN. I mean, we'll look at them. I mean, we're reading the New York Times. What the hell's the difference? We'll still get the results regardless. Maxwell Weschel says, John Frederick said on Bannon's War Room that he's confident that Republicans are more prepared for ballot shenanigans with poll workers, lawyers. You agree with this? Well, Virginia, they got their own people in there. This is what the War Room did. They got their own people in there. And we'll see how it pans out tonight. We'll see. Again, I cannot endorse such shenanigan claims on this channel. Would never do that on this wonderful platform. Would never dare to question the establishment's narrative. Future President Man says, what do you think Mommy Flores' chance is? Myra Flores, I mean, probably like 55% chance I would give it. South Texas, if that swings hard to the right, and that's great news for Republicans all around. Jay Shug says, Rick Scott for Senate Majority Leader, better than what we have now. See, Rick Scott is came up with some rhino proposals, but then we pressure him and he caved into what we wanted. That's better than somebody that talks one side out of their mouth and then goes up there, just does judges, which is fine. I mean, we got Roe v. Wade overturned. That's great. And then nothing else for the Republican Party or for the conservative cause. We need more than just that. That's what we've seen. And in terms of Myra Flores, she's kind of weak on a few issues. She's shown her true colors. She's caving into McCarthy's demands for worker visas, amnesty, whatever, and she unfollowed me on Twitter when I called her out for it. But, I mean, Gonzalez is running such a train wreck of a campaign. It'll be funny to watch him lose tonight, though. JG Lisa, you should have Liana Johnson as a guest sometime. I have no idea who that is. I'm going to be real. Bin Dur says, LT had the Senate at 50-50 this morning. Never laughed so hard. Easy 53 sweep. Herschel wins without runoff. We'll see. I think, yeah, 53 is what I've been going with for months now. I stuck with it. New Hampshire, that's the sleeper flip if it happens, but I'm not ready to make that call. We'll wait and see. Ben says Fox Prime to call Arizona for Hobbs and Kelly any second. I wouldn't be shocked if they called it for Kelly and Masters ends up winning. I'm gonna throw that out there. They're not dumb enough to call it for Hobbs. If anything, they might make the early call for Lake. But no, they're not gonna call it for Hobbs. They might call it for Kelly, and if they do that, they're embarrassed. They're embarrassing. They're going to embarrass themselves. Gerald Armstrong says, how will Mastriano do with Italians in Philly? Better than people think. Okay, here we go. Polls have closed in a wide variety of states right here. You look at this. We'll go to the top races page. Polls closing in Virginia, Georgia, South Carolina, Florida, the rest of Indiana and Kentucky, as well as Vermont and New Hampshire. Get ready to go. We might have some data to analyze. It's going to be very informative of what's to come for the rest of the night. And that we can see right now. So, let's see. So far, the amendment's not doing too well in Kentucky. But again, that is early vote, and Charles Booker is winning that. So we'll monitor the difference between those two results. But yeah, Franklin County, Booker ahead. This has to be early vote. What counties are all the way in? I don't see a single county that is almost all the way in the state of Indiana. I just do not see it on this map here. So I can't make a judgment call. Still Todd Young at 57%, and that's with some of Bloomington in and Fort Wayne, some of the bigger cities. And they called Tim Scott. The Red Eagle Politics Decision Desk can also call Tim Scott. Tim Scott will win the Senate race in South Carolina as well. We could pull the map up, I guess, but I mean, like, to make the calls on our end. But yeah, no, Rand Paul and Todd Young, they're going to win. But South Carolina, that one we know the results. Florida, do we have any results out of Florida? We do not. Okay. No shift from 2020 either as well. 7:30 Central, we're going to get Ohio results. We're going to see if J.D. Vance is going to decimate Tim Ryan. Another Democrat fundraising sink, takes all the money, is going to lose by like 10. Polls will say it's even. It's like the pollsters and the election mafia are working in our favor because they're giving Democrats false hope in these places. Like, you think that they would know that and correct for it, but they don't, because honestly, even for them, it's just a money grab. The false hope is a money grab. We just hit 11,000 views, by the way. Like up the stream, subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet, and we're ready to go. In terms of some of these other states, we're waiting on some results to pour in here. It's going to be great. But no new results just yet. Tim Hawley says, nice fresh cut. Thank you. Jimmy J says, do you know Ted Bundy was a Republican-based Sigma? I think I've heard of, wait, that's a serial killer. That's a serial killer. No, disavow. Sam Madsen says, what numbers would Mastriano need in the Philly area to win hypothetically? I think that he would probably need to get Trump's margins and then kill it out state. John Keamy says, thank you for your work. Thank you. LDS German Shepherd Boy says, results coming in out of Kentucky. We know. We see them. Vermont, they called for Peter Welsh. Guess Trafalgar not looking so good in that poll that they conducted in September. But they'll probably still be accurate in a lot of other races. Jimbo says, this just in. Yacht Election Betting Corporation reports massive turnout for Doug Mastriano. John Pavlovic sends his regards. Thank you for the super chat. Lyndon Bunghole Johnson, thank you. Very interesting name there. That about sums up his presidency fairly well. Dave says, watching from Britain, hoping for a red wave. God bless our nations. Thank you. Sam Madsen said, the Kentucky anti-abortion amendment is underperforming Paul by 20. Still might be enough to win. True. Swimmer SPAC 40 cases. Don't forget what Guam did. I'm not. Georgia results. Here we go. Raphael Warnock winning the mail-in turnout of Augusta. They got the votes counted pretty quickly there. Richmond County in Georgia. That county is actually Augusta. Voted for Biden 70-30. So if those are the mail-in numbers out of Richmond County, that is abysmal in the state of Georgia. That is abysmal, if that's what it is. So very early on, we'll see what happens. But if that's mail-in from Richmond, that's awful for Democrats. We could check the governorship as well. I want to see the differential between Kemp and Walker. I don't think it's as big as some of the polls said. And so far, it's just 2 points. 2-point difference. If that holds up statewide, Herschel Walker is winning outright tonight. He's going to win outright. It's going to be great, but we'll see. 1% out of Georgia. Okay. Mike TVA, thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to all the new members. We'll get more probably as the stream goes on. Douglas Perrin, thank you for the super sticker. Alex Sanchez, honest opinions on Darren Bailey and Loff. Overperform but lose, both of them. Lyndon Bunghole Johnson says recent developments in Pennsylvania indicate that Pavlovich surprisingly leads. I don't know who Pavlovich is. This is some weird esoteric inside joke that I never have understood this entire channel. Hudson Dean says Katie Hobbs didn't recuse herself from overseeing the election. Yeah, and wouldn't that be funny to see her lose? It'd be funny because then I'm not going to say, but you guys get the gist of it. If she loses and she oversees it, well, who knows? Iridescent says, was at the Ohio State University voting location at noon and stopped by around 6:30 p.m. on the way home. Almost nobody there when I voted for J.D. Vance at noon. Only 45 people, 5:30 to 6:30. Interesting. I mean, I will say that, but if that's at Ohio State, that's going to be Dem country. So turnout there should be lower on election day, but their turnout is down all around. And that's a good thing for Republicans. Thomas Payne, thank you for the 50 FJB. We'll see what happens tonight in the election results. Let's look at the House. Do we have any results in the House? They called it for Duncan and Timmons, but they're running unopposed. So nothing. We have results in out of 2 Georgia districts, but nothing too juicy there. Let's check the other Georgia county. That's Pierce County. Herschel's up 87-12 in Pierce County. Pierce County in 2020. Let's look at this. Where's Pierce? Oh, there we go. 87-12. So in the early vote, he's in line with Donald Trump in the rural county. That's a good sign. And on top of that, compare it to the governor's race, because we need to be comparing it to the governor's race as well. Because if that margin of differential is under 5 early on, that's good news. And so far, it's just 2.3 percentage points. That is incredible what we're seeing in the state of Georgia. Because if that holds, or if it's even double that, we could say, Herschel Walker, scandals don't matter. Debate skill doesn't matter, which he did just fine, by the way, in the debate. They said he would do horribly. He performed decently well. So we're already looking at a good performance so far. LDS German Shepherd Boy says governorship race. Rain TV says the first vote dumps on Connecticut. CNN are showing a huge Dem way that in Georgia and in Florida. We don't have any results out of Florida. We'll see. But Florida will come in more Dem when it starts because they don't count the panhandle and because it's mail-in vote and election day vote, or in-person early voting for the election day. That's it. Let's refresh Decision Desk. Also, shout out to Scott for sending the Cashapp. Appreciate it. Whoever Scott is, I don't know, but thank you. I just got the notification. But Decision Desk is behind. That's why I like using the New York Times. Even if it's slower in some races, I'm fine using New York Times. We could pull up CNN. I hate to use CNN. I don't know if they will be mad that I use some sort of an ad blocker, but yeah, I don't know. Let's see, CNN. I'm not seeing any maps here. Okay, wait. They do have the governor map here. They have the governor's map. DeSantis is losing so far. Oh, there it is on New York Times. There we go. Screw you, CNN. Bye-bye. Rubio's down. But where are the votes from? Oh, Broward County, and Rubio's already at 36. That means he's cracking 40 in Broward. Yeah, this is abysmal for Democrats. Let them cheer on Twitter because they don't know how it works. But already, these are your results in Florida? I mean, come on. 2020 result out of Broward County, Trump got 34. The early vote, Rubio is getting 36. Let's go to DeSantis. Let's look and see how well Ron DeSantis is doing so far. DeSantis is getting 37 in the early and mail-in vote in Broward County. This is not a drill. This is not a joke. That is absolutely huge. What is going on in Florida? Yes, it looks like the Dems are up. Doesn't matter at all when you realize what's actually coming out. And DeSantis is going to win huge. He's going to win huge. Rubio's going to win huge. Herschel Walker catching up. Glynn County, 60%. Let's go to Glynn County. Glynn County, 61 for Trump. If this is the early vote in Glynn, put a bow on this one. It's over. not actually, but in Glynn County at least, in terms of how much of the vote is in there. But we're looking at Florida as well as the results pour in. Any of these other counties are not really that populated. Alachua County, which I believe is that's some black county, 62 to 37 in the final vote. That's in line with the early vote here. So already not looking good for Democrats whatsoever at all. So well then. All right. Shout out to Alan Halderman. Swimmers Pack says, what's your opinion on John James and his chances? He'll win easily. Oh, new votes. Miami-Dade early vote is in, and Marco Rubio has a 7-point lead out of Miami-Dade. Sorry for the volume burst, but we just had to react to it as it came in because that is absolutely huge. Absolutely huge out of the state of Florida, because right now, you look at the results there, Miami-Dade County, that is the Democrat vote sink. It's been for a while. Trump lost it by 7 during 2020, and that was after the election day vote is counted. The early vote in Miami-Dade is 53 to 46 for Rubio, and it is 54 to 46 for DeSantis. So DeSantis is outperforming Rubio. He's taken the lead. Rubio trails behind. Both are going to win by quite a bit when it's all said and done. But that is absolutely huge news out of the state of Florida. And the energy is through the roof already right here. Todd S. is Ralston saying Nevada's looking bad for Dems. Glad he's living in reality for once this cycle. Walter Laufer says, is voting without an ID a concern? We don't have voter ID universally. We should. It probably would be better. Broken windows type of thing. Even if you want to buy into their narrative, it would be beneficial. Longhorn Politics is breaking news. Stacey Abrams has defeated incumbent Mayor McCheese in the McDonald's mayoral election. Yeah, talk about another state where there's governor's results there. The state of Georgia, well, actually, let's see. For some reason, they haven't added they added the votes in Atlanta. Fulton County's 56% in. Herschel's at 23 in Fulton. What did Trump get in Fulton? 26. So if that's early vote in Fulton, which I'm not entirely sure if it is, but if that's the early vote in Fulton, not looking too good for Democrats. It's not. Floyd County, for some reason, 4% in. Warnock is ahead. That's not going to hold, regardless what happens in Georgia. But the state of Florida, Miami-Dade County, and if we're seeing that there, could we see the trends continue in South Texas? What are we looking at in Nevada? Because Nevada is very similar, culturally speaking, to Miami to a large degree. And if we're seeing these results in even the I-4 corridor, Lake County, 53% of the vote is in. Rubio is at 59% in Lake County. Lake County, that's the final result for Trump against Biden. That's not even with the election day votes in. I mean, this is insane. This is insanity with what we're seeing here in Florida. That is a red wave, at least in Florida. Let's check the House in Florida, because I know we have results. The 23rd district, and Joe Bud's at 40% with half the vote remaining. That one's going to be closer than people would have originally anticipated. I'm not saying that it's going to flip, but still, 49% of the vote is in. Joe Bud trails by 19. I mean, I don't think that could be made up necessarily. I don't think there's enough votes remaining, but it's going to be closer than a lot of people thought. Salazar already leads Jimenez, Diaz-Balart. All these districts that were remotely competitive. How is the 7th? Nothing out of the 7th, I believe, in Florida. They haven't counted any ballots there. Corey Mills leads 60-40 in the early vote. That's not a super Republican district. It was slated to go Republican, maybe on a bad year be competitive. That's Stephanie Murphy's old district. She's stepping down. So already in the House, Republicans doing well in Florida. That's not the whole ball game, obviously, but Rubio's taken the lead. He's not going to relinquish that lead as the night goes on. He's not. Demings at 63 in the early vote in Leon County. That's what Biden got end result. Jacksonville, Duval County, Duval. That's been moving away. That's been moving away from the Republicans. But if you look at Florida, Duval County so far is going for Rubio and it's going for DeSantis in the early vote in Duval. That's a county that's been moving away. That's Jacksonville right there. They got the Jaguars. They don't have anything else. That's just the way it is. Demographically speaking, a lot of black voters there compared to other major metros in Florida. Doesn't matter. Rubio's in the lead. So far, in a lot of these counties, it's not looking good for Dems. Monroe County, that was a bellwether win for Obama in 2012. Rubio leads the early vote there by 9 points. Less swingy. Trump only won it by 8, but Rubio's outperforming him in the early vote. DeSantis is outperforming Rubio. Interesting. Stronger Republican outperforming. Where have we seen this or heard of this before? But that's with a lot of the votes in are early. Wait till they start counting the election day vote in Miami-Dade. Broward, could they break 40 in Broward? Could they flip Palm Beach County? I don't know. We'll have to see. But Hillsboro's likely going red. Osceola, that's one to watch. Duval County going red. I don't know. We'll go to Virginia. Any results out of Virginia? Hung Cow has a massive lead, but that's like no votes in. They don't have any real votes, or they're real votes, but they don't have any like indicative vote dumps in yet. Yesli Vega is up 72-28, but that's very early on. You know, you can't run with that and say, oh, it'll hold, because it could change on a dime depending on what precincts are remaining. But Fulton County, Augusta County, thank you, Atlanta, for dumping your votes in first, not dumping them in at the last minute. You know, I don't know. See, Brian Kemp, say what you will about everything he said or done. He did reform the electoral system to a certain degree. A certain degree. And maybe that will lead to faster counting tonight. I don't know, but we'll see. But if we're looking at this right now, and we're seeing that Herschel Walker and Brian Kemp, how many points away from each other are they? Because so far, Herschel's at 30, Kemp is Kemp is pulled ahead. He's at 35. That's still good for Herschel Walker. That's still good for him. We'll see. Where's Kemp doing in Fulton? And Kemp is doing, because it's all Fulton. Kemp is doing better in Fulton. He's going to run better than Herschel in the Georgia suburbs. The real thing is, how do we compare this to Trump's performance? Because if he performs better than Trump in the suburbs, performs in line with Kemp in the rurals, it's ball game. It's game over. So we'll have to wait and see. But huge for Miami-Dade. Let's see. British Perspective says, I was talking overall percentage of voting, not number of seats in the Senate and House. Check if I'm right later. Okay, we'll see. Joey Bedelman says, Amendment 2 is above water in Kentucky. Is it really? Rand Paul's pulled ahead. He's pulled ahead 54-46. 5% of the vote is in. Any of these counties are getting there? Not really. Let's see. Knox County, 57% in. Paul's at 80. What did Trump get in Knox? You talk about those white working class counties. That could be a factor in Pennsylvania. Watch turnout. 83. All right, there's still some vote to be counted. I think it's looking good. Indiana starting to shape up to be a wider victory for Todd Young as well in Indiana. So already we're seeing this here. Herschel's at 31 now. Again, a lot of that vote in Georgia is from the Atlanta area, so don't be too worried. You also have Augusta in. You have nothing out of Savannah yet, but we'll see. Florida, 36% of the vote is in. Where else do we have? Any other counties? Hillsborough in the early vote. Rubio's down 1. Hillsborough is going to go red. I mean, why have they not called this yet? I mean, it's pretty obvious what's going to happen. This is an earthquake in the state of Florida. I mean, usually they get hurricanes. Red hurricane. This is a tsunami, hurricane. You could even say bloodbath. Electorally speaking, of course. But DeSantis is outrunning him by 2. He's up in Hillsborough County. Some reason, and this is the thing, Christ is winning Pinellas, but he is their congressman. So he will overperform there. It's funny. Well, actually, Demings is up 2 there. Democrats somehow have their only county so far, but they're about to lose it to the Republicans. It's a county that Trump won in 2016, narrowly lost it in 2020. Orange County in the early vote is within 15. That's Orlando. Guys, that's Orlando. That's a blue stronghold. That's a major city. I've been to Orlando. It is very liberal. Walk around downtown Orlando at night. You are going to lose faith in humanity. Believe me. But even so, Orlando, 65% of the vote is in. 13-point game. Maybe this one could be within 10. Maybe. Let's go. Let's check Predict It. So far. Not a whole lot's changed. Let's see. Not a whole lot has changed. Jay Shug says all Senate swing states have bombed on Predict It. Yeah, I mean, I don't really think it matters. Predict is Predict It. I mean, they are very schizo with their movements. They just are. They have one opinion one minute, then the other minute they sway the other way. Somebody tweets something, you're going to see the betting odds move. It's how it works. Jack Smirking Revenge says, love your enthusiasm, Red Wave. Thank you. Westfield 90 says, I'm sad. Feel like it's going to be 2020. If we win tonight, we'll change overnight or a few days. Be patient. This is not 2020. It's not. Democrat turnout is far lower. There's far less mail-ins that they sent in. They didn't show up on Election Day in a lot of places. So I'm just saying, the forecast is a red wave, but we'll monitor. We will keep you guys posted throughout this entire process. This is true. Not trying to get ahead of ourselves here. John Cifaldi says, I love your enthusiasm and the haircut. Keep the red wave coming. Thank you. I got it today, actually. East of Dead says, or Eaters of Dead says, how do we put pressure on voting in the right leadership? If Kevin and Mitch are voting in, nothing will change. Ryan and Boehner 2.0. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. And I think Mitch will be gone after 2024. I think McCarthy is probably going to somehow or stay the majority or the House Speaker of the House if Republicans or when Republicans retake it. But it's the way it is. No estimates on the needle. We're going to beat the needle anyways. Man, Florida, why are you not getting called? It's easily like obvious, but they're not going to do it. They do it for ratings. They sit there and they're like, oh, this is a disaster, threat to democracy, white lash, all this stuff. Okay, whatever. But Republicans in Florida are some of the most competent people in the country in terms of their turnout operation. Whether you fully agree with everything that Florida Republicans stand for or not compared to the nation, it's honestly irrelevant at that point. Even though DeSantis has done a good job. Doesn't necessarily mean that he's the guy for 24, though. But I'm not going to get to that. This is not about 24. But we'll get to this. But Mullins Kemby, thank you. Based Imperialism says, hello from Massachusetts. I know my state is frequently hard blue, but for you to at least glance how my state is doing every now and then would be great. We will. We'll look at the results as they're called. But Florida, DeSantis by 7. Rubio by 4. With the early vote mainly in. Massive developments there. Georgia, 9% in. Warnock, big lead. A lot of that. Look at the Atlanta area. You talk about all the votes that have been counted. About 80% of them are from Fulton County alone. They already got their vote done. We're playing offense in Georgia, and Herschel Walker is our running back, and he's ready to stiff arm radical liberal Raphael Warnock right now. Hey, listen, it's about to happen. I believe it. I really do. But we'll see. He's at 33. We got to make up that margin. A lot of red, rural Georgia yet to come in. We'll see. Oh, God. Because Floyd County's reporting Marcus Flowers is probably leading of the Democrats. Somebody's going to screen cap that. Wait, let's find it. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Marcus Flowers, he's leading. Yeah, take your screenshot while it lasts and enjoy it because it's going to go away soon. And Ohio's going to close. Vance is going to, we'll look at that because that's the white working class state up in northeastern Ohio. That's Donald Trump's base, a bunch of disaffected white Americans living in mainly exurban areas in the Rust Belt. How they vote is going to be indicative to a certain degree of how Pennsylvania's going to go, how Michigan's going to go, and how Wisconsin, to a lesser extent, is going to go. Wisconsin is kind of a little bit more of like rural Iowa mixed in. Because like southwestern Wisconsin is more in common with rural Iowa than it does rural Ohio, although both have moved to the right. Zeldin, we don't get to that until 9 Eastern, which is 8 Central Time. Alabama, there's nothing in Alabama. Okay, what else is new? Anything else? New Hampshire, Bolduc is down, but where are the votes coming from? These are all early votes. These are all early votes because even the red counties are blue. No, these are all early votes, and Hassan's up 62-36. Meaningless to me. I want to see more results before I make that call because that's not going to hold. Even if Hassan wins, which I predicted that she would in my prediction, that's beside the point. 14,000 viewers. Like the stream down below. Subscribe if you haven't yet. Let's go. Let's see. Georgia. Yeah, people are saying Georgia. This is Atlanta. Most of these votes are already dumped from urban Atlanta. That is probably 80% black precincts overall, and Augusta. Augusta and Atlanta make up 90% of that vote dump that we saw. The fact that Warnock's at 66, if anything, is a warning sign. But we'll see. We'll go back to Florida. Any new results out of Florida? 46% of that vote is in. And Osceola County early vote, Demings is up by 5. That's going to flip. That's going to flip. Osceola's going to flip. Hillsboro's going to flip when the election day vote comes in. And already you are seeing the energy through the roof on the Republican side. You are not immune to a wave year. You are not going to be immune when your party is in power. And hey, we're not done to the autopsy report yet because we have a long way to go. We're not trying to jinx anything, but especially in Florida. Biden is hated in Florida. Democrats doubled down on the DeSantis is evil, Biden is great messaging in Florida. It's not panning out too well for Charlie Crist. He's going to lose by probably 15 when it's all said and done. Herschel's now at 36. That's with Carroll County, 45% in. Herschel's at 63 in Carroll County. A lot of early dumps in Carroll. Trump won at 68-29, right now 63-35. If the remaining votes come in for Herschel Walker, if they're election day votes, Herschel Walker is going to be outperforming Donald Trump in a county that's relatively populous next to Fulton County, which is suburban Atlanta. So we'll see. Got a long way to go here. Polls closing out of more states in about 4 minutes, guys. 4 minutes. All right, let's see. Jeff H. says, I've been waiting for this night for 2 years. Thanks for all you do. Thank you. You've been waiting for 2 years. That's a long time. Thank you. And I have been too, by the way. It's not to make, I'm not trying to say you shouldn't be waiting 2 years. You should be. Didgerido's Alt says, will Lake win by 5 to 10 plus? And thoughts on Crane and Ciscomani's chances tonight? Rep is a great guy. Praying for nothing but channel growth tonight in a red wave. Godspeed, King. Thank you. To help the channel growth, you could like and subscribe. But I don't think Lake is going to win by 5 to 10. I think she'll win by 4, maybe 5. That was my prediction in that range. I think around 4 is where I had her at. Crane and Ciscomani will both win, in my opinion. Don Finucci, thank you. Ben Lowry says, Oregon, red, Washington, AZ issues. We'll get to all that later. We're not to the West Coast yet. Dakota the Gamer says, watching from West Virginia, loving the stream, Trump 2024. Thank you. And absolutely, Trump 2024. He's the guy. He's the guy, which we'll talk about that later. Not tonight, but we've talked about it a lot tonight that we're not going to talk about it tonight. But yeah, let's go. Almighty Media says, watching live from Australia. Love your content, brother. Love the U.S. Thank you. Radical Businessman says, dumping rain at Orange County, California, low dem turnout. We'll see what happens in Orange County. I think we might be flipping Orange County, at least in some of these races. We'll see. You never know. You never know what goes on in Orange County. But Ken K says, here's to a good red night. Thank you. Absolutely. William Cregan says, Karine Jean-Pierre says, we believe this web wave was twisted. This is not what the American people really wanted to say. Yeah, well, who knows? And this is what's going to happen. They will do this. They will do the same thing that they accuse the opponents of doing. They will throw out these baseless allegations if they lose. Oh, we need more censorship on social media. The social media not censoring people was benefiting Republicans in a non-legitimate manner, which is ridiculous, by the way, that they would say that. But these people that we're up against are not serious people. They are losers. They're power hungry. And we have to do everything in our power to make sure that they go down tonight, which so far in Florida they have. But Florida's just one state. Let's check Virginia. Got to check on Virginia. Virginia's second. 8% of the vote is in. Republicans up by 16. They're up by 42 in the 7th. Virginia's 10th, they're up by 54, but that's very, very early on. We can't extrapolate from that data, but we will get to that. Gerald Armstrong says, breaking, democracy has just died in Kentucky, South Carolina, and Florida. Yeah, well, they haven't even called they haven't called Florida, but they should. It's ridiculous. Absolutely nonsense. Yeah, it's funny because you talk about democracy. The people, the popular vote that they've relied on so much, isn't even going to be on their side this year, more likely than not. It's not. We don't have a total generic ballot number really up here. They should have one. Decision desk, do they have one? Let's see, overview for the results, decision desk. I don't see it. I don't see it at all. But absolutely. It is absolutely insane what is going on here. Indiana, Georgia, New Hampshire, anything changed? No, this is more early vote in New Hampshire, mainly. Merrimack County, Hassan with a massive lead there, but early vote. This is all what it is. Belknap County, Bolduc leads with 7% in. I don't know what those votes really are, if they're election day votes or not, but Belknap went for Trump. So if that is early vote, that's great news for Don Bolduc. But if it's not so great. So we'll see. Georgia, let's see. Is Kemp at 42 or is he breaking 42? We're about to find out. Miami-Dade, R+8 in Miami-Dade County. You love to see what's going on in Miami. Yeah, Kemp is outrunning him by 4. If that margin holds, Herschel's going to win without a runoff. If it holds. A lot of vote to count. You're dealing with suburban Georgia, suburban Atlanta. That's what you're dealing with right now. Florida, great news. Rubio is now up by 7. They haven't counted a whole lot of election day votes in really any of these counties that I've seen. So it's going to get a lot redder, except Pinellas. Rubio leads in Pinellas. Is Christ losing his home county? Or Christ. I should say Christ. Definitely not. Definitely not pronounced Christ, even if it was pronounced Christ. We're going to pronounce it Christ regardless because, supports a lot of satanic policy, I could tell you that much. Pinellas County, his home county, down by 5. It's so over for Democrats in Florida. Palm Beach County, 69% in. That is an 8-point ball game right there. That could flip. Osceola flip. Look at that. Osceola is voting for Ron DeSantis. South of Orlando, heavily Democratic county in 2016. Even in 2020, I believe Trump did better there. And now you're seeing those trends continue. Osceola County, 14-point ball game. Southern suburbs of Orlando there. It is going for Ron DeSantis. 81% of the vote is in by 4. Orange County, that is Orlando, inner city Orlando, the Orlando proper. 7-point game for Charlie Crist. This is, that's huge. Palm Beach County, early in mail-in dump-in. Charlie Crist leads, but he leads by 8 points in that county. So already you're looking at 40 in Broward. You might flip Palm Beach if not get it close. And then Miami-Dade County, you're on track for a 10-point win. I think I said that could happen. I got laughed at by even some conservatives about a year ago. And now proves that we're actually right. Now we're going to go to Virginia again. Any new vote dumps? 5% in out of the 7th. Vegas still with a big lead. Keep in mind, Republicans are usually going to have an early lead in the state of Virginia. They always do. They did in 2020, 2017, 2016. So the Republicans are going to be overperforming in Virginia early. Don't be too, I guess you would say, excited. But still, Republicans are winning the districts they need to win so far. Are they going to hold them is a whole nother question. If Hung Cao is going to beat Jennifer Wexton, this is going to be a bloodbath for the Democrats. It absolutely will be. So I will say nothing new out of the 23rd district, though. They haven't called a lot of Florida House races. They should call them. They're not calling anything out of Florida because they're lazy. They don't want to admit they're losing early. They want to milk it for ratings. They'll talk about Georgia. They'll say Warnock still has a chance. He might, but it's not going to look good for him if a lot of this vote is early vote, and you already have parts of Clayton dumped, Fulton County 56% in, and you're up by 21. and rural Georgia hasn't even tabulated yet their election day votes. It's not looking good. Predict It might have something else to say, but even then, that's low impulse buyers reacting to that market. And this is a common theme that we see on election nights, typically with Predict It, which is why it's fun to look at, but they're not the be-all and end-all. Although they did predict the shift to the right in the Senate that 538 lagged behind on, but that's because so many people realized that 538 was just downright ridiculous. But on election night, the betting odds move really quickly. Karen Robson was in like in the 70s when the first vote dumps came in Arizona in the primary, and that didn't happen. So there's that. And we're waiting out more Florida results. Georgia still not a lot there. We'll go to Super Chats. Walker Barajas says, Deshaun Porter for Missouri Senate. Well, that fell short in the primary, didn't it? Atlas Shrug, thank you for becoming a member. Enclave National has sent the member chat. I've been watching since late 2019. Well, you're in the first 20K, aren't you? Rally Vrock says, based on current turnout, how are you feeling about Arizona? I'm feeling pretty good about Arizona. Based off of what I saw on the election day results, it's looking good. And that's with even taking what, the stuff into account that people have been talking about on Twitter all day. Doesn't matter. Still. LDS German Shepherd Boy says Phil Scott's ahead in Vermont. Yeah, they might as well just call that if he's going to win big. He had no opposition. Malloy's at 31.2. Scott is at 67. Yeah, he's a liberal. He's to the left of Biden, arguably. He calls himself a Republican. He's not. Sununu is losing. Yeah, that's not going to happen. And watch this. Bolduc's only trailing Sununu by 14. This is going down the wire. Because Sununu should be over. Sununu is supposed to win by 15 to 20 points. If Bolduc is only underperforming Sununu in the early vote by 13, that's not a good sign for the Democrats there. And Levitt is down by 26 so far, which is outperforming Bolduc by like 5 to 10. Burns is performing a little bit under Bolduc. He'll probably go down. Republicans weren't really expecting to win that race, but still it's early. You never know. You never know what's about to happen. North Carolina. Oh, we have poll closings out of 3 new states: Ohio, North Carolina, and where's the third one? It usually was 3. I don't know where the third one is actually. Let's go back to the top races. West Virginia, state that doesn't have any implications for anything really. But yeah, there might be some like amendments there. But North Carolina, early vote, Beasley up big. That's not surprising. It's really not. Mecklenburg County, Bud is at 29 with the early and mail-in votes already dumped in Mecklenburg. He's at 29. Trump got 31. He's going to vastly outperform Trump in the Charlotte area. He is more likely than not going to win when this is all said and done in the state of North Carolina. Can't call it yet because it's early, but yeah, Bud has it, North Carolina. We're not worried about that. Early margins, you guys have to understand how this works. Let's see. Dino Skull 19 says, I can't hover over the results on New York Times. Is there a setting I'm missing? It depends on what device you're using, I think. You might have to click if you're on your phone. Splice Stream says, late vote dump is butt surfers cover. I don't know what that means. Cover band name. Lance Hannekamp says, just voted in California today. Got a good feeling about California 49. Thanks for all you do. Longtime viewer. Thank you. Paywin Klozowicz, or however you pronounce that. Sorry if I butchered that. Says, cheers from Poland. Been watching you since 2 years ago. Thank you. British Perspective says, what is your favorite meal for you and your lady? I will send a donation after the results. Remember my percentage of overall votes. I don't know what that means. I think you're attempting to send me a super chat for like a dinner or something, which, I mean, you could do whichever you'd like to send. That's fine. I don't have a favorite meal off the top of my head. Trying to analyze election results. Obviously, we can talk about meals. We could talk about food later on, but right now we got results to get to. Let's see. Kyle Beckman says, checking in from Northern California. Prayers for a red wedding. If you know, you know. Red wave, I guess. I don't know what that refers to. Patrick Warden says, watch your live stream for the 2020 and Virginia races. You should strongly consider developing a polling and analytics site to rival 538. It's trash. Thanks for your content. I appreciate it, and I have thought very long and hard about that. But at the end of the day, I think that my analysis on YouTube does speak for itself. And obviously, we have the website. You could become a member, additional analysis. But I don't need to set up all these models. I look at the results and I come to my own conclusion. And I'm better than most models. I will say that. Most voter models. But yeah. Zelling says Justin Oz spiking Fatterman cheesesteaks with credite resulting in second stroke, causing panic among Pennsylvania dwellers. Okay, well, that's technically not true. It's not canon. It did not happen. But metaphorically speaking, when the results come in, we'll take a look at that. But yeah, Ted Buddy's already at 40. Florida, let's check in on Florida. Rubio is up by 9. Palm Beach, he trails by 10. DeSantis is outperforming Marco Rubio, which does say something. A lot of people initially anticipated that it would maybe even be the opposite, but DeSantis is doing better than Marco Rubio. He leads by 10 points with the Panhandle not even in yet. He's winning Miami-Dade County. He's winning Osceola County, winning Hillsborough, Duval, Pinellas, St. Lucie. He's winning every county Trump lost in 2020 and then some in the state that were, he lost from 2016, obviously. He's losing blue counties that are not going to go his way regardless, but still, a huge development out of the state of Florida. 62% of the vote is in. Rubio and DeSantis lead by around 10. They're going to win by double digits. Georgia, Walker's back to 40, and that's with Gwinnett County 27% in. And that's early vote. Warnock leads by 34 in Gwinnett County, and in 2020, Gwinnett went for Biden by 18. So we'll see if that margin decreases as we get closer to the final results. There are some other counties coming in MTG's district. I don't think we really need to see this other than to dunk on the Marcus Flowers truthers, and now he's down 71-20 or 71-29. Yeah. Millions of dollars spent on defeating MTG. Guy can't even get a third of the vote in that district. Embarrassing. Virginia, we'll check Virginia. This is huge. Kiggins expands the lead over Luria with 16% in. She's up by 12. That's a good sign. In Virginia, Virginia's 7th. Vega leads by 24 still. And then Hung Cao, 3% of the vote is in, still holding to a strong lead, 64-36 in the state of Virginia. And we could actually look at some of these districts here. Where are these votes coming in from, by the way? Loudoun County. Hung Cao is winning Loudoun County, but it is very early. Rappahannock County, 41% of the votes are in. He's at 71%. What did Trump get in that county in 2020? That's another question. 56. So he is vastly outperforming. And this is probably some election day vote in there, no doubt. But he is vastly outperforming Trump in the rurals. He's doing well in Loudoun. We'll wait and see what happens there. But, I mean, he doesn't need to win for this to be a good night for the Republicans. But if he does, that is the bow on top, the icing on the cake. And then there might be some icing on top of that, too, that we'll get to later. But, I tell you. North Carolina's 13th. Again, early vote. Bo Hines has got this. He's going to win when all the votes are counted. Wake County's halfway in. He's at 33 in Wake County, which is Raleigh. And then he'll do much better in these places as well. No questions there in terms of the House races, which do exist and are important, by the way. A lot of people don't like to talk about them, but they're real. They don't have a needle. They don't have enough data for that, but we'll see. Republicans are basically going to hold the House if they hold the 2nd district. If they win the 7th, that's huge. If they win the 10th, that's phenomenal. 4% of the vote is in Ohio. And J.D. Vance is trailing, but that's expected. Ohio counts the mail-ins first, as they should, just like Florida does. This is early vote out of Columbus right here. And Vance trails 31-69 to Tim Ryan. So don't panic. This is how it works in Ohio. Every cycle that Republicans win, let the Democrats cheer because their golden boy Tim Ryan, who's such a working-class populist who loves foreign wars, is at 69 for now. By the time that percentage of the votes in hits 30, he's not going to be leading. I can guarantee you that already. So we'll see what happens as the more results are tabulated here. Osceola now is going for Rubio. Orange is not. Orange probably, we had a good run in Orange this cycle, which again was not supposed to really flip. That's Orlando, but still, it's within 7 in the governor's race, so that's huge. Let's see. Debbie says, I'm ready for that red wave. Thank you for streaming updates. Best regards from West Virginia, Trump 2024. So true. Thank you. Vintage 35mm cameras. Thank you. Braxton Jackson. Thank you. Reagan Rattler Soccer Live says it's early, but Fox pointing out Walker's trailing Kemp by 4. Does that mean anything? I think it's a good thing. If he's trailing him by 7 or 8, you're in the danger zone. But if he's actually trailing him by 4 with Gwinnett in, he's at 40. Kemp so far. Let's see what Brian Kemp is at. They need to have all the results on the same page for Georgia. It's ridiculous. Kemp is at 44. Herschel's at 40. Good news for Herschel. He's on track to win if this holds. And Kemp does relatively in line with what the polls are expecting. Lyndon Bunghole Johnson says, breaking news, the Yakut Election Betting Corporation reports that Florida's imported hundreds of... Okay, if you guys are going to keep sending these super chats that mean nothing, I'm just not going to read them, and you're just going to be wasting your energy. You know, I want to get to everybody, but, you know, this is... Do a little bit of trolling, but the trolling just isn't really that funny. It's just too esoteric. Laughter is Deadly says, do you think Dems will redacted the election if they don't win? We'll look at the results when they're done. We'll look at the results and we'll analyze it from there. Chrissy Johnson says, Shane can't go live right now due to power outage in LA. Yeah, that's the cope. He beat up his studio. He threw the lights around over the place. The cameras are shattered. He went full water buffalo mode. And it's sad because we don't get to see him melt down. We didn't get to see it happen, but I know that's what happened. He saw the results out of Florida. He says, it's unreasonable. And the results are very reasonable for Marco Rubio and Ron DeSantis in the state of Florida. So we're 15 minutes away from Pennsylvania. We're getting results out of Pennsylvania soon. I know. How great is that? Old Favorite says something doesn't feel right about Georgia right now. We'll wait. I think Georgia's looking good. Of course, a lot of the votes are in Fulton County. That's where half of Warnock's votes are. Fulton, Gwinnett's got another quarter of them. Augusta has a big vote share of them as well. Be patient. Trust the plan for now. It's not over yet. We're not making a call. I'm not going to make that mistake again with Georgia. But the fact that they counted the mail-in votes in Fulton first is a big step in the right direction. And whatever you say about Brian Kemp, he does get some credit there. He does. Paul says, I'm terrified about North Carolina. Is it normal for Dems to lead this early? Absolutely. Already, it went from 33 for Bud to 41. Like, people need to be patient. That's why I'm here. You know, I understand not everybody's going to be following elections as much as I do. That's why I'm here, so I can share my knowledge with people. You don't have to panic. They count the mail-ins first in North Carolina. They count the urban areas first in North Carolina. It's just very early on. We'll go back to the House here. Brahms G says, watching in Southern California, hoping for a red tsunami. Linny 2 says, love your channel. Thanks for not being biased. Love your energy too. Ultra mega red moon. It is a red moon tonight, and thank you. A lot of people agree with the energy tonight, but I had to bring the energy because I'm just naturally hyped. The 4th district is going red right now with 10% of the voted in Virginia. That's not going to hold though. More likely than not. If that holds, that's abysmal for Dems. I don't even know what that district. Let's look at 270. Let's go to Virginia. The 4th district, yeah, that voted for, yeah, that went blue by 37 points. It's not going to hold. There's no way. There's no way that holds. Punkau, 10% of the vote in, leads by 8. Let's see. Yesli Vega, still big lead, but no new votes reported. 2nd district, Kiggins is up by 14 with almost 20% of the vote is in. Yeah, if that is anywhere near that at 50%, Republicans are going to hold the House easily. They'll gain seats. Absolutely. Georgia's at 19. Walker now at 42%. So we'll see as the votes come in. Anything out of the needle? No, nothing out of the needle. But 19% now. So Henry County, 64% of the vote is in. Early dump. Warnock ahead, 67-31. We'll go back down to Georgia. Henry County, Biden by 20. So that margin's likely not going to hold, especially because Kemp is going to outperform Trump in Georgia. So it's still very, very early on. Vance is at 33. He gained 2% in the 1% vote dump. Easy. Stark County, that's Tim Ryan's area, or actually Summit County's Tim Ryan's area. Early vote so far, just a blue county. He's only up by 6. If Summit County flips, I'm going to laugh. I don't believe it will. But the early vote is not looking good there, but it's just one dump. It could be from a red precinct. We don't know where it's coming from. So just bear with me here. Okay, I'm going to go back to the House. We got more super chats here. Jeremy Greenberg says, what do you think of the Trump-DeSantis rift? He called him Ron DeSanctimonious. We'll get into that at a different time, but I mean, this is bound to happen, and Trump is being pressured by a lot of these establishment figures not to run, and they're coalescing around Ron DeSantis because they view him as like a career politician, more controllable, will have to be more dependent on, you know, money out state to win a federal election. There's many reasons for why that is, and we'll get to that later. But no, I support Trump over DeSantis for 2024. I support DeSantis in Florida. He's doing a great job in Florida so far, and he's leading massively so far. You look at Florida, the results speak for themselves. No panhandling. He's up by how many points now? 14. 77% of the vote in Palm Beach. He's within 3 points in Palm Beach. He is going to flip Palm Beach and Miami-Dade and Osceola and Hillsborough and Duval in 2022 of all years, which is a year where a lot of those counties 6 years ago, if you were to say this, people would be scratching their heads. You'd be put on all the bad electoral takes Twitter accounts. People would make fun of you. Now we're sitting here with not even all of the election day vote counted, and that's the case. Incredible for the Republicans in the state of Florida. Rubio now leads by 10. So my safe R prediction in Florida is going to hold. That's not even with the panhandling. So that's just the way that it is. Bud now at 42%. He's gaining in every vote dump. Vance is gaining in every vote dump. He's now at 37. People need to trust the plan. BD Camp says, what's up with Guam? They flipped it. Good job. Gerald Armstrong says 70% turnout in Berks, Pennsylvania per Jack Posobiec. Well, that's good news. I mean, if so, Berks, I believe that's a red county. I believe Berks County is a red county, isn't it? Let me look at Pennsylvania. Yeah, it's a red county. We went for Trump by 8. That means the Trump base is probably coming out for Oz and hopefully Mastriano. I don't want to see a whole lot of ticket splitting when we get to PA. You know, I don't want to see that. If Mastriano pulls off a miracle tonight, which I'm not saying is going to happen, but I think there's a chance, then Democrats will be scratching their heads for the rest of their lives as to how that happened. And Pennsylvania would become another Florida, but better, because I think Mastriano would be better than DeSantis. But in terms of his ability to win tonight, the odds are not in his favor, but we'll see. John Waffle says, is Miles losing? Miles who? I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, is he a Democrat or of sorts? Andriy Kolanov says DeSantis landslide real. Timothy Newport, thank you. Jay Gonzalez says, has anyone really been far as decided to use even, I don't know what that means. Nolan Anderson says, breaking. Peter Meyer lost his job as Meyer grocery assistant manager due to spending all of his shifts looking around store for a pot of gold. The creepy weirdo leprechaun himself. He lost that election in Michigan's 3rd in the primary. That was huge. Enclave Nationalist says, I've come to inform you surpassed LTE in subscribers. We have, huh? Well, I know we tied him, but I didn't know we beat him. Make sure you guys like and subscribe. We are at 156, so we do claim the crown officially. So, yeah, thanks for playing. But Teflon Rep has taken yet another dub. William Cragen says, honest percentage of Zeldin winning, 10%, honestly, but I'm not very bullish on it. I think it'll be within 10, but we'll see. Randy Hausner says, I live in Phoenix. One poll was too crowded because machines are breaking, so I had to go to another one. Did vote, though. Well, good for you. Are you allowed to do that? I don't know. I can't speak on that, but if you are, then good. If not, might be an issue with your vote getting counted. Helicopter Kick says, I'm waiting on Georgia to send in Athens, where Walker's a folk hero, their Heisman and national champion. Wait a minute. Isn't Athens in a blue county, though? I don't know if he's vastly going to overperform there. Might do better there than you would expect any Republican to do, but, Athens is right here. Okay, Athens, is that a blue county in Athens? Yeah, very blue. 28% for Trump, If he breaks the mid-30s there, then football will be a factor. VAH faxes, can you explain each county in each state a House seat? I don't know what that exactly means. Is each county oh, no, that is not how it works. Each county is just an arbitrary defined area that has a certain amount of population in it, and then there are certain county-wide policies that will exist thereof, but they don't have as much power as local like officials or state officials. But that's the way it is. Justin Hopkins says, check out Ralston tweets about Nevada turnout. Could do that, but we'll wait a little bit to get to Nevada. Mav Dix says, rep, from the bottom of my heart, I love you. Well, thank you. I love you too. I love you all. I love all 16,000 of you guys in the live chat, by the way. Even those who really don't love me all that much. But Ted Budd, now he's at 43. So he's getting more votes as more votes are counted. Florida, they haven't counted. Oh, what is this? That's funny. Tuan Wen. I don't know who Tuan Wen is, but this is funny. The independent candidate that I don't know who they are is leading in New York Times for Highlands County. I don't think that's a thing. I think that that's a tabulation error, but it's still funny to look at. So Nolan Anderson says Reagan Fox called Arizona. We already had that super chat sent in, by the way, exactly. Let's see. We got a lot of super chats to get to. Let's get to some results. Then we'll get to the super chats. I'll try to read as many of them as I possibly can. But yeah. Vance at 38. Todd Young at 64. Fort Wayne is coming in more Republican than the initial dump. I was vindicated. Some of these counties. Switzerland County is 88% in. Todd Young is at 74. Is he outperforming Trump in Switzerland County? In line with Trump. That's going to be good enough in your rural areas, especially on a midterm year with Trump not on the ballot. So, Stark County, 27% of the vote in. Early vote mainly. Stark County went for Trump. Went for Trump by 18. That one is going to swing hard to Vance when the election day vote comes in. Easily. Let's see. Any other results? Go back to the House. A little vertical sip there. Interesting. But Vega, 59-41. 32% of the vote in. Vega still has her lead. We'll wait and see if that holds, but that is big news if it does. Steve Chabot is up in Ohio, early vote. Jesse Oto's down in the early vote there. Where's Majewski's district? It's not on here, is it? It's not on here for some reason. Where's Ohio's 13th? Do we have any results in, or not the 13th, we don't have any results in for the Majewski. It's the 9th. It's the 9th. There's nothing there. So we'll wait on that one. But that's huge. You get an America First candidate in there beating an entrenched Democrat and somebody the neocons absolutely despise, by the way. So it's another middle finger to them as well, which would be a bonus. Ted Budd's now at 44%. 42% of the votes have been counted. Walker still at 41%. What is Kemp at in Georgia? Because so much of the red area has not reported yet. Kemp is slated to win big. He's now at 44.9. Walker's 4 points down. That leads me to believe that if Kemp wins by more than 4, which he will, the polls had him up by like 9, then Herschel Walker's going to a runoff. If he wins by like 6 or 7, Herschel Walker is going to win this election outright, which would be absolutely huge. And MTG is winning 73-27. I don't know how they're not calling this yet. If this was any other year, they'd be calling these early races for these Democrats. They haven't been doing it this year for a reason. And I wonder why that reason is. I really do. So New Hampshire, 10% of the vote is in. Florida, nothing new. Georgia, nothing new. We'll go to Super Chats then, huh? We're 2 minutes away from poll closings. Let's get to... Okay, John Waffle says Miles is the guy in Virginia's 8th. So let's see. Virginia's 8th. Let's see. The 8th district. Apparently not. That's not accurate at all. Unless it's not even a new seat. Oh, it's the 11th. Yeah, the 11th district in Virginia, that's blue by 41 points. That's going to go blue. Unless hell would freeze over, which it's not at that level tonight. We're doing good, but we're not doing that good, and we're not going to be doing that good. We're too polarized as a country. Let's see. Let's see here. Oh, there's so many super chats. Branch Covidian says, thank you for everything you do. Voted straight R in Illinois, hoping for the best tonight. Thank you. You did your part. Tyler Cruz says, my mom loves your videos. Thanks for the update. Thank you for the super chat. Kyle Dixon says, I eat eggs. Do you like eggs? I do like eggs. This is absolutely true. Amino Jocko says, I know Minnesota is flyover, but when did the results start from there? Probably like 9 o'clock. And that's statewide, so we'll see. Can we end the drought? How many years has it been? 2006. Since 2006, there has not been a Republican official, and it was their centrist governor. And before that, it was Coleman winning in 2002. Can they get a statewide Republican win? The drought is mounting up. It's been 16 years. That is a massive drought. 2006 was a vastly different year. George Bush was in the White House. But in terms of a non-incumbent winning, 2002. That is 20 years ago. I couldn't even talk at that time. I mean, that's a long, long time ago. They haven't been able to get anything done there, but you never know. This could be the year. Maybe the state auditor, that Legal Marijuana Now party, may actually come back to bite the Dems in the rear end and end up giving the attorney, well, maybe not the attorney general's race because there's no candidate there, but some of the other races there, like the 2nd district again, which again is just laughable. But no, we'll see. Virginia 7th, 36% of the vote is in. Yesli Vega up by 18 points. But there's nothing in out of Albemarle County, which again, what county is that again? Albemarle? It's not a big county. That's a small county. I don't even know where it is on the map here. Wait, where is this district? Okay, so you have Culpeper, Stafford County, the county northeast of Stafford. So just, I don't know. That would be, I guess, why is Prince William is there, right? That's Prince William. No, that's Prince William County. Though there's more counties here. Yeah, that's going to probably come in a little bit more Dem. So Vega's building up her vote sink already. And Spotsylvania County, 61% of the vote there. If you want to look at the results in 2020 out of Spotsylvania, she is vastly outperforming Donald Trump there. But will it hold is the real question. So Florida is now 72%. Okay, it is now 8 o'clock on the East Coast. We have poll closings out of several states. We've got Maine, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Delaware, New Jersey, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, Indiana, Michigan, North Dakota, South Dakota. Let's go. We've got a lot of states and a lot of results that are going to be pouring in any minute now that we're about to see. Could we get the first results out of Michigan? That would be huge because still there's so much we don't know to determine the magnitude of this wave. We knew Florida was going to go red. North Carolina was going to go red. Ohio's going to go red. When all the votes are counted, all 3 states are going to go red. But still, the bellwether districts, a lot we don't know out of them. And on top of that, there's just so many other indicators. We were looking at Georgia. Herschel's in good shape. If the polls are anywhere near accurate, that's a good sign. If that's true, Republicans are going to more likely than not retake the Senate. But we still have to wait for more votes to come in out of these other key states. We've got a long way to go here. An absolutely long way to go. So we got poll closings. We'll be waiting for results to pour in any minute now out of some of these new states. Georgia's now at 26. Walker gaining. He's at 43. Gwinnett County, there's nothing out of DeKalb, nothing out of Cobb, nothing out of Cherokee or Forsyth. Go down to Georgia here. These are counties up here that still voted for Trump. They're very exurban in Atlanta. They haven't moved to the left, I guess, as much over the recent years as some of these other counties have. But still, 43 for Walker, 56 for radical liberal Raphael Warnock, the ironically funny nickname that was given to him by his horrendous opponent. And we have results out of Pennsylvania. Pittsburgh, mail-in vote is in. Fetterman's beating Oz 84-15. That's not surprising. That doesn't really indicate very much. That's the early vote out of Pittsburgh. Let me check the House results. Let's check on Mike Doyle for a second. He's at 25% in that district. He's outperforming. Again, this is funny because the current incumbent's a Democrat named Mike Doyle. He retired. Mike Doyle, the Republican, has come in to replace him as the candidate. Democrats running a Bernie type of candidate for Congress there. We'll see what happens in that election, but some people say it could be closer than anticipated, but there's just so much we don't know. 3% of the vote is in there in Pennsylvania, Allegheny County. So already Dems are cannibalizing some of their votes there. They have about a 90,000 vote lead for now. So again, Democrats are getting their hopes up. Even the needle's back. The needle's back. Ohio's leaning R. Florida's leaning R. Georgia, they keep as toss-up. North Carolina's leaning R. Pennsylvania's still a toss-up. New Hampshire, they have as leaning D with their needle. So this is where it is. Republicans probably winning control of the House. It's not going to be 76. There's no way. We're looking at the results as they're pouring in out of Virginia. Let's see. The 4th district, very likely D. 7th is a toss-up. 10th, they will say Hung Cao loses. He is now trailing. The 5th district will likely go red. 7th is a toss-up. But the 2nd district, they still have it as a toss-up. But we'll see when it's all said and done. I don't trust the needle. I beat the needle. That's what I do. And this is true. Leaning R, no. This is going to be easily going to Vance. They admit North Carolina is going red. They're just going to be slow to admit it. They called it for Mark Wayne Mullen. They called it for Langford out of Oklahoma. The Red Eagle Politics Decision Desk can call those two as well. But we have a long, long way to go here before we actually end up getting some meaningful results. Connecticut they called, Pennsylvania. And again, it pisses me off to no end, excuse the language, how they call these Democrat states instantly. But Indiana, Todd Young is a 30-point lead with 22% of the vote in, and they're not calling it. It's ridiculous. Absolutely nonsense. So Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, mail-in votes are in. Oz is at 6% so far there. He's going to be getting shellacked in the early vote because Democrats are voting early. Don't panic. Just don't panic. Let's check in on anything out of Rhode Island's governorship. No. Okay. But again, the governorships there, they just don't have a tab for the governor's races. It's nonsense. But what can I say? Missouri, yeah. Again, early returns in Missouri are not the most accurate. So don't worry about Missouri. Don't worry about Missouri. North Carolina, Bud doing well. Pennsylvania, long way to go. They say New Hampshire's leaning D, but again, that's very early returns that they're analyzing. There's so much we don't know. Film Writers Group says, the GOP overperforming in California, kicking it stronger this year than past election. This is true if the early vote is accurate. Lions 1956 says, how should I feel about Walker right now? You should feel good. You should feel pretty good about Walker. I'm not nervous about Georgia. I think that they put it as toss-up initially. That's a good thing for him. If anything, Brian Kemp, if you look at it, the governor's race in Georgia, let's see what they put that as. Do they put that one as leaning R? Do they put that one as toss-up? No, they haven't changed. They haven't changed the needle. They haven't changed the needle at all. 25% of the vote is in. Kemp is down by just 5 points, by the way. And Gwinnett County, he's not outperforming Walker by a ridiculous amount there. He's only doing it by 6. So if he's outperforming Walker by like 5 to 6 in the Atlanta area, and then outstate he's outperforming by even more, or he's like running in line is what I was trying to say. Good news for Herschel Walker, because that's the race to watch. We know what's about to happen in the state of Georgia because we see it. There is a ticket split there. But actually, let's see. It's about outrunning him. Technically, if you want to look at the total results there, what is that? It's at a 6-point disadvantage versus about a 12 to 13. So that is a little bit more of a differing margin there if you look at it percentage-wise. But either way, it should be decent. And we have a major call to make. Ron DeSantis has won re-election out of the state of Florida. Ron DeSantis has won. He outperformed everywhere. This is insanity what happened in Florida. Democrats are scratching their heads as to how it's happening. Palm Beach County, that's gone. It's Republican. DeSantis is in the lead. That is incredible. A lot of people didn't anticipate Palm Beach to flip or Miami to go red by 10 or more, but that is exactly what happened tonight in the state of Florida. So that's huge. And statewide, in terms of these, not just statewide, but the House races, looking good for Republicans. So we're going to go back to the state of Georgia, 30% of the vote in there. Again, not a whole lot is new. So we will go back to the other Senate races. J.D. Vance in Ohio, he's at 41%. He's narrowing the gap there. Cuyahoga County is red right now, which is not going to hold, but an interesting aesthetic with the early returns in. But a lot of these returns in these counties are like mail-in returns. You look at them in places like Stark County. The election day votes come in. They're going to overswamp the Dems. Ryan leads by 18 now. He's not going to be leading in about 30, 40 minutes or so if this continues. Ted Budd, similar situation in North Carolina. Pennsylvania, Oz still down by a ridiculous amount so far, but check the ticket split here. He is down by 74. Mastriano is down by 82. But these are Dem areas that are turning out. If the rest of the state turns out, it's very possible that ticket splitting could be less than that, and it just depends how the results pour in. Got a long way to go. Shout out to Simon Mueller, veteran Redbeard, says, I'm in Oregon, hoping Measure 114 is voted down. Very scary gun control. Go Drazen. We'll get to that later. But yeah, Dago Harpanau, thank you. Cole says, could you please check Maricopa County? It's not in yet. Jesus Saldana says, Red Cataclysm. Max Road 1, thank you for the 10. Thu Kang 1994 says, do you believe in a red wave? Good job on your channel growth. Thank you, and yes, I do. Shout out to Thomas Payne for another 50. Glenn Copeland says, I'd love to see our demographic fallout from the election. How much percentage-wise has the African-American and Hispanic vote have the Dems lost in 2 years? It's not just them losing it. It's turnout. Turnout matters. If black voters are disillusioned with the Dems, don't vote Republican, don't turn out, then that's still going to net Republicans positive energy there. So it's absolutely true from what we see. Kansas is in 1%. That's kind of meaningless, though. 28% in Butler County. Let me see the full results in Kansas, because there's a competitive governorship there. And this is a 4-point race in rural Butler County. It's not looking too good so far. But again, if that's the early vote, it's probably not going to make that much of a difference. Kobach leads by more than Schmidt leads by, which is also interesting, by the way, just throwing that out there. Kobach, who lost the state in 2018, he's in the driver's seat right now in that race, but still just the early vote. Wouldn't read too much into it, even in these rural areas. So North Carolina, any of these places are closing in on 100%? Apparently not. We don't really have any. Okay, we have some counties moving to the right. Robertson County voted more Dem compared to past years, but I think that might be a glitch in terms of the percentage of the votes in, unless there's only 100 or 1,000 votes in that county, which I'm not sure about. But Ohio County, Indiana, moved to the right. Davies County, Orange County. These counties are all moving to the right here. This is a red wave, make no mistake. These are pretty much all red arrows, which is huge, and that compares it to the presidential race. Walker got it within 12, 31% of the vote reporting. Pennsylvania, Fetterman is up still, but that's Democrat early vote in the mix. So we're waiting here. Bruce Rice says, much love for the salty army. Be worth your salt. Thank you. Braden Marcini says, Oz Mastriano, let's go. Stephen LeBlanc says, I know it's a long shot, but what's going on in Connecticut? Probably going to go blue. Stefanowski didn't run the best campaign this time around. Paulo Corelli says, new super member on the website. Love what you do, young man. You give me faith for our future. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. The British Perspective says, by 2024, you'll have 1 million subs, in my opinion, if supporting Trump in 2024 adds a sports event to your prediction. Oh, it will. Tonight is a sporting event to a certain degree. Some people will say that you shouldn't be looking at politics like it's a team sport. And that's true, because you have to hold your leaders accountable, even of your own party. But tonight, we're on one side. We want to see them cope. We want to win. This is the sporting event. And then the sporting event is also when these people take power and they actually use it, then that's going to be fun. But if they don't use it, which a lot of these rhinos are not going to, which is sad, then, hey, well, it was all for nothing. But Donald Trump coming in 2024, he keeps the place in order. He can keep these people in line. He knows how to navigate the swamp more now than he did back in 2016 when he was an outsider. He didn't know how entrenched the system truly was. People trying to infiltrate his own cabinet, trying to weaken his administration at nearly every single turn. But either way, we're back. So we are so back, and that's the way it is. Let's see, Georgia, nothing. There's just not a lot of new votes coming in right now. So we're waiting. We're waiting on some more votes to drop. The needle still says toss up for the Senate race. Republicans are leading the House. We'll go to Virginia in the House. That 2nd district, Kiggin's still up. Vega's still up in the 7th. So that's good news. Hung cow. Now it's likely D. It was very likely D. Now it's moved back to likely D from last time. North Carolina's 12th, or wait, what districts are competitive there? It's the 13th district and the 1st district. 1st district, Smith down by 18 in the early vote. That one could flip. They put it as leaning D. The 13th they have as a toss-up. Bo Hines is going to win that when it's all said and done. That's going to be another seat in the Republican column, almost certainly there. So, back to the Senate race as we go. Georgia, 55-43. Where are the votes? Oh, Cobb County's early votes are in. And Warnock has a 20-point lead. Walker's already at 39 in Cobb. In Cobb, Trump got 42. If he can get that margin up there, if he can outrun Trump in Cobb County, he can outrun Trump in Gwinnett, which, again, Trump in Gwinnett got 40, which, again, he has some work to do there. Oh, they put into Cobb. They put into Cobb just 7% of the vote there. A lot of these are early mail-in dumps. There's a reason why you look at it even in some of these red counties and you see Brian Kemp trailing Stacey Abrams. Every Democrat's winning so far in Georgia, but that's not going to hold up, and we know it's not going to hold up. They haven't called Rubio the winner. I don't know why. Technically, you could say they have to wait for the Panhandle polls to close, but there's no reason why that this race is not called at all. There's no reason, because we know the winner. It's just not being called. So anything else here today? We'll go to Super Chats. Polite Rude Guy says, check Texas. Oh, yeah, Texas. How do we forget about Texas? Yeah, Beto's winning, but like Dallas is 52% in, and that's the early vote, and he's already underperforming Biden. It's over. Tarrant County, there you go. Look at the background behind me. That's exactly where you would find it. And Greg Abbott, in the early vote so far, he's at 51. So that's the bellwether. Beto's already done. He's cooked. He's over. I don't know what's going to happen. Travis County, Abbott's at 24. In Travis, you want to look at Travis here. Travis 26 is what Trump got. So again, that is early vote in Travis. Williamson, that's going to flip Republican. It went blue in 2020, but it's almost certainly going to flip Republican this cycle. Denton County, that's moved to the left in recent years. Abbott's up by 12. He's outperforming Trump there, and that's just the early vote. Kaufman County, he's at 67. What did Kaufman do? He's overperforming Trump in the early vote in these Texas counties. The only reason why O'Rourke has a lead is because the counties that are in are all Democrat counties. Austin's almost all the way in. Dallas is almost all the way in. Rural Texas, South Texas, nothing. When those counties come in, it's ball game over for Beta O'Rourke. And this is true. We don't have any results in South Texas yet as well. These are going to be the competitive districts. There's only 3 of them. All of them are majority Hispanic, but they're Tejano. They have moved right. De La Cruz will likely win the 15th. Flores 50-50 for the 34th. And in the 28th, Cassie Garcia, she could be Cuellar. He's got corruption scandals. He didn't have those in 2020. So the whole blue dog thing, it's not going to work as much as it did in years past. Still might be enough to bail him out, even in this national environment, but by how much is the real question. And if it's not enough, then it's over. So that is true. Texas, we can't forget about the state of Texas. Kansas, do they have anything in David's district? They do not. Estes is winning big in the 4th. So yes. Anything else is new? Bud is now he's at 45 with 50% reporting. So that one will likely go into the Republican column when it's all said and done. Even the New York Times is admitting that he needs 100,000 votes. There's a lot more than 100,000 votes remaining for him to get actually a little bit more. He'll need a little bit more than that, but he's probably going to win. J.D. Vance is probably going to win. There's a lot of votes left that haven't been counted. Pretty much all of the mail-in votes are in out of all of the blue counties. The remaining votes are going to go Republican. We saw this in Florida. We're going to see it in North Carolina, Ohio, Georgia to a large degree, and Pennsylvania. We have some rural counties in. Perry County, 10% in. Oz with 78% in Perry County, Pennsylvania. What did Donald Trump get in Perry County? Donald Trump in Perry County, he got 74. So if that margin holds, Oz is outperforming Trump. In rural Pennsylvania, I don't know if it will because Cumberland County, which is right next to it, Fetterman has a lead, which again, Cumberland County, Trump won by 10. This is obviously early vote. It is not going to hold. That's 22% of the vote. The remainder of the vote in the state even is going to be overwhelmingly Republican. So far, Fetterman can only muster up a lead that's counted of not even 200,000 votes, give or take. So there you go. Third of the vote is counted in Georgia. Warnock has votes in all of the major Atlanta area counties, and he's at 55. He leads by 12. Will that hold? If he drops below 50, we're going to a runoff. Or Herschel Walker, if he manages to get up towards 50, he's going to win. He's the running back. He's going on offense. We'll see what happens. Back to the House, Virginia. Nothing new out of the first. The second, Kiggin still with a massive lead. More votes counted. Vega up by 10 in the 7th district right there. And in terms of Ohio, Majewski, he's at 38%. A lot of that's early vote, and he's at 38. He's got a shot. That's 7% of the vote reporting. They said he wouldn't have a chance. He has a shot. We'll see if it actually plays out for him as the night goes on. Having to get more water soon, actually. I don't want to do the water break right now. We're still waiting for some results to pour in. Let's get some more super chats in there. Logan Piaket says, do you think Kansas governor will swing back red? I do. I think so. Dan Krieger says, hey, Rep, RCP called Florida for DeSantis and Rubio. I think by the end, Rubio by 15 to 16 and DeSantis by 18 to 20. Yeah, you never know. Liberty or Death says, can't wait for Robert O'Rourke to lose in Texas. We ain't having that crap here. Bye, Robert. OJ 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 says, 812 former intelligence office officials have a letter sharing the elections of bearing the earmarks of a blue wave. Well, that's not going to happen. I don't know what that is, but that's not going to happen. It literally can't even happen. There's no blue wave. They're not winning the 2nd district of Virginia. There's no way that it's going to be a blue wave. I mean, the 5th district would be competitive if this was a blue wave, and Bob Good has a massive lead and will win by a decent margin, so I don't know what that is. Let's see. Oh, we have a lot more super chats to get to, man. This is crazy. All right, shout out to Just Lucky, I guess. Daigo Harpenhouse is from San Diego. Dolly has no chance. I'll cross my fingers. What positives for Cali conservatives should I look forward to tonight and post midterms? House races. Dallas Sucks 69 says, when Republicans take the Senate, will Manchin switch parties? Probably not, but he'll probably lose in 2024, retire, might even go for governor, but probably fall short, honestly, in this national environment with Trump on the ticket. Paul says, I'll cry if North Carolina goes blue. Everyone pray. It's not going blue. It's literally not going blue. You have nothing to worry about in North Carolina. 51% of the vote is counted. Ted Budd, he's now within 8. He's going to win this election. There's no questions about it. Ohio, you look at Ohio, Vance is going to close in, but they just got to count the votes. Count them soon so we don't have to wait. Let's check Michigan. Do we have any results out of Michigan? We do. Gretchen Whitmer has a massive lead, but these are early votes in Oakland County, which is probably going to go for Whitmer regardless. That's where her margin is going to come from. So far, Washtenaw, Dixon's up. That's not going to hold. Kalamazoo, yeah, Dixon's not going to win that county either. So they're all over the place in terms of the results right now. But early returns in Michigan, nothing juicy out of Michigan. But in terms of the Senate here, Vance now at 43. Already, you see gains. Pennsylvania, anything new for MAGA Mehmet, no, I don't see it. Oh, Erie County is in 1%, not even. Washington early votes Fetterman's win. Yeah, that's not going to hold. Oh, man. What year is this? 1996? Absolutely not. Southern Paradise says, thank you for being patient with our impatience. You're awesome. Let's go, MAGA. Thank you. AGA Eckley says, I voted in Florida. Did not see democracy on my balance, so I voted Republican. Yeah, the battle box, as Biden said. We settle our differences peaceably at the battle box. I don't know what that is, but that's what he said. Jason Jones with the 50 says, you're a rock star, bro. Keep doing what you're doing. Well, thank you for the 50. Appreciate it. Kentucky Liberty Virtue has voted for Rand Paul and yes on Amendment 2. Proud to destroy Charles Booker with a big blow on Little Andy for the next year. 250 and 54 inbound. Let's make it happen. Let's go to Kentucky. Go to that amendment. So far, no is in the lead, but 24% of the votes are in. And it's probably, I mean, if it's underperforming by around 20 to 30, there's a chance that it passes. So you would see the abortion restriction in Kentucky. We'll have to find out. Jerry K says, Canada watching closely. Let's go Republicans. Aldo E. Arendido says, been a fan for a while. Whatever happened to Noble Gold? Do you think investment's good considering the climate of the economy? Yep. Yeah, you guys know the link, noblegoldinvestments.com. Jay Shooks has predicted, says Fetterman now up. Of course, it's the early returns. Therefore, we have to swing it back. I'm sick of these people. If that has nothing to do with the implication of this election. Now they're going to swing the markets back. If he's at 54, Walker's still in the lead. Masters now trails despite leading all day. It's not like any new intel has come out over the past couple hours that's changed anything meaningful. So, whatever. Indianapolis just dropped, by the way. Todd Young's still outperforming Donald Trump in the state. Vance is within 8. He's within 8 right now. 18% of the vote reporting. Wood County still going blue, and so is Ottawa. These are going to flip red. And Majewski, those are his counties that he's going to need to win too. Funtime Freddy says Transylvania County in North Carolina is blue, which is a 15-plus county for Trump, not looking good for blood. Bud, not blood. Transylvania County. Oh, blood. Yeah, I guess that Freudian reference there. Let's see. Are these counties 100% in, though? I don't see a single county 100% of the way in. Not a single one. So, wouldn't look too much into it. Bud is going to win this thing. I don't understand why people think he's not going to. They don't, obviously, if you don't know how returns work in North Carolina, it's one thing. He led in the polls by 8 points. He's been gaining in every vote dump. There's no question about it. J.D. Vance is about to take the lead in Ohio pretty soon here. And we're going on 8:30. Arkansas polls are about to close, but we know the result there. And Herschel's now at 44. More votes are being counted. There have been some early dumps in Athens County. The early vote there, he's at 25. In 2020, Donald Trump in Athens. Looking at Athens right here. Clark County got 28. So he might outperform Trump in Athens. Again, Georgia Bulldogs. That was the football team that he played for. He was very popular, star running back, Heisman Trophy winner, but he needs to deliver a major touchdown tonight against Warnock, and now he cuts him below 55% with that latest vote dump. That's a very good sign. So we'll go back to Texas. I'm not forgetting about the governorships. Nothing is really new there. Dallas County, Tarrant, Denton, and Collin. Abbott in the early vote is outperforming Trump in all of them, in pretty much every county. So even though O'Rourke leads now, he's not going to be leading for much longer. And Garcia, with 13% of the vote in, is leading Henry Cuellar in this district, although a lot of the results coming in from a red part of northeastern San Antonio, so take it with a grain of salt. But if Henry Cuellar goes down, that would be a very, very notable symbol of the realignment that we are seeing before our very eyes here in some of these Tejano communities, which again is not representative of all Hispanic Americans nationwide. South Texas is very unique. It has its own culture, its own set of traditions in the Rio Grande Valley. But even though that's not really the Rio Grande Valley, there's still a lot of Tejanos that live in central Texas. A lot of Hispanics in Texas technically are Tejanos. And now Bud's down by just 7. So 1% of the vote was counted. He cut her lead by 1 point. So I don't know why people are worried. They have it as lean R in the New York Times, of all places. Bolduc still trailing in New Hampshire. Is Sununu trolling? Or trailing, not trolling. You do a little bit of trolling. No, but New Hampshire. Let's see. Sununu now leads. So Bolduc's under running him by around 15 to 20 points, I guess you would say. Okay. We'll see. Long way to go. Long way to go. Falvey Pollard says, I live in Massachusetts, 9 any hope for Jesse Brown? Probably not. Mark in LA says, Red Eagle's the place to be for politics. True, especially tonight. 17,000 live viewers. Like that stream. Let's get to 10,000 likes. Subscribe to the channel if you are new. Shout out to Nikolai. That one oddball to CNN called Florida for DeSantis and Rubio already. Correct. That's the right thing to do for once. Broken clock. LDS German Shepherd Boy. What's up with Vance in Ohio? He'll win. He's already got the lead down from like 70-30 to 57-43, and not even a quarter of the vote is counted. Just called DeSantis in Florida. Yes. At large 47. Thank you. MJ says they don't call early for ours because the Dem is never out of it, etc. Can't read the rest. Thanks for the super chat. Alex Sanchez says dark time ahead for Illinois. Yes. John Johnson says, what is the likely breakdown between rhinos versus MAGA? Will the Trump agenda be realized? Well, we got to keep pushing. That's a whole nother fight, a whole nother stream, a whole nother discussion. DC Perspective says Anna Polina projected winner according to Decision Desk. Yeah, that district was always pretty much going to be a flip. Ronald Garcia says check Texas. We've been checking Texas. Tom Sperano says what would be the early sign of a Mastriano victory? Him running in line with Oz or like just barely behind, but right now we can't extrapolate enough from it because there's so many there's such few votes that have been counted that we can't really know. And now Bud is trailing by 6 with no % of the vote added. So there you go. Anybody who thought North Carolina would be competitive, not looking too good for the Plan Not Trusters here in live chat. No shade at anybody in particular, but that's just the way that it is. Matt Guyver says, looks like only Pittsburgh and Philly have votes. I need more water. Have votes in so far in Pennsylvania, all Dem areas. Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of the indicator right there. They don't have any of their votes in that they would need. Like, for example, if the total results were in out of Chester County and Fetterman was up by 20, I'd say, okay, this is not looking good. But the bottom line is we've counted inner city Philadelphia, inner city Pittsburgh, mail-in ballots from places like Allentown, the rest of the state. Oz is at 16. That doesn't tell me anything about the final results of this race. So stay patient. Warnock is now at 53. He's falling in every single vote dump. Again, if he falls 3.5% more, it's a runoff. And he's fallen by more than that in the past 20, 30 minutes. So bear with me. Bob in the Zona says, first time seeing you on camera. You're definitely wise beyond your years. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you. You must be a new viewer because we've done quite a bit with the camera and on camera regarding live streams and even some videos. But yeah, well, I appreciate it. There's a first time for everything, isn't there? Go Boys, the Salty Army says, great stream tonight. Thank you. Nikolai says, just voted for my first time in Texas. Go. Can't wait for the long night to become more red. Also accidentally sent my first super chat without typing anything. Whoops. Well, that's okay. It's okay. Well, we all make mistakes, don't we? Anthony Haas says the reason they don't call red states early is to try and redacted the vote. Thanks for the super chat. Well, we'll see about that. Keep in mind, they'll call them blue in some cases. Like Arizona, they'll call them blue first. Kaiser says, I'm in New York. Can't wait for the return. Zeldin will be our next governor. We're about to find out in 30 minutes, but I don't have high hopes for it. But, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Let's check some of these key states or districts so far. Republicans are favored in the 7th, even though Malinowski is leading. That one should be a sure flip when it's all said and done. Easily, a lot of Democrats even agree. Majewski, he's at 32%. 32% of the votes reported. Still going to be close. Go down the wire. The 13th, Jesse Oates is at 35. Joyce is in the lead. Let's see. There's a lot of other districts. Yeah, some of these like districts have Democrats leading, and they're going to be safe right at the end of the day. It's just irritating. De La Cruz, massive lead so far. We'll see if that holds. Garcia, more votes are in. 13% are in. She leads by 24. She is the best of those three in South Texas. She's the strongest on immigration. She's the best on all the issues. Can she win? That's the whole another question, because based off of the district she's in, she's the least likely to win. Missouri and Kansas, why? They just don't count the votes and they're blue. Where are the votes coming from? Oh, Kansas City. There you go. All right, let's see. Mehmet Oz. MAGA Mehmet at 17% now. He's gaining. More votes are counted in rural Pennsylvania. He's at 17 with 6% of the vote in. Democrats have dumped a lot of ballots into Pittsburgh and Philly early on, so we'll see. We'll see. I think Oz has got the upper hand, but we have a long, long way to go. Predict It. Let's see what Predict It says right now. Predict It says that we're waiting. Okay, Predict It did a Predict It moment. They're not loading. That's on their end, by the way. That's not on my end, for the record. So, nothing there. All right, here we go. We'll go back to Texas for a second. Abbott now, he's within 6. More votes are being counted. Yeah, there's still so many rural areas that haven't reported, and Abbott is like pretty much in line with O'Rourke in like the DFW area. Like you add up all the votes in DFW, Abbott's going to win DFW. He is. So that means he's winning the state. There's no way. Because Trump lost DFW narrowly in 2020. So, let's see. Peace Walker 187, how's Zeldin doing? Polls haven't closed yet. Electronator Music says, how much do you see Laxalt and Lombardo winning by? 2-4. We may not get results tonight out of Nevada, but it's not looking good if the turnout numbers are anywhere close to reality that we saw today for the Election Day turnout. Michael Huff says, what do you see in the tea leaves for West Virginia? Tea leaves? Is that like a part of the state exactly? I don't know. It's not. West Virginia is not competitive, so it doesn't matter. John Waffle says, is Bohines good or Rhino? He's pretty solid from what I could tell. He ran a good campaign. He won. He's Trump endorsed, which that doesn't mean anything really, but he's Trump endorsed in the primary, was the Trumpian candidate overall, and he's about to probably win that district. Okay, they say the 2nd district is leaning R, 60% of the vote in. The 7th district still a toss-up. Spanberger narrows it to 6 points or so. That's going to be one to watch, but the 2nd district in Virginia, that's the bellwether. Republicans win that. The House is arguably a done deal. That's what even people like Dave Wasserman have said. Hung Cow is hanging in there. He's hanging. The cow is hanging with Wexton so far. It's still likely D according to their needle, but 31% of the vote remaining there. Republicans are slated to lead in the 7th so far. Mervan is outperforming in the 1st. 22% of the votes are in, though. I can't say that that's definitive. I really can't. A lot of the votes are early votes from like Gary, Indiana, one of the most dangerous places in the entire country. Yeah, I mean, the rest of the district has to come in first, but so far Republicans lead the states that have, or the seats that have been called 30-17. You'll notice Florida, because they're actually competent in what they do, almost all of those seats are counted, and that's even with the calling bias, which does exist. So yeah, Bud's within 5, 55% of the vote is in, he's within 5. Walker, he's within 7. It's now 100,000 vote differential. A lot of votes to come in rural Georgia that haven't even come in yet. Even some early votes. See these counties like 53-45? That's probably not going to hold unless these counties are some of the black belt, which some of them are. But you see a lot of these counties that are not really coming in as red as you would expect. It still doesn't matter. And Brian Kemp, let's check on Brian Kemp real quick in the state of Georgia. We'll see, is Brian Kemp taking the lead? He has. Brian Kemp now leads. Stacey Abrams, bye-bye. She's gone. She can work at McDonald's. It's her favorite institution in the world. She'll be very happy. But Brian Kemp he's taken the lead. He's probably not going to relinquish it. He's going to build on it, but he's got to get Herschel to the finish line. Now it's a 6.4% game for Herschel Walker. He's closing in, 39% of the vote reporting. Pennsylvania, Oz is now at 18. More votes are pouring in out of rural Pennsylvania, but nothing meaningful to really determine the final outcome. Kansas, Moran has the lead. Schmidt will eventually take the lead in Missouri because that's all Kansas City. So we know which way it's going. But Bud's within 5. Walker is gaining. So Republicans can have a little bit of a breather here, especially as the House results are swinging in their favor. Now they say 233 to 202 with the needle. That's a net pickup of 20 seats in the House already. And that's if you trust the needle. We haven't gotten to California yet, where you look at the early vote data, Republicans did pretty well. So looking at Connecticut, some of these Connecticut races, Alan Fung's in the lead. 60% of the vote reporting. Alan Fung leads Seth Magaziner in the 2nd district. We'll check Rhode Island real quick because that's another competitive district. Fung is leading. So far, though, did they put it in Fung's column? I think they have it as a toss-up on the thing. Providence is almost all the way in. A lot of these districts are almost all the way in. Cranston, Fung was mayor there. More votes to count in Cranston. So can Fung pull it off over Seth Magaziner? It's possible. 61% of the vote is in. Ashley Callis, however, not doing too well early on. No red mirage this time in Rhode Island, but maybe Republicans will gain later on in the night. We'll see. We will see. So let's go back. Chad is going crazy over Texas. Abbott took the lead. More rural votes come in out of Texas. This is true. Abbott in the early vote in Webb County is at 36%. What did Trump get in Webb County? Webb County, that went for, Trump got that. So even South Texas swinging to the right this year from the looks of it early on. Yes, it's still early. There's more votes to be counted, but still, Republicans in good shape. Greg Abbott's taken the lead so far. Let's look at the other races. Patry leads. Paxton leads. Paxton is outrunning Greg Abbott so far, which I don't know if they've counted the same because the votes in percentage is a little bit off, but still, he's outrunning a lot of people. He's doing in line with Patrick. Paxton, somebody that's pretty good, but you know he's a little corrupt according to the media, and he has some issues in terms of what he's got in his closet there, corruption scandals, whatever, even though some of it is BS. He is doing well. Outrunning Greg Abbott potentially so far, maybe, I don't know, depending on how the map is for that race. So still a big news there. Now Ted Budd has got it within 4? Yeah, 4-point lead for Beasley. Like 20% of the vote is counted. Budd gained 100,000 votes. 100,000 votes. Let's check Ohio. Not a whole lot got dumped in Ohio. Kansas Moran is pulling ahead a little bit in that race. And Herschel Walker, look at this, 51 to 47. So 1.5% drops more than Raphael Warnock is going to at least be headed to a runoff if it holds. Of course, there are some more votes that have yet to be counted in the Atlanta area. It's not a done deal. But if he falls below 50% here, you're going to see the energy rise through the roof. And people are going to be watching that race down the finish line. So Josh Leonard says Sununu projected winner in New Hampshire. 85% of the times that there's a Senate and a governor's race, the party takes both. We'll see. Epic Ape says, what margins would Cox need to compete in Maryland? Ridiculous ones. I don't think he will. He'd need Hogan's margins, and he's not going to get them. Sport Shooter 1960 says, thank you for the hard work this year. You're my go-to for election predictions and results. Thank you. Zachary Marinette says, seriously, what the hell did the duo of babbling Biden and the Wicked Witch of the West Coast think they were doing handling these elections? Badly. Oh, democracy. That's the number one threat, guys. Come on. Seriously. 57% of the vote in North Carolina. Nothing new there. Let's check on the House. I'll keep reading. Sports Shooter says, P.S. Drazen's last name is spelled Drazen. I used to work with her husband. Lovely people. Okay, Drazen. I can't promise I'll get that right the entire night, but we'll have to see. So Rouser's up. Bo Hines still gaining. Let's see. Let's check on the first district. Sandy Smith, she still could win that district. That would be huge because I had her losing in my prediction, and if she pulled that off, that would be immense. Absolutely huge there. So 7th district, Vega up by 6, a quarter of the vote remaining. 2nd district, 61% of the vote is in. Kiggins still in the lead. Watch these benchmarks as they come in. Even Max Miller's trailing in Ohio, so we know that that's early vote. Anything out of Michigan? Paul Young is winning so far. Tom Barrett's winning too. Let's check the Michigan governor's race. We can't forget about Michigan. We just can't. Dixon has narrowed the lead. Wayne County, Dixon's within 10. It's probably not going to hold. But we heard about weak turnout in Detroit. And if turnout's down on college campuses, Washtenaw County, Gretchen Whitmer could underperform. This is all true. Again, a lot of early vote in Saginaw County, though. 8% of the vote is in Saginaw County. If Dixon wins Saginaw County, she's probably going to be in good shape. But there's so much data we don't know because there are very few votes that have actually been tabulated. Kent County, looking at Kent County, Whitmer is what I meant to say. But she's up by 4 points there. And then see how John Gibbs is doing. No votes out of that district. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. The British Perspective is said, my biggest opinion is that everyone shares this YouTube channel. It's the very best in political analysis. Thank you. Many people are saying this. Like, subscribe, hit the bell. We'll see what happens in Michigan. But Vance is down 12. Warnock is down to 51. Under 51. Oh, look at this. 50.9. He is falling. He is falling all over the place. Herschel Walker is gaining. That Libertarian candidate, again, 1.7% of the vote. Not good. You want to talk about ranked choice voting. This is one instance where it would probably benefit the Republican Party in the state of Georgia, as if you did have ranked choice voting in the Libertarian candidate, because a lot of their votes would go to the Republicans. But that's not exactly how it works here in Georgia. So, man with two eyes says DeSantis might win by 20. He's up by 17. Yeah, Florida is something else, man. Florida. Rubio might lose Palm Beach, but DeSantis won it. Well, there's more votes to count there, though. So who knows? When it's all said and done, Rubio is going to be winning by a lot. And the polls were awful, by the way. The polls had Rubio winning by like 8, 9. Rubio won, or he's winning tonight. He will have, obviously he won, but he will have won at the end of the day by around 8 more points than the polls expected him to. Vance cut the lead to 10. Georgia, Warnock is down significantly, 50.3. This is suspenseful. Shout out to Jose Velazquez. Sanjiva Haratz is Australian here, wishing for a red wave, especially Vance, but he's behind. How can he catch up? He will catch up. A lot of the vote left is election day vote. It will benefit the Republicans significantly. Daniel Krieger says 25% has been counted, and Abbott's cut beta. Oh, he already took the lead. Scott Hatfield says, Mike Lee Staffer here. We love the swing of the nation. Love your content, man. Been a fan of the channel for a dang long time. Well, thank you. And hopefully Mike Lee wins tonight against the Lincoln Project Rhino that they're trying to put up against him. So you got Herschel Walker right here. Half the vote is in. He's chipping away at that lead as we speak in the state of Georgia. He's got to get it done. He's got to get it done soon, and he's getting it done right now. Caleb Kim says, hey, Rep, been a big fan for a while. Had to tune in for your coverage. This was my first time voting. Unfortunately, I live in California, 07. Well, hopefully there's some competitive race that you played a part in. Anthony Ariba says, hey, what's up? Eagle, love the channel, man. Been watching you for a minute. Just wanted to send some support for your way. Hailing from New Jersey, voted all red. Thank you. Old favorite says, the salt must flow. Salty Army Re. Thank you. The Jaded Kriegsman says, Minnesota born and raised, hoping we vote out Walsey and the rest tonight. Otherwise, I think I might move to North Dakota if we still vote blue after this, and Minnesota's probably a lost cause. Yeah, I think that they might elect a Republican AG, but in terms of the other results, it's not looking too good. Polls close in Wisconsin in 12 minutes. This is a state that Biden won in the 2020 election by very, very narrow margin there. And the results coming here, if you look at it and you see Johnson win big, Michaels wins, that's amazing news for momentum ahead of 2024. So now he's down to 50.4. Alec Lewis says, do you think Levy wins Connecticut? No, she already lost. W says, predicted had Fetterman, he gained 14 cents. Idiotic betting markets there. Just don't pay attention to them. Chester County, Oz has an early lead, but there's very few votes counted in the Philadelphia suburbs. But Dr. Oz is in the lead so far in those counties. He took the lead in Erie, but just 2% reporting. You got to look at these margins when they come in the Pittsburgh and Philadelphia suburbs, and we will be watching this race as the night goes on. There's just so much to cover here. Ted Budd got it down to 2. In Ohio, Vance is within 10 points right now. He's exactly down 10. Captor's lead has narrowed as more votes have come in. You will see this as a recurring theme. Vance will likely take the lead, and he will not relinquish the lead in the state of Ohio. And again, Democrats are having a blue mirage in a lot of places. Missouri, you have St. Louis and Kansas City causing a blue mirage, not going to hold up. North Carolina, the blue mirage has collapsed. Georgia, the blue mirage has collapsed, but it's going to be a very, very razor-thin state regardless. And this is definitely one to watch. And it could go to a runoff for all we know. Oz now at 21, so he's gaining in every single vote drop that we see. The British Perspective says, I have to look after my American friends. Check out Bitcoin as it has gone down big time. Remember, this is not financial advice, just saying. Well, thank you for the super chat. Astral Walker says, Bud seems to be underperforming in North Carolina. I don't know about that. You know, it's very early on. He's definitely on track to win. The counties that are 100% in, there's been 2 counties. He has underperformed in them, which is true, but barely. And it's in a certain part of North Carolina. So maybe this is just not his strongest part of the state, but either way, Bud is going to win the state, and he is going to outperform Trump in a lot of places, but we'll look at the final map and make our judgment as to why the result is the way it is, but he probably is going to win by more than 5 at this rate. Ohio, again, what counties have come in all the way in Ohio, if any? This is another question. None. No counties have come in all the way in Ohio. Look at that shift since 2020 in this state. It's mostly Republican for all of the counties that have fully reported their votes. Mostly Republican. Great news all around. Mark Velletri, thank you for the 50. Don't fail us, Rep. We need Senators Masters, Bud, Laxalt, Oz, Walker, and Vance. Well, we're going to get Bud, and we're going to get Vance, and we are on the verge of getting Walker. Oz, still waiting on votes. Masters and Laxalt, we're going to get to those later. Arizona, when do the polls close? 9 ET? That's 10 minutes, but we're not going to get results probably for a while out of the state of Arizona. Frostbite 04 says Hunkhouse District now listed as Lean D. Really? NS says we need a Gibbs update. We don't have one. No update for Gibbs there. Surfing Cowboy Illinois says I don't feel so good. It's not going to look good. You'll flip the 17th district, though, but that's it. But Illinois, they gerrymandered it. It's ridiculous. Emperor Aurelianus says hi from Fort Worth. Interesting backdrop I have there, huh? What's the state of North Carolina and Illinois Supreme Court races? This is true. These are all important. They're not like the sexiest races to discuss and talk about, but at the end of the day, they matter. And Republicans are probably going to win both when it's all said and done. They trail by 2. Bud trails by 2. Illinois, we'll wait and see, but it's not looking good regardless for the state of Illinois. Darren Bailey. Bailey's actually underperforming Salvi early on in this. So, yeah, not exactly looking good so far, but it is early. In terms of the Supreme Court, Democrat leads by 19, which is about 10 points ahead from what we see for Bailey. So it's possible, but we'll see. Depends on a lot of results. Going back to Texas, Greg Abbott now leads by 4. More results are being tabulated. Nothing out of San Antonio or Houston. Harris County, that one is going to be a close one. It's not going to be a massive vote sink for the Democrats, as many people think. They're still going to gain there, probably going to win it. But there's still some countywide offices, a judgeship there, a very controversial woman on the Dem side may go down. We'll see. But either way, Abbott up by 4. And that's good news out of the state of Texas. So we'll wait and see. Some of these competitive districts, there's still some votes to count, some votes to come in. Going back to Ohio, Vance is now within 10. Let's go to the state of Georgia. Warnock is at 50. There you go. There you go. Let's see. Let's go to Rhode Island. Let's go check on Rhode Island for a second. Alan Fung, he narrowly leads. Oof. This is going to go down the wire. We'll see as the results pour in. But we'll go back to the House. Let's check on the 7th. Still, oh, now they say leaning D in the 7th district, which that would be a blow to the Republican chances. Had the district as tilt D in my final prediction, but still, the 2nd is now likely R. The 1st or the 10th is now back to likely D, but still a long way to go in the state of Virginia in some of these races where we just don't know where the remainder of the votes are going to come in from. So we have a long way to go. They have the 9th now leaning D. They have the 13th as a toss-up. The needle, again, I don't believe it's the be-all and end-all. It will swing as the night goes on. It'll swing back and forth. Pennsylvania, Oz now at 22, so he gained multiple percentage points with the latest vote dump there. So that's good news for him. Predict it looking on the map. Let's see what we see here. Fetterman at 56. I don't think that holds. Walker now back up to 65, though. That is good news. But is it 90 cents to win? Let's see what Vance. Vance is at 87. That's ridiculous. These people don't know how elections work. He's now within 8. I mean, come on, guys. Seriously. Ash Brothers says for House, go to district map. Looks nicer. I could do that, actually. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's perfect. Thank you. Arguably the most important stream-changing super chat of the night. Jedi Battlemaster Cost says, I leave Rhode Island for Georgia, and now they suddenly go red. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think they're going to go red. Or you mean Georgia's going red? Yeah, I mean, they've already been red at the other levels besides president and I guess Senate for Warnock's victory and Ossoff's win in 2021. But the Watcher says, so this is how democracy fails. Also, why does the future seem so much brighter now? Because the worst people in the world are not going to be in control of U.S. Congress. That's why. Matt Jacobson says, look at Logan versus Hayes. It's a Republican lead. Really? Let's see. Logan v. Hayes. That's in Connecticut. Not anymore. Not anymore. Topher Studio says, Ohio, I'm scared. Don't be scared. Trust the plan. Richard says are they giving us affidavits instead of ballots in New York City? I don't know about that claim. Interesting. If true, let's see here. Shout out to Anthony for the 10 for the Cash App. We hit 20,000 viewers. Like that stream, subscribe. We hit 20K. The record on this channel is 29K. That was the election of 2020. I don't know if we're going to beat that, but we haven't had 20,000 viewers since then, so it's been a long time since we've hit that on this channel. Okay. Eaters of Dead says 19K viewers. We're at 20K now. UGB Aventador 15 says watching from Australia. Thanks for another great stream. Shaping up to be a good night, exceeding your expectations. I'd say about right. About right. Like if Spanberger wins, I had that happening. If Cow's getting closer than expected. If he loses, expected. But also from what we're seeing in Michigan so far, it's early. But Young is a massive lead with 5% in. Barrett, 17% of the vote is in. Barrett leads Slotkin by 21. If that is anywhere close to reality, you're going to be looking at Governor Dixon. Absolutely. Mike Collins, they haven't called his race, but that's another America First candidate. Rich McCormick, another one. A lot of these candidates that are running in a lot of these districts, compared to years past, are actual fighters. We love to see it, which again has not been the case a whole lot during the past 50, 60 years of the Republican Party. Mike Doyle's at 26. He's probably not going to pull off the name upset there. You know, replacing the retiring Mike Doyle, have a guy who looks like him, the same name, going up against a far-left candidate, but it's inner-city Pittsburgh. That's where the district is. So probably not going to really work there. Let's see. Swiggity Swoo says, been watching a while. Your coverage is awesome. We recently find out my wife Tinka is pregnant. We're both watching. Can she get a congratulations? Yes, congratulations, Swiggity Swoo and Tinka on their future child. It's good to hear. Love to see people having kids. They don't have kids as much anymore. It's a big problem. Roger Castle says, from a 50-year-old father of 10, you're doing great work, young man. I've enjoyed your channel and analysis for a while. I'm very proud of you. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank all of you very much. A says only 7% in DeKalb. Does that concern you? DeKalb is not, to my knowledge, the problem. DeKalb, well, actually it is. Fulton is more populous, though. So, yes, it is concerning, but there are a lot of rural areas that have not been counted either. So, we have to wait and see. This is going to be an interesting one. But, yep, Warnock is below 50. Shout to McLean Blades. LDS German Shepherd Boy says Mastriano keeps gaining. So does Oz. We'll see how it pans out. Benjamin Scott Campbell says, do you plan to cover the abortion ballot measures tonight? Michigan question 3 doesn't look good, but others may yet fail. We'll see. And again, it's the way they word it that causes it to happen. All right, let's see. We'll go back here. Vance narrowing in Ohio. Bud still narrowing in North Carolina. Walker narrowing in Georgia. Oz narrowing in Pennsylvania. He's down by 52. Let's see. Daniel Krieger says LePage leads the early vote in Maine. Stitt has taken the lead in Oklahoma with 30%. Yeah, what happened to competitive Oklahoma? What happened to that? Really, what happened? Kevin Stitt, there's 19% of the vote isn't. This is early vote that's coming in, and it's a tie. He's going to win easily. No questions asked. And we're 2 minutes away from a massive dump of poll closings. Joseph Sache says, what do you think about Connecticut 5? Let's see, Connecticut 5. That one is that's the Hayes-Logan district. We'll see. Alec Lewis says, what do you think Levy already lost? Doesn't matter what the results currently say. They already called it, and it's a massive Blumenthal win. Hot Mike says, is Majewski going to win? We'll watch and see. The KGB show says Walker will win. Kai heads will be proven wrong, and Georgia will be based. Everyone share this stream for rep. Yes, please. Thank you. Brandon Beadle says, great stream. Unrelated, but screw the WEF. True. Longhorn Politics says, Georgia, look at Georgia. Rasmussen Report sent 50. I don't know if this is the real Rasmussen, but either way, they say great channel rep. Thank you for the 50 real or maybe not real Rasmussen reports, but thank you. Rasmussen, so far the generic ballot tends to be holding up this cycle. Their prediction was not far off from what mine was. So I'll say that. Doomsday Machine says, are they counting early ballots before election night ballots? Some unrealistic results, so that's my guess. Yeah, absolutely. That's what it is. That's what Ohio is. That's what North Carolina is. Parts of Georgia. Herschel might take the lead soon in Georgia. But again, a lot of vote left to count. They may not come in this dem out of some of these counties, but there's still a lot more vote to count in them. Douglas County, Warnock up 66-32 in Douglas, Georgia. Douglas County, again, Trump got 37. I think he's going to outperform Trump in these counties when all the votes are counted. That would be enough to get him to the finish line. Absolutely. And that margin is just 10,000 votes with half the votes counted. A lot of that 50% is early votes, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. Ohio, nothing new. Pennsylvania, Oz at 25 now. Any big counties dropping? Bucks County, that's the early vote. So, no. Not a whole lot of vote is in out of the counties that act. Greene County, technically 20% of the vote is in. Oz is at 71. Is he performing in line with Trump in Greene County? He absolutely is. That's a good sign. Because you talk about having problems with the base early on. Well, may not have that many. GJ has predicted it's gone totally in Dems' favor in the Senate. Something is going on. It's just people that don't know what's going on. But you know what is going on? We have new poll closings out of several new states. We have New York, Louisiana, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, Nebraska, Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, and yes, Arizona. Here we go. And again, see, looking at New York Times, they admit the returns are very misleading early on because of the votes that are coming out. They're early votes, and now we can call Chuck Schumer the victor, Thune and Hoeven the victors. Republicans are at 40. They win 11 more seats. They got the Senate. And Ted Budd is now within 1 point in North Carolina. Vance is not really getting a whole lot of vote dumps yet. He needs them. He'll get them. Missouri, I don't know what they're doing. They're on crack. They'll come back eventually. Shout out to Dane Christensen. Joseph says Sanford Bishop's in a tight race on the second. Is he really? Because you talk about black turnout dipping. If black turnout's really 9% of the electorate and he only has a lead of 0.6% in the early vote, not looking too good for him at all. Let's see. Rock Dog says, Red Eagle and any and all riders better finish before November 10th because the entire U.S. Marines plan on getting drawn. I don't know what that means, but thanks for the super chat. David Neubauer says, take my money, keep it up, sir. Thank you. RZ the Legend says, Res Tsunami, it seems, but Pennsylvania Demops in progress. This is the early vote. Keep that in mind. This is the early dumps. Oz is still gaining. We have to trust the plan for a little while. Now, if it's late and then we see some late dumps going the other way, we can talk about that. But Bud is now 10,000 votes away. Walker in the lead. There you go. He stiff arms Warnock, gets in first by 3,000 votes, 51% of the vote reporting. You absolutely love to see it. How big is that he was able to come from behind? Now he leads by 0.6%, but still, Republican votes are now dropping. When they stop dropping and swings back the other way at the end of the night, that's a whole nother discussion. We'll see what happens, but we'll see. Bad people do exist. It says staying up, hoping for Zeldin, first-time voter for him. Many such cases. He had a lot of energy there. He's down in the early returns, but this is an early vote. He got 61% of the early vote in Staten Island. That's pretty good. Brooklyn early vote 25. Queens at 30. Bronx at 18. If that's the early vote, not bad for Zeldin, because he's at 25% in New York. And if that's the early vote in New York City, that means that that's a very good thing at the end of the day, which I don't know, because he's doing better than Trump did at the final result in the early vote in NYC. Queens, 70-30. What was the end result for Trump in Queens? What did he get? 27. He's actually doing better than I think Sliwa did in a lot of these boroughs in the early vote. We'll see. Based Cato says, congrats on passing LTE and subs. Hope this channel goes far. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Austin Short says, I live in New York in a liberal area. Seem like a lot of people are fed up and switching red. Hope Zeldin wins. Well, we'll see. This is early, but if this is New York City, and if that's your early vote dump margin, Kathy Hochul, it's not looking that great for her. I'm not saying she's going to lose just yet, but it's not looking too good. And Bud is down by 3,000 votes. Warnock retook the lead. Where did the votes come from? DeKalb County. There you go. DeKalb now dropped their votes. So Warnock got back up with the latest vote dump in some of these places. But we'll wait and see. Savannah dropped the votes there. Savannah is now in. A lot of red counties not in yet. Bartow County. We'll go down to the state of Georgia here. How much of a population center is in Bartow? That's still going to net him around probably 15,000, 20,000 votes in Herschel Walker's column. That's not even in yet. But yeah, that's what happened. So this is going to swing back and forth a little bit. We know that Ted Budd took the lead in North Carolina, and he probably has taken the lead for good. So that's good news. MAGA Mehmet, 28% there. Let's go to Michigan for the governorship real quick. Whitmer leads by 10%. Oakland County is mainly reporting 35% in. A lot of early votes in Oakland County. Grand Rapids so far going for Dixon. We'll see if that holds. But a lot of that vote in, 147 out of that 197 is early vote in Oakland County, which is probably going to go blue by over 10 points. We'll see what happens there. But in these other races, there's not a lot that we really have. Gibbs has that race, there's nothing. Barrett leads by 19 over Slotkin. Young leads by 19 over Kildee. Very early on, though. Santiago Cortez Matamoros' Herschel Walker leads. Yes, he led. I don't think he's leading now, obviously, but he probably will get that lead back at some point. Vance narrows in on Ryan. Anthony Thomason says, brilliant work. You're extremely talented. Thanks. Thank you, by the way, for your support. Patrick Warden says, saying that people from Missouri are on crack is the least surprising thing I have ever heard. Okay, wait. We have people saying Spanberger has lost. We'll see. 89% of the votes are in. The needle's gone. They are embarrassed apparently, but I mean Vegas still is in the lead. I can't call that one yet, but still 89% of the vote is in, and they removed the needle because there's an issue in Louisiana. Like anyone cares about Louisiana? Give me a break. Walker gained again. Walker gained again. Tex Orange says thoughts on Keith Seif in Texas 3rd. Keep up the great work. I think I heard something about him. He's either good or bad. There's no in between. El Tello, thank you for the super chat. A.K. Baker says best in the business rep. Thank you, Red Wave. Thank you. Lions 1956 says, should I be worried that Kemp is up 8 points of Walker? Not necessarily, because Kemp is always going to outrun him. And on the election day vote as it comes in, I think he's going to outrun him by less. So Steve Golden says, can I get shout out to my Marine Corps brother on their upcoming birthday? Yeah, shout out to your Marine Corps brothers with their birthdays. Aaron Farrak says Spanberger lost. I can't make that call. It's not looking like it's going to be that great for her. If she does get by, it's going to be narrowly because Vega leads by 3. There's a lot of votes remaining. Where do those votes remain? Prince William County. That's the problem. But if those votes are coming in and they are election day votes, Vega's probably going to win. Fredericksburg, a lot of votes left there. Fredericksburg so far, depends how those votes come in. Prince William County, Vega's at 36 in the southern part of Prince William. You want to look at, actually, let's look at the House election for this district. Let's see, where is it? Virginia's 7th, or the 7th district. Let's look at Virginia's 7th county map in 2020. Okay, so they redistricted it. You can't really tell. Okay, well then. Did everything they could do to bail her out then, huh? Well, still winnable for Vega. Make no mistake. But yeah, let's go back to the presidency there. Okay. BW says thoughts on Michigan governor's race. We'll see. I picked it as my upset. It's a bold move. Might not age well. Might age really well. We know how the polls work in Michigan. They don't tend to age that well. But 8% of the vote is in. A lot of that is Oakland. Early votes throughout the state. I can't say that it's necessarily looking bad for Dixon. Gibbs is up by 19. If Gibbs wins, that would be the sweetest thing of the night, because so many stupid people say he can't win, he's unelectable. They act smug, these neocons. If Gibbs beats Schulten, which again was my upset pick in the House, then it's so over for the neocons. Oh, we need to run this liberal leprechaun to win this seat, guys. Oh, we have results in out of Colorado. Bennett's up big. Mainly that's the Denver area coming in. Oz hit 30 in PA. Johnson up big in Wisconsin, but very few votes in. So, we'll see. Nick A says Warnock took the lead back. We saw. Jared Carlton says take a look at Missouri. Schmidt underperforming. Not really. There's no counties that are fully in yet. He's not going to underperform by that much. Even though statewide offices in places like Missouri may go a little bit more Dem. Same thing with Indiana. But still, Todd Young is outperforming Trump so far, and that's with Indianapolis 53% of the way in. So Paul says Bud leads, yes. Rodney Benfield says, when you pull up a number, pause for a second or two longer. Please, good sir, love the work you do now. Let's hope the wave grows. I will do that. We've been going pretty fast. It's just there's so much intel, and I have to talk 24/7 for 8 hours on end, and I've only had one glass of water, and I'm going to get another glass of water soon. And Greg Abbott's winning big. Beto, so far, he's up in Harris by 25. That's not going to hold. San Antonio's not in. The early vote in South Texas, Hidalgo County, Abbott's at 40. He may not flip some of these counties, but we have a lot of work to do, a lot of votes to count. He's already up by 6 in Texas. That's a good sign. Paxton is in the lead, but he's not in the lead by a whole lot, but they haven't counted nearly as many votes as they have for the governorship. He's going to pad that lead. Life Foley says DeSantis destroyed Christ. Yeah, sweet victory for him. Alex G says, Rep, please give a shout out to my Cuban parents, Alejandro and Mauro, who voted straight ticket Republican in Florida today. This is MAGA country. There you go. There's your shout out. Tim Doyle Music says, save your voice, hydrate, great job. Thank you. Zachary Barrett in Teti says, all right, I had dinner the last half hour. What did I miss? Republicans are doing pretty well so far. You didn't miss much in the past half hour, other than Warnock losing the lead, then gaining it back with the vote dump into Cobb. A lot of votes to go. Shout out to Brandon Barajas for the super chat. Okay, we caught up to the super chats. We did it, guys. And not only that, J.D. Vance is on the cusp of taking the lead in the state of Ohio. So no, not going to look at the super chats for a while. We'll do this last one. Michael Varney says Abbott won. Did they call it for Abbott? Let's go to Texas. Did they call it for Abbott? No. And this is the problem with Greg Abbott is he will take his power, but will he actually do something with it this time? History would say not necessarily, but if you put pressure on him, as he did in the primary, he passed a slew of bills, got him done. Got to keep putting pressure on these public officials once they get in there. Otherwise, the wave is for nothing. Shout out to King for the 20. But that's how politics works in this country. Just because someone has an R next to their name, they have to earn that R. They have to earn the R. So this is a whole year of reckoning we're going to see. Hopefully Republicans are going to take power. I'm glad they're winning. Are they going to cave into the Biden administration like Republicans have done quite some time and time again? I don't know. We'll see. But Andy Ogles with a big win. De La Cruz is winning in that district. Pennsylvania 8th. Again, these are early vote results. These are going to be razor-thin districts, and Democrats have a massive lead. So Pennsylvania, Oz is at 32. What counties are pouring in, though? That's the real question. Bucks County is now 12%, and Oz is just at 18 in Bucks. That's a dangerous margin, but it's still early vote. Not a lot likely happened. Michael Varney says Fox called Abbott. Yeah, I believe it. But these are early votes in the state. There's a long way to go. Let's check in on Mastriano. How far behind is he running compared to Dr. Oz in the state of Pennsylvania? So Oz has 31. Mastriano has 28. This is not a big split, as I predicted. This is going to be a closer governor's race than people initially anticipated. If Oz is going to win by a couple points, and he's trailing right now by 34, and Mastriano's trailing by like just around 40, then, like I said, it's not going to be a bloodbath victory for Josh Shapiro. It's just not. That's dishonesty, and that's been peddled by the mainstream media and a lot of stuck-up pundits for quite some time. So, without further ado, I'm going to get some more water. I'm going to get some Red Bull as well. We're going to be here all night long. We got a long way to go, but I will actually keep the results up on the screen. What state should we keep the results on for? Let me see what chat wants, because I'm going to be gone for about 20, 30 seconds. We don't want people leaving, because I'll be right back. Zeldin, let's check Zeldin. You can't forget about that. There's so many results. And Zeldin so far, New York City, again, these are early dumps so far. He's outperforming Donald Trump by a lot. In all of them, he's outperforming Sliwa, but he's going to have to do much better than this statewide, and he's going to have to do better in these future vote dumps as well. So it really depends. So a lot of people saying Georgia. Georgia's the winner because this is going to be close. And already Warnock is down to 51.3, and the needle has broken. So I'm here, but I'll be back. Give me a second here. All right, here we go. And we have returned. We lost 2,000 viewers, but we're going to get them back, and that's perfectly fine. So here we go. Let me put it back up. There we are. Let's find out what happens. So 60% of the votes are in. Raphael Warnock has the lead in Georgia, but there's a lot of other votes that we got to get to. Ohio, did Vance lead yet? No, he hasn't, but there's a long way to go. He's going to lead the remaining vote dumps by a lot. Bud, he's now up by 1. Pennsylvania, Oz is now within 30. He's at 34. And again, there's a lot of votes that have been dumped in from liberal areas first, which we like to play offense more so than not. We do. We like to go on offense. We like to play offense here. It's fun. It's more fun that way. It's not like you have to defend your lead and then you have, worries at 3 o'clock in the morning about, is this vote going to go this way, or how many votes are going to be here or here. Chuck Grassley, he's winning big so far. Missouri's still on crack. Kansas is on crack too. Jerry Moran, they called it for him, but he's down by 4. Where are the votes coming in from? Okay, all liberal areas. Let's go to the House. All right, they called every district in Florida. Why can't every state be like that? Well, I mean, I like a little bit more suspense than that, but it's nice to see. Yeah, Majewski, he's only down 60-40. He is a real chance. He has a real chance there. He's actually doing better on trajectory than I believe Jesse Otto is doing. And a lot more people have Jesse Otto winning than have not Gilbert, that's her second last name, then they have Majewski winning. So that's good news, I would say. Did Malinowski win yet in New Jersey, or is he still trailing? Because that's all early vote, and people need to not get too agitated about this. But Rhode Island's not looking good. Alan Fung, yeah, he was up in every single poll. A lot of people had him winning. Well, looks like he's in better shape than initially anticipated in that district there. So the Virginia 7th race there, 87% of the vote is in. What other districts? Yeah, the 13th, that one is likely going to go red. The second one probably is going to go blue. The 34th, where are the votes in? Because these are early votes, and Flores is down by 10 in that deep Biden district that's been swinging hard to the right. She's got a shot to win that thing. 28th district, maybe not so much for Garcia, but still there's a long way to go there as well. So let's go back to Texas. How much is Abbott up by now? He's up by 4. They dumped San Antonio. That's why his lead went down a little bit. But even in the early vote in Bay Area, he's at 40. So that's good news for him in terms of running up the score, because there's so many votes that haven't been counted. Remember, half the vote was in. Trump was losing Texas. We knew he was going to win it because of the way Texas counts their votes. They count the mail-ins first. Same thing with Florida. Same thing with Ohio. Same thing with North Carolina. This is true. Let's see. Anything else? Super chats. Just a couple more. Heather says, thank you for your good work. Let's go Georgia. S. Child says, North Carolina 14th district brand new after redistricting. Yeah, I think that is that the new district for Virginia Fox? No, that's the 5th. Yeah, that one so far. That one is probably going to be a blue district. Jackson is leading by 20, but you never know. Sandy Smith down by just 10. She'll probably win the remaining votes, but by how much? Hines will probably pull it off in the 13th as well. Chris D says, something wrong with the Chinese machines in AZ. Thanks. Lots of love from Missouri. We'll see. Arizona, polls are going to be closing in Arizona. Or they already closed, I believe, in Arizona. But they're not going to count for another hour. So we'll see. Scotty P's Crypto Adventure says, I can't seem to find the list of R's that gave D's all those millions in the primaries to set up today's elections. As the night wears on, could you please highlight those as they pop up? Michigan's 3rd is one of them. Arizona's governorship is another that's going to backfire big time. I mean, they give money to all these Trumpian candidates saying, oh, they can't win. They say it in the most smug manner possible. And then at the end of the day, oh, how the hell did this guy win? It's because maybe, you're out of touch with what the people of the district actually find appealing, maybe. I don't know. But that's pretty much it. Gerald Armstrong says, hoping Walker defeats Warlock. Funtime Freddy 420 says, Stitt up by 16. Oh, no, but Governor Stitt, Governor S was supposed to lose in Oklahoma. Yeah, really? I mean, it's Oklahoma. I don't care what the polls say. I knew Stitt was going to win by double digits, and I've been proven right once again. He's probably going to win by a lot more. And he has been weak on crime, and that probably has hurt him with the base, but they're not going to vote for some resist lib in Joy Hoffmeister. They're not going to. Albus Dumbledore says, Minnesota governor and New Hampshire Senate so far. I got money on New Hampshire Senate for the Republicans. Let's check predicted, actually. They're, like I said, the betting markets go skits. Now they have Georgia blue, Pennsylvania blue, New Hampshire 94% blue. That doesn't mean much to me. I mean, there's still a chance it's going to be close. This is all early vote, and Hassan's only up by 20,000 votes. I don't think that justifies that movement. And Oz is gaining in Pennsylvania. Walker's gaining in Georgia. Obviously, I mean, I understand people are banking on Warnock to win in a runoff or something, but it's probably going to go to a runoff, and it's not going to be like 2020 where there were so many factors going against the Republicans that they just don't have going against them right now, especially because Walker has the momentum. Nothing out of Ohio yet. Interesting. Let's see. Oz is at 36. Shout out to Brandon Barajas. Longhorn Politics says RIP Fung. Yeah, RIP Fung. It doesn't look too good for Fung. They haven't called it yet, but yeah, I'm kind of going to agree that that one is not looking too good. Although he did narrow the margin just there, so can't call it yet, but it's not looking good. Wisconsin's third. That's a ridiculous margin there. Michael Duggan says, check predicted swung completely to Warnock. I saw that. Casey Garrigan says, is the red tsunami losing steam? Nebraska, no, it's not going to flip blue. Nebraska's second is not flipping blue this cycle. There's virtually very, very slim chance that it does. That's the early vote. It's probably from Omaha. And Pansing Brooks is ahead of Flood. I just don't see that happening. Again, the early votes are in. That's what it is. And there's a lot of votes left. See, Ted Budd, 40%, and he was down by like a ridiculous margin. He now leads by 2. Ohio, Vance is going to take the lead. Oz is gaining in Pennsylvania. Barnes is up big in Wisconsin, but where are the votes coming from? Milwaukee, Madison, early votes from some of the more competitive counties and the northeastern part. That's entirely where the lead comes from. So I don't want to hear this white noise. I want to look at the results as they pour in and look at them. Kansas, the Republicans are losing. Missouri, they're losing. That's not going to hold. These are I call them crackhead results for a reason, because that's exactly how they're coming in, the way a crackhead would assume that, oh, this is extrapolated of the entire state and the way the state's going to vote. It's like, no, it's not entirely true. So we'll go back to the House. Did they call Virginia's second? They have not yet. They're 70% reporting. Kiggins with a sizable lead so far. So there we go. Ronald Garcia says Cuellar up due to Bayard and Webb counties. Yeah, that is true. Bayard did drop, and that did boost Cuellar in that district. But we'll see when it's all said and done. Longhorn Politics says runoff Georgia. I'm not ready to say that just yet. There's 62% of the vote in. Warnock is just 0.8% above 50. And again, the betting markets, while the results are coming in, are not really the best in terms of analyzing it. And they don't have proper estimates because the New York Times is broken right now. So that's that. Colorado, 36% of the vote in. Yeah, Joe O'Dea, yeah, caving and supporting gay marriage and abortion, making all of your commercials about that in Colorado. What a genius idea for a Republican, right? Yeah, he's down 59-39. Let's check in on Stefanowski, by the way. Okay, he's running more competitively. He's only down by 9, but even in some of these northwestern towns of Connecticut, he's not doing too well. So we'll see. These districts are confusing. How is the 3rd district more competitive than see, some of these states are counting election day votes first, too. Bud now leads by 2. We're waiting for Vance to take the lead. It's 9:30 on the East Coast here as the results pour in. Pennsylvania. Now, here we go. 18% of the vote is in. And any of these counties, are we getting big dumps? Not necessarily. We need larger dumps to really extrapolate. Berks County, so far, Oz is winning Berks. That's a good sign. Look at Pennsylvania 2020. Trump won it by 8. These are early returns in Berks. Oz is up by 2. That's a good sign for his campaign, but there's a long way to go. Carbon County, 52% of the vote is in there. Oz is a 65-31 lead in Carbon County. We'll check Carbon County in 2020, and Trump won at 65-33. So he's running in line or better than Trump in a lot of these places. This is true. So we'll see when it's all said and done here. But Oz is gaining. I would not say that Fetterman is the favorite. I still believe Oz will win, especially because a lot of Pennsylvania votes on election. Georgia swings back, Pennsylvania gets bluer. Crackhead, literally crackhead stuff. That's the new term for tonight. And Iowa's another state that dumps their blue votes first. Chuck Grassley will win probably every county except Johnson, if history is any indication. And the Iowa Dems are in retreat mode. Wisconsin's another state. Dems are going to be very happy. Mandela Barnes is winning. Tim Ryan's still winning. Yeah, enjoy it while it lasts. Enjoy it while it lasts. Fetterman was leading like 80-10 or 85-12 or something like that. That lead is down to 50 or to 60-38 right now. So already we see that massive movement in that direction. Let's check, not Decision Desk. They haven't really been updating the results very well tonight. Let's go back to Michigan, actually. We'll go back to Michigan. Dixon is down, but she's down by 5.5%. Oakland's 38% in. Washtenaw is 3% in. Ingham is coming, again, these early returns. I wouldn't read too much into them. But Gretchen Whitmer is at 60% in Oakland. That's probably going to fall. She may gain more raw votes because there's a lot of votes left, but is it going to be enough? Depends on what happens in the rural areas. We don't have any counties that are in a whole lot. Saginaw 29, Midland 28. She's hitting her target in Saginaw by a lot, but will that hold as votes are counted? That's the real question. St. Joseph County has counted 38% of the votes. Dixon's at 61 in that county. Let's check Trump's margin. Trump got 64. So we don't know if she will outperform depending on the remaining votes that are out. But so far, Gibbs is up by 7 very early. Barrett's up by 17, Young up by 15. Whitmer leads by 5, but a lot of time left to go. A lot of time left. Georgia, Warnock, is he below 51? Yes, he is. Okay. And again, they keep swinging back. This is why you don't trust Predict It. You look at the results as they come in and you analyze them. Ohio, 45%. Vance takes the lead there in Ohio. That's going to do it more likely than not. As you can see right here, J.D. Vance, the star of Hillbilly Elegy. Well, he wasn't the star, but it was his book, the movie. You know, he was not the biggest fan of Trump from day one. He came around. He supported a lot of really base things in the primary, and he found a way to, more likely than not, win the general. He now leads. He'll probably expand that lead vastly. They should probably call it, given the fact that they've called some other states like Kansas, where Democrats are leading. And now Vance has taken the lead in the state of Ohio. Ted Budd leads in North Carolina. Warnock is at 50.7 in Georgia. So already you're seeing these shifts right here. Oz is within 20 now. Now, they don't have any counties all the way in, and we could look at this, but you see a blue shift in Oklahoma so far, which is not surprising because Stitt is weighing down the ticket because he's not super popular. But all around, I mean, you are seeing blue shifts in Ohio, though, which is a little bit concerning. Even though you're seeing some red shifts, you're seeing some blue, you're seeing some just all over the place. It's hard to really grasp this map. Florida all the way to the right. Oklahoma special all the way to the left. Interesting. But either way, a long time to really go here. And some of these counties, they might add votes. There's 95% plus. That means there could be some more left. We don't know which way they're going to go. Vance now leads by 2. And he's probably going to take the lead in some of these counties. He'll take the lead in Portage, Trumbull, Lake, definitely. Wood, easily. Let's go to Ohio's results. How is DeWine doing? Not that we care because he's a rhino, but he's winning by 23. Vance now leads by 3 with half the vote in. He's going to win by a lot more than that. A lot more than that. But it's interesting. Republicans might be doing a little bit better in the suburbs, but in some of the rurals, some of these places are not getting the full turnout, which is interesting if you compare the results to 2020. But I really don't know. But Captor's lead is down. Majewski's got a shot. They say Captor is likely to win, but I mean, you look at the results that have yet to come in out of some of these places, and I would still say this is going to go down the wire. Majewski keeps gaining in that district there. So, Wisconsin, they say leaning R. Johnson's at 45. Now you have to see how much better is Evers doing than Mandela Barnes. Again, probably if you look at 14 versus 11. So 3 points better so far, and you have a good portion of the state there. Nothing in from the WOW counties, by the way, for the most part. Washington has come in a decent amount, but nothing in from the Driftless area. Johnson leads Sauk County, which if he won that would be huge. That's a county that Trump lost in 2020. He won in 2016. A lot of retirees from Madison moving out there. So we'll have to really wait and see as the results pour in. But again, we're looking at this 3-point differential. If Johnson wins by more than 3, as a lot of people anticipated, Tony Evers is going to be out of a job. Now Vance leads by 4. All right, let's go back to the House. Virginia, did they call the 2nd? Of course not, but there's a lot, they say very likely R. The 7th they say is likely D. The 10th is now leaning D for some reason. The 10th is see, this is why I don't buy the arrow this cycle. They're not making a whole lot of sense to me. They're not. But what can I really say? See, they say the 7th is a toss up, the 3rd is leaning D, but they don't have any votes in there. They're just going with their prediction. They're weighing too much on their initial prediction when they're saying that. Now Oz is at 40. He's at 41. So where are the votes coming in from? Okay, Washington County, he flipped it. He flipped Westmoreland, which is a big vote sink for the Republicans. He flipped Washington. Beaver County, he's winning that now. Butler County, he has a sizable lead. He's at 70% in Butler so far. Now, if that lead holds in Butler County, he's going to win the state because that shows he is doing better in the white working class areas than, a lot of people anticipated him to do. But still, it is very early. You have a lot of early vote dumps in there. Bucks County, that margin's not going to hold. We know that. Oz probably wins Bucks County when it's all said and done. Philadelphia, now he's at 10% in Philly. He was far below that earlier. A lot of people said he could break 20 in Philly. I don't know if he can. We'll see. But now Vance has a sizable lead. Georgia, we'll go back to it here. Warnock's lead is dipping significantly. He leads by just 2 and change. And if he falls below 50, that's a problem. And there are a decent amount of votes remaining in red areas. There are still some votes remaining in Atlanta, but there's a lot remaining in MTG's district, Jody Heiss's old district, which is very solidly Republican. Just all around the state, you have a sizable amount of votes that probably should be in Walker's favor. So I will say that this is probably at least going to go to a runoff, and he may well win outright depending on what happens at the end of the day. But they admit Wisconsin's leaning R. So you talk about the Senate, Georgia, that's up in the air. Walker might be favored a little bit more. But Pennsylvania, predict it. Let's see if predict it changed their rating for Pennsylvania. They actually doubled down. Okay, interesting. See, they have New Hampshire as leaning D now, which I think is what their initial rating was. So once again, I wouldn't pay too much attention to the betting markets. John Kennedy's in very good shape in Louisiana. Even though 538 gave him a bigger chance of losing than Whitmer had it losing about a couple months ago. Speaking of Whitmer losing, she leads by 6 so far. Oakland, more votes come in out of Oakland there, 41%. Livingston County, there's still some votes to count there. Dixon's doing decent there. It's not a groundbreaking margin. More votes dumped out of Saginaw. She gains in Saginaw County there in that margin. So interesting. Let's see. Did they call any swing districts? No. They have not. They've not called any swing districts so far. Vega so far has a lead with 88% of the vote reporting. And for some reason, they have her very likely to lose, but Hung Kao is likely, or is just a lean margin of a loss right there. But they lead in the 7th, the 2nd, Iowa's 1st, 2nd. It's insanity here. I would not look at the needle too much, but either way, let's see. Wisconsin, 17% of the vote reporting. Milwaukee County's 41% in, and I mean, the margins there are not where they need to be. A lot of this is Dane, which is Madison, and Milwaukee. That's it. So Johnson's easily going to win when all the votes are counted. Again, Iowa is a big mess right there, but when all the votes are counted there, Chuck Grassley will easily pull it off. I don't even know why Ohio is leaning R at this point. Vance is up by 4 points. All of the counties have pretty much been counted. Even though there are some areas that are shifting to the left for some reason, he still leads by 4. With a lot of the election day vote left to count, he's going to win by more than that. So We'll see. But Georgia, 66% of the vote counted. All right, let's go to Texas. We're going to Texas. Greg Abbott's up by 8. Shocker. He's up by 8 points. Beto completely lost any form of political momentum and capital that he had going into this race. Same thing with Stacey Abrams, by the way, just throwing that out there. So in terms of the House, it's looking like a flip. We'll see what happens. They admit North Carolina's 13th is now leaning R. That's good news. Kiggins' district is now very likely R. Luria is going to go down. So there we go. Let's see. All right, let's check New York for a second. Lee Zeldin is now at 31%. But he's doing respectably well in New York City so far. Not a lot of votes in Long Island. That's going to be where he benefits a lot. Upstate, yeah. I mean, it will get closer as the night goes on. That's for sure. But is it going to be enough? I really don't see it as of right now. Let's see. Okay, Longhorn Politics says runoff Georgia. Maybe. Daniel Krieger says O'Rourke, the beta male, is underperforming Biden in Harris County. That's not surprising. Seth X132 says howdy from Nebraska. Go Big Red. Let's go Brandon. Tom Sapp says what's going on in PA? Still counting the votes. Oz is closing in. He's at 43 right now. He's gaining. Chester, 12% of the vote is in. He's now up to 30 and gaining in Chester. There's a lot of votes left that have yet to be counted, and a lot of them are going in Oz's way. Yet Predict It decides that, Predict It goes back, and now Oz is now gained, and Walker now leads. Okay. Every night. And Walker's about to take the lead. Look at this, 49.2 to 48.9. Talk about which counties. Fulton, 69% in. A lot of these blue counties are filling in. The red counties are filling in. Walker trails by just 0.3% there right now. So already he's down by just 0.2. That's a runoff right there. He can win this thing when it's all said and done. But there still are a lot of votes that have yet to be counted. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah says Kathy Daho has got to go. Well, so far, not so good, but we'll see. iCane 1906 says Texas House races for Flores aren't looking good with almost half in late red swing. Well, there will be a late red swing, but will it be enough? I mean, you want to look at these districts here. Like Cuellar's district, a lot of the votes that are in are from San Antonio. Some of the downstate counties have not yet reported. The election day votes are not in either. We'll have to see here. But Noah Boyd says, I wrote in Trump instead of Brian Fitzpatrick. He'll probably win anyways. Jonathan Cox says, the governor's race for Nebraska and Kansas are leading Dems with 25 and 15% according to the AP, but I don't buy it. It's early, and we know which way that the early votes are counted, so it doesn't really impact. And even Eric Schmidt's about to take the lead in Missouri. Chuck Grassley, not so much, but there's a long way to go. Wisconsin, here you go. Ron Johnson's on the verge of taking the lead. Waukesha County dropped their ballots. He's outperforming Trump there. He's outperforming Trump in, I believe, nearly every single one of these counties except the Ozaki early vote. He's not going to lose Green Bay, by the way, when the votes come in from there either. So, yeah, this one, it's going to go Republican. Ohio, still going to go Republican. We'll see. Obviously, they moved North Carolina to likely R. Bud leads by 4 now. He's really starting to pick up steam late. And now Walker retook the lead in the state of Georgia. There you go. He leads by 2,000 votes. This is a dogfight right here. A Georgia Bulldog fight, that is. As that's where Herschel Walker won his Heisman Trophy. Gene in PA Pusscash says, key Michigan House seats going R. I saw that. Drew Lord says, the farther you get from Detroit, Michigan gets redder. Just outside Detroit is 50-50. Wayne County is corrupt. Bert the Avenger says, anything's worrying you right now? Not necessarily. I mean, Georgia's interesting. Will it go to a runoff? But in terms of the states that have had their polls closed, Oz is gaining in Pennsylvania at the rate he needs to gain so far. There are a lot of votes left that haven't been counted that we will see how they come. But either way, we'll see. Big Red says Virginia 7th, Vega looking good. Well, they don't think Vega's looking good. Vega, they put it at very likely D. They moved the 10th to very likely D as well, despite the fact that Vega's leading right now. Spencer Poirier, thank you for the 10. Longhorn Politics. So now you're saying Walker will advance to a runoff. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the chance is there. I said the chance was there in my final video. But we'll see. He very well could get over the hump of 50%. So the fact that both are below 50 means that Warnock is not going to win this thing outright. So we'll have to see. It means more content, I guess, for this year. Cloud354 says, how are you doing tonight? May end up with a red Mississippi. Well, obviously, it's Mississippi. It doesn't even have a Senate election, by the way. But yeah, Albus Dumbledore says, should I be afraid of losing my red New Hampshire Senate bet? I mean, should be afraid of it, but Bolduc is, I mean, he's going to close the gap somewhat. I'm not saying it's guaranteed, but he's going to close that gap. I'm not sure if I would say he's the favorite to win or not, but still. Pennsylvania, Oz within 11. Right there. He's closing in. He's closing the gap. More votes counted out of Beaver County. He's at 57 so far. Trump got 58. So even in the places where Trump was a unique overperformer of past Republicans, Oz is doing very well with those voters so far. It's still early. We don't know how the remaining ballots are going to come in, but still, it's looking pretty decently for Dr. Oz so far. Can't exactly complain. Jason Kelly says, I'm worried, bro. Doesn't seem like the wave is as big as I thought. Is that justified or still too early? Well, I'm only wrong with one House seat prediction so far, and that's Rhode Island's second, which still has 8% of the vote to count. So we'll really have to wait and see what happens. But we have a long, long way to go. Also, John James appears to be poised for victory. So his third time is the charm, it appears, for winning that potential office there. Carter W15 says, any reason to doom yet? No, absolutely not. I mean, reason to doom yet. Maybe the size of the wave, you could say some of these seats might not go this way, etc. But we have very few competitive seats we've analyzed so far. When we get to the West Coast, Arizona, Nevada, we talk about California. Republicans don't discount their chances of picking up a decent amount of seats there. And in terms of Minnesota, we don't have really a whole lot of data there yet. Brad Finstad appears to be doing well, but still early on. Let's see. Mike Maksimiak says, I had to dig for your live stream. Oh, interesting. That's interesting. We still have 21,000 viewers, by the way. Like the stream up, by the way, guys. Like the stream up. Man with Two Eyes says, look at RCP aggregate chart for AZ Senate. Perfect timing. I know they switched it. Arnett23me says, Chris West is beating Sanford Bishop. Well, 50% of the vote is in. They still have it as likely D. Some Dem counties are yet to report, but it's going to be closer than people initially anticipated. This is true. Longhorn Politics says, who wins in a runoff and by what margin? I wish I could tell you. A lot can change between now and then. I would say if the Senate majority is not on the line, Herschel Walker should be able to win, and he'll have the help of a lot of people in the party that just won. So Steve Large says, I'm concerned, wanted a huge red wave, very disappointed. Well, huge red wave depends on how you define huge red wave, really. All of our Senate picks have gone the right way so far, even by, down to the exact margin. Bud's going to win by a likely margin. Vance is already up by a likely margin. Pennsylvania is now within 10. We're waiting for results out of the Philadelphia suburbs, seeing if Oz does better there. But in some of these counties, are there any counties fully in? Some of these counties in the rural areas, you see a little bit of an underperformance, but still long, long way to go. And Oz's stronghold is going to be here in the Philadelphia suburbs compared to Donald Trump. He's not going to win a lot of these counties, but he's going to narrow the margins in a lot of these counties. So no limitation. Rideshare says, will you switch to the House for a bit? We've been doing both. I guess we can. We could check on Michigan's governorship again there. Dixon now trails by 10. Washtenaw County, though. A lot of Washtenaw. That's Ann Arbor. 42% of the vote is in. Whitmer gained 30,000 votes from that county. So a lot of rural red areas have not yet reported yet. A lot of early vote is in from them, but we'll see. So, yeah, Oz is now at 44. Oz is gained on Fetterman. Philadelphia, 23% of the vote is in. Oz is at 13% in Philadelphia. So we will see. There's a lot of votes to be counted yet. Let's check in on Mastriano, see how that one is going. And he is down by just, looks like he is down by 19. So he is trailing by 10 points so far. But for some reason, they give Pike County to some third party because they didn't tabulate the votes properly there. Venator says, Safe R, Florida is beautiful. Agreed. Ben Lowry says, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan look like they might go blue. No R plus 6 to 7. North Carolina is not going blue. I don't know where you got that from. Pennsylvania, I think Pennsylvania goes red. Michigan, on the other hand, the governorship there, still up in the air. We'll see. Nick A says, New York Times says, Fetterman with a 53% chance of winning. That means it's a toss-up. It's in the air. Oz is now at 15 in Philadelphia as more ballots come in. Nothing in out of Bucks. A lot of people saying Oz could win Bucks. No election day votes counted there. That's 20-some thousand votes Fetterman has now that probably Oz can make up the difference for right there. So already Pittsburgh, 60% of the vote is in. Erie County, 20% of the vote is in. It's pretty close there. It's pretty close there. This is a county that Trump won in 2016, narrowly lost in 2020. We'll see how it shakes out. Doomsday Machine says both DeSantis and Rubio won Miami-Dade. I think it's safe to say Florida is a Republican stronghold right now. I mean, yeah, obviously, I would have to agree with that. It's not the swing state it used to be. Rubio won by, 17 points or so? DeSantis won by close to 20? Ridiculous. I mean, even counties like Osceola were flipping. Orange got within 10 for the governor's race. Palm Beach went for DeSantis. Miami-Dade went red by 10. It's insanity. What can I say? All right, let's go back to the House. We can go back to the needle. What is the needle saying? House control is leaning Republican, 73%. The Senate controls a toss-up. So very early on, very reminiscent of the 2018 midterms, you could say, but the inverse, where you saw Democrats in some of these early House seats weren't exactly doing so well. They, failed to knock off Riggleman. They failed to win the seat in Kentucky. And then you had people that were already dooming. But either way, what we do see here is that there's a long, long way to go. And a lot of these key states and these swing districts are probably going to go red, enough to give the Republicans a sizable edge in the House. And that is true. So what other districts they have as lean D? They still have some of their I predicted this district Democrat, so it's going Dem districts there. Wouldn't read too much into that. But Missouri, Schmidt is now up by 12. Moran still trails in Kansas, which is laughable to say the very least. Let's see, Georgia. Herschel is now in the lead. Let's talk about the swing Senate seats first, because these are really what the difference is going to come down to. And we'll get some Arizona results soon. Herschel Walker leads by 1 point. 70% of the vote is in. 70% of the vote is in. The remainder of the votes come from all over the state. You do have sizable dumps in places like Fulton and DeKalb, but you also have places like Walton County, Columbia County, where there are a lot of votes left that are supposed to go for Herschel Walker. So that's 50-50. He's at 49.6. Can he get over the hump? We'll see. If not, I'm going to say it's going to go to a runoff, and Herschel Walker will win the runoff if it does. Pennsylvania now is within 8 points. They say that this is a toss-up right here. The remaining votes exist all over the state. Big dumps in Mastriano's home district, York County, Lancaster, a lot of these places in southern, even Pittsburgh. They anticipate that Oz is going to gain net in what's left in all of these counties except Philadelphia, Delaware, Chester, Montgomery, and then basically nothing in the remaining counties. So already, they're anticipating that this is D+1. Yeah, I don't see that. I really don't see it based off of what is remaining. I can't see it. Votes remaining. Chester County, they think that Fetterman's going to win 58% of the remaining votes in Chester. There is no way that that is going to happen. I'm sorry, there's no way. That would mean Oz is doing worse in the Philadelphia suburbs, which is supposed to be his unique point of strength, than Donald Trump did in 2020. There's virtually no chance of that happening, I will say right now. So they're wrong. What a shocker. They're wrong. 33% of the vote is in. And yep, we'll see that. So Iowa, Grassley, they still have as very likely are. Johnson has not yet taken the lead in Wisconsin, but we're waiting for him to. Let's go back to Texas. Abbott is now up by 10. But not a lot of Harris counties in. But still, that's an impressive lead that Abbott has built up. He'll probably expand on that as the night goes on. San Antonio is 61% in. Travis is mostly in. Dallas County, mostly in. So, yeah, we'll see. Let's go to the House districts here. Gonzalez leads by 10. Where are the votes coming from, though? There's no votes here. I don't know. All right, well. Yeah, Ohio went back to 52-48, but that one's going to go in Vance's direction. Herschel Walker now leads. He's at 50, or he's at least close to 50. They rounded it up to 50. But he now leads by 1.1%. So no separation gain since the last update. But all right. Mary Hogan says, FYI, I had to dig for it too. Also got bumped 4x. Interesting. Let's see here. Jonathan Williams says, it's a shame that a lot of Americans value killing innocent unborn children over crime. Well, both are crimes. They're the criminals. They're the party of crime. They're pro-crime. That's what they are. That has to be the messaging moving forward for the Republican Party. Absolutely. Zeldin's now at 35 in New York, but there's no votes from his strongholds in. Staten Island's coming in for him pretty strong. 67-33. Pretty solid. Let's see. Buck Hunter 431 says thoughts on Nebraska races. Pillen's leading. There's a lot of votes that have yet to be counted that are going to come out, and they're going to be heavily going in the Republican column. Vargas is going to lose. Mike Flood is going to win that district yet again, and that's the way that it is. And Pillen has a lead. This is a red state in Nebraska. It's staying red. Let's see. Mike Maxiek says, what are your thoughts on where oil and inflation are going after the midterms? Probably to the same direction that they've been going in. Noah Boyd says, Oz wins. Who cares? We want Doug Mastriano. I've accepted the Mastriano defeat for a while because it was bound to happen given the fact that he was completely abandoned by the Republican Party. And Oz is in the closer race here. We'll see. They haven't called it for Shapiro yet. I think it's going to be closer than people think at the end of the day, but we'll have to really wait and see. But already Chester, Oz is at 37. So we'll see. There's a lot of votes in suburban Philly that have yet to be counted, but also in the rural areas as well. A decent amount left for Dr. Oz as well. They anticipate he'll gain with the remaining ballots in Allegheny. He will have a raw vote victory of what's left in Allegheny. That will help close that gap. He's down by 140,000 votes. I think he'll close it. Nick H. says, Joe Rhino Day being down by 20 is a huge L for the Electabros. Yeah, I don't think that he's going to lose by 20. Even they have it as likely D, but it's not a good look for them. Let's check the governor's race there in Colorado. He's not really outperforming Ganal by that much. So, yeah, not good for the Electabros. Not really that good. Ronchetti, he's down. 19% of the vote is in. He's down by 11 points. This is going to be a very close race. It's going to go down to the wire. Democrats leading because of early vote. Vasquez is not defeating Harrell, more likely than not. She trails Vasquez by 13 in that district. So who knows? You look at the bellwether district. If that's the bellwether for the state, then maybe it's going to be a very good night for Mark Ronchetti when it's all said and done. But there's a lot of votes left to be counted here. Wisconsin has not changed. Vance now leads by 6 in Ohio. Is this going to be the first year where we see accurate polling out of the state of Ohio? That would be interesting. Oz now trails by 6 now. He trails by 6 with 35% reporting. Herschel Walker now leads by roughly around a point, 71% reporting. Ted Budd, 81% reporting, leads by 4. They're going to call that one. All right. Ron, a.k.a. Matt, says, I voted in Pickens County, Georgia today. Run, Herschel, run. Georgia, please. Georgia beat my Vols, but you got my vote. Herschel has the lead. Thanks for what you do, Rep. Thank you. Nick DeBest12 says, why are people dooming on Twitter? I don't know, and I honestly don't care. Their takeaways mean nothing to me because they blow like the way the wind blows. And after the election, I'm probably going to be using it a little bit less because it's just a bunch of banter and people think that they know more about everything than they really do, and it's nonsense. But we're 2 minutes away from poll closing. Shout out to Tim Entzel. Shatoni2717 says, Georgia's 6th just flipped. Georgia's 6th? What district is that? Oh, yeah, that one was always going to go red, Rich McCormick's seat. But, yeah, that's probably partially why we saw the massive lead in favor of Herschel there. Vega still leads. Kiggins leads. Luria is done. And that is a district in Virginia that voted for Biden by 3. So already you see the shift to the right. But, yeah, let's see. Van Drew, he's up. Keene is gaining on Malinowski. Majewski's at 44. There's still a chance for him. We'll see. Jesse Otto, they have that district as a toss-up there. Let's see. Should Tony 27? Oh, he did that one. Kyle 640 says, check North Carolina's 1st district. Okay. Yeah, Sandy Smith has narrowed the margin. She's got it down to 6. That one's going to go down the wire, but, I mean, she's not probably going to be able to make that up in the remaining 10% vote dump. But Bo Hines is definitely going to win that seat there. So that's a good thing. Dova Budgie 100. You're not going to get me that time. That's too obvious. You know, you got to do better than that. The KGB show says if everyone shared the stream to 2 friends, this stream would beat out Daily Wire and Blaze election streams. This is very true. Very true. They fear the independent content creator. This is 100% the case. Martin Guillen Gonzalez says, voted Bailey. Appreciate what you do. Pray for Illinois. I will, but it's going to take a lot of prayers to fix Illinois. I could tell you guys that much. John Waffle H2P says, Rep, this is a disaster. How does Mastriano get beat? This is bad. Shame on the neocons and rhinos. Absolutely, 100%. I've been talking about this for quite a while. Pennsylvania, they've abandoned him. They've let him out to dry, and it's a shame because he's not like them. He's not a part of the system, the same club that they're a part of. Nick A says, Forest County was all about in. Oz is underperforming Trump by 6 there. Yeah, I saw that. Doesn't entirely matter if Oz is going to pick it up in a lot of these other counties here. Shamenesance Men says, have many election streams on yours is the best. Thank you. The lead says, do you think Warlock will lose outright as of now? Love the channel, by the way. He could. Is Herschel? I think Herschel's, he's not at 50. He's down to 49.1, but there are a lot of remaining votes in the red areas. He could do it. In terms of the raw vote totals that are left, it seems about even. They anticipate that Walker is going to win by 1.2% on the New York Times. But still, is that going to be enough to avoid a runoff, or is he going to get below 50? We'll have to see. All right, let's see. Nick Felstad says, thanks for your great coverage. Jay Shug says, all we need is at least 51 Senate seats, hopefully. No, I don't want to settle for less. I think 53 is still the most likely option. Look at those numbers we saw in Arizona and Nevada. Pennsylvania, I think, still goes for Oz. Georgia, I think, will go to a runoff, or it will go for Walker outright. And that will be good enough at the end of the day. Wisconsin will go Republican easily, no doubt about it. Let's see, New Hampshire, let's check that one out. Bolduc's at 42. 25% of the vote is in. So it's not over yet. And Arizona hasn't counted any ballots. That's going to be huge when they come in. So let's see what Predicted is saying. Predicted has Fetterman at 72. I don't see it. I really don't see it. Given what is expected in the suburbs of Philadelphia, I would anticipate Oz would get in the 40s in Chester, potentially even Montgomery, and then win Bucks, where he is at a massive disadvantage. He will definitely get a raw vote lead on what's left in Bucks County. So the K-Man says, hi, can you call my brother Todd ugly? Our whole family is watching you tonight instead of any of the MSM nonsense. Why you got to do your brother like that? I don't know if he's ugly or not. I'm not gonna call him ugly. I don't know. I really don't know unless unless he's definitely on the left, which in that case then might be a higher chance that he actually is ugly, but that's beside the point. I'm not going to do that. I don't know who Todd is. He's never done anything wrong to me. Braden Novak says Lackawanna County not looking good for Oz. Lackawanna County is 92% in. Fetterman has a sizable lead there. That is true. It's not looking too good for Oz so far. Oz may win the remaining ballot dumps there, but it's not looking too good. Lackawanna went for Biden by 8. That is not looking good for Oz, especially because Oz did well in the primary there. Not looking good in that county, but I still think Oz is going to be the narrow favorite based off of what votes are remaining. He's now down by just 4 points. People forget about this. He's closing in. He's closing the gap. There are counties where he is outperforming Trump. We'll see if that stays at that level. Matt says, you're doing an outstanding job. Hope Drazen wins. We'll see. Lifo Foley says, are we going to lose the Kansas governor's race? Jerry Moran is losing the Senate race there. So honestly, I don't believe this is going to be the end result there in Kansas. So I don't know. We'll see. There's just too many election day votes that haven't been counted and rural votes that have not been counted. They called Moran the winner an hour ago, but he's still losing to Mark Holland. So Mary Hogan says, hi, New Mexico might flip red. Let's check in on New Mexico real quick. They haven't counted any more ballots, but the truth is that Lujan Grisham is underperforming Vasquez in the 2nd district, so the chance is definitely there. Absolutely. Let's see. Okay. Billy Walker says, does Mastriano have a chance? Sadly, not really. Oscar Bond says, Johnson looking better in Wisconsin. What gives you confidence about Michaels, though? Because Johnson's not going to win by like 1 point. If he wins by 4 or more, then Michaels is probably going to win in Wisconsin. So you just have to wait for the votes to count. Milwaukee and Madison are more than halfway through, and there's still a lot of votes to count in the Driftless area, a lot of votes to count in rural Wisconsin, suburban Milwaukee. We'll have to see. Kenosha 77% in. Johnson leads by 6. Nothing in Outer Racine. That's going to go red too. So we'll wait. We'll wait on that one. North Carolina, how is Bud doing? He's only up by 3. Now, he's probably going to win with the remainder of the votes to come in. They're going to heavily benefit him. He'll win by a likely margin, but maybe by a little bit less than initially anticipated. So, Fetterman now leads by under 4%. This is an 80,000 vote game. They're anticipating a lot of ballots left in Philadelphia, but there still are a lot in the Philadelphia suburbs that the percentages on the model don't seem to add up with what is expected. And you look at how Oz is performing in the Pittsburgh suburbs, doing pretty decent so far. So we'll see. Funtime Freddy 420 says Arizona's going to be horrifying. Weird how downtown Phoenix, everything is going well, but everywhere else it's sucking. Like, what the hell? Well, a lot of incompetent people there in Maricopa County. This is true. Byron Marble says, we love Rep Base YouTuber. What's the margin of victory looking for Johnson and Michaels? Too early to tell. We'll see as the votes come in. They say it's leaning R, but we'll see. I think Johnson is going to win. And I think Oz is probably the favorite too. Georgia might go to a runoff. We'll see. Very close. A lot of ballots left for both. I don't know if Walker is going to get 50. Oh, Arizona. Vote dump in Arizona. Several counties. Mark Kelly has a lead, but a lot of that is not... Wait, where is it coming from? It's not even on the map properly. Oh, Maricopa County. The early vote dump in Maricopa is real. Kelly leads by 20 points in Maricopa County so far. but that is the early vote dump. There are a lot of votes. Blake Masters is anticipated to get over 100,000 remaining ballots in Maricopa County on the net there. So the vote dump has already been initiated in the state of Arizona. And as we can see, this Kari Lake is trailing by 38% of the vote in. Now, let's be real here. This is the early vote in Arizona. Don't make the same mistake that we made during the primary, but still it's interesting to see. Now Blake Masters is down 15, Lake is down 11. So Lake is overperforming so far by 4 points in the counties that they've counted. These are going to come in more Democrat to begin with. As the remainder of the votes get counted, they are going to go more Republican. This is how it works in Arizona. Already they called Gosar, they called Lesko, they're running unannounced. We'll see what happens in some of these House races as well. So, a lot of time left. Nothing out of Nevada, 40% in Arizona, still very early. Masters at 41, but at the end of the day, a lot of votes to count. They still have this one as a toss-up. Now they say that Kelly by 2 is what they're estimating, but there's just a lot of ballots left to count. So, we will see as the results come in. A lot of dooming will ensue as anticipated. Vance now leads by 8, by the way, which is interesting in the state of Iowa. So Fetterman now leads 52-40. Oh, wait, no, apparently that's down to 50-47. Did that change or what's going on here? Now they're saying 51 seats for the Republicans in the Senate, 228 in the House. Okay, 52-46, here we go. So there was another vote. Okay, they did another vote dump out of Philadelphia, I believe. 32% of Philadelphia is currently in. A lot of votes left out state. Let's check. Nothing out of Chester, nothing out of Bucks, nothing out of Montgomery whatsoever. So there we go. Wisconsin slow to count. Iowa's slow to count. Let's see. All right. GA says, give this man some likes. Absolutely. You guys can like up the stream. We have 20,000 viewers. We only have 12,000 likes. So make sure you guys can make up that gap and make up that difference. Let's see. Gerald Armstrong says, how is York and Cumberland still going blue? Because of the fact that they have a lot of ballots they have not yet counted. That's why. Patrick Warden says, what are you thinking as far as chances percentage-wise? Oregon's governor race flips red and Washington's Senate seat flips red. Oregon's governorship, I think it's 50-50. Washington, there's no way it flips at all. There's just no way. But they still have Arizona as a toss-up, even with the vote dump. So understand that there's no need to panic about Arizona. I don't care what the betting markets say. We will wait and see what happens. Kansas did another vote dump. Moran has a massive lead now in Kansas. And Derek Schmidt narrowed the gap. A lot of votes to be counted, though. So we'll see what happens in Kansas. But let's see. Ted Budd up by 4. Ohio Vance leads by 4. Or leads by 8, I should say. Oz 46. A lot of votes left so far in the state of Pennsylvania. And we will see as the results pour in through the rest of the state here. Nothing changed in the state of Wisconsin. Not a whole lot changed in Colorado. O'Day is now down 14, probably going to lose. Should not have stabbed the base in the back the way he did. Could have probably even been closer. So, let's see. Kyra Rosu says, I'm in Kansas 3. I've been watching Kansas. Seems like there's still a ton of votes to come in rural areas. Starting to worry about Amanda Adkins, though, in the 3rd district. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Schmidt leads in the 2nd. That's not going to hold. As you can see here, Adkins is down by 16. That margin will be made up, which is a good sign for a lot of these races. It's a good sign for Derek Schmidt, but we'll have to see. They have to count the votes. They got to get it done. So even Lauren Boebert trails the early vote, and we know that that is going to stay Republican. They called MTG's race, by the way, which was good. So let's see here. Walker leads by 0.4. 72% of the vote is in. Interesting. All right. 05624 says, keep up the great work. I'm watching with my father. Please give us a shout out by saying Team Poopa. Okay, there you go. Driddles D says, thoughts on Arizona, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Nevada. Keep those cheeks clapping, my man. Okay, very interesting wording there. Arizona, that could, they say the Senate race is now leaning D. We'll have to wait and see, but these are the early returns. I would not wait. I would wait on the early returns. I would wait for them to tabulate the ballots to actually see what's about to happen there. In terms of what's going on in Michigan, Pennsylvania, still anybody's game in Pennsylvania. I think Oz is the favorite. Michigan, Dixon has narrowed the vote gap. She now trails by just 4% or so. More votes are being counted as we speak. So that one, like I said, could go down to the wire. Depends on what remaining ballots are left here. Even in some of these swing districts, the New York Times are saying that it leans towards the Democrats. Again, not entirely sure about all of these races. Even Mervan's seat, that's now down to a 6-point game, and Indiana's first. The Illinois 17th, they have that one leaning D, which that would be a head scratcher if it did happen. The 8th, they say toss up. I think Republicans are going to win that one. Iowa's third. When all the votes are counted in Iowa, they're going to go Republican, but they got to count the votes. They got to get it done. That's what needs to happen. So we'll see. But we'll see. Here we go. Silver Guy says, hey, Jack, Frank Pallotta in New Jersey, please check him out. It's probably down. Did they call it? They haven't. He's down 65-35. Keene is on track to win in the 7th. So that will be a pickup for the Republicans there. So we'll see. Majewski has it down to a 12-point game, 30% of the votes remaining. We'll see how those votes go. So Funtime Freddy says, I'm worried as hell about Arizona. WTF is up with the machines. The margin will narrow in the state of Arizona. That I can guarantee you. We will see. Katie Hobbs is up by 11 now. That is not going to hold. There are a lot of votes left in a lot of these counties that have yet to come in, and they will overwhelmingly favor Kari Lake, but we'll have to see. Same thing goes for the Senate race. Masters is trailing behind by 4, but you never know what's going to happen. In Tucson, could be outperforming Kari Lake there. We'll see. Daniel Krieger says, I know it's super early, but it's been a game of tennis between Jensen and Walls in Minnesota. Let's pull up Minnesota. Yeah, that's close. That's close, but not a lot of the Minneapolis area is in, and it's still 3% of the vote in overall, so wouldn't look too much into that, but it's interesting to see here. NKVD says, reposting it because it expired. Could Mastriano win in 2026? Unlikely, because I think Trump will win in 2024 and Democrats are going to be more energized, so no. He could run for like a congressional seat or something like that, and that would be good. I don't think his career is necessarily over. Bin DR says Lake +5 and Masters +2, calling it. Well, I hope so. Lynn RX52 says, can you go live on Rumble? Well, maybe in the future. I don't know. Sub to the Rumble, too. It's a good backup to have, but I don't really use it that much. Michelle W says, the dumb onion is failed in several precincts. They sent away many people today without vote. We'll see when the results come in. Like I said, Obi-Wan Classic says, sad news, AOC reelected. In other news, water is wet. I mean, it's not like that big of a deal. She's always been there. She'll always be there. You know, she's in a deep, deep blue district. So it's the way it is. Baravo1 says, please, big shout out to my brother Mo Al-Bayadi Red. Okay. Your weekly V game says, why do you feel so strongly that it's an L for Mastriano? Only 50% of the vote, and wouldn't he track with Oz? He has, but in terms of him gaining enough, it's not fully there. I just don't see it. I don't see a path forward. And Oz is more likely than not going to gain in Montgomery County in the remaining ballots there. He's not going to finish with 19% of the vote. That I can almost guarantee you. So that's the way it is. And he's doing well so far in suburban Pittsburgh. He's going to have to get more votes there in order to win, but we'll see. All right. Baravo once says, please, big shout out to my brother. Oh, wait, did that one. Your weekly V. Oh, wait, did that one as well. We're a little bit behind here. Mark Hamilton says, Christine Kamara, Secretary of State's at 45%. In Michigan, does she have a chance there? If she wins, I feel Michigan will go red in 2024. I honestly feel Republicans have lost Pennsylvania. in the Secretary of State situation there. Well, we'll see how well she's doing. If she's performing in line with Dixon and Dixon does well down the stretch, she's got a shot. DePerno's outperforming. I think DePerno will win at the end of the day. That was my initial prediction. Dixon is down less than 20% of the vote remaining are reported. She'll probably gain in Kent County as well down the stretch. So that's not going to net the Dems a whole lot more. We'll just see as the votes come in. I mean, there's a lot left on both sides, really. Nothing out of Macomb County or Wayne. There's just a lot that has not been counted. Washtenaw and Oakland tend to be the ones that are most of the way in. Rodney Benfield says, please stop drinking energy drinks. Even alcohol is better for you than that. Water or tea or beer is better. Stay healthy. We need you in the fight. Listen, if I'm going to be doing a stream for like 8 or 9 hours, you're going to have to give me something. And honestly, we've had enough coffee for the day. We're gonna roll with the energy drink so far. Go to New York. Zeldin's at 36.5. Not exactly getting the margins in the upstate county so far that he would need. So there you have it. But let's see. Nothing new out of Arizona. Iowa, Grassley's about to take the lead. Wisconsin, still nothing. They're counting more votes in Dane. Dane is almost all the way in. Milwaukee's halfway in. There's a lot of votes left. They have it as going Republican. It's going to go Republican. Pennsylvania, still a toss-up. Not a whole lot new there. Philadelphia's 41% in. Oz is at 17. He keeps gaining in Philadelphia. I think he will break 20 there. I don't know what the end result is going to end up being margin-wise, though, which is really what matters because you still have about 100,000 voters or votes there that will probably net in favor of John Fetterman. So Allegheny County, Oz is definitely going to gain in the remaining ballots there that are not necessarily tabulated yet. Same thing potentially with Erie, which would be huge. It's interesting to see this here. You see a blue shift, but in some of the counties that are not all the way in yet, you see more of a red shift, which is interesting here. I don't know what's wrong with that county there. That's another crack county that I don't know if that's actually real or not, but who knows what's going on. But North Carolina, no, it filled out a lot more red than a lot of people initially anticipated. Florida as well. A lot of votes left to count. So this is true. Wisconsin, even in some of the counties in Wisconsin that are fully in, red shift. You love to see that. So we're waiting on more out of Arizona, out of some of these other states. There is a lot more that has yet to be counted. 23,000 viewers in live. Make sure you guys like the stream. Let's get the likes up there. Let's try to get 20K on the stream tonight. Make sure you guys subscribe as well. Hit the bell if you already have. Let's check New Hampshire. How is Bolduc closing in? He's at 43. So he gained a little bit since we last checked it. Arizona, Masters is at 41. Okay, Georgia, it's about a 0.7% lead for Walker. He has a lead. He has a commanding lead as more votes are coming in. But and he's doing better in a lot of these suburban counties as the remaining votes do pour in. But is it going to be enough to avoid a runoff? If it is, Republicans may end up winning the Senate tonight outright in terms of the calls we get, assuming we count enough ballots out of Georgia, which is not a sure thing, by the way. Look at 2020. But it's just frustrating. Grassley leads there. Let's go back to the House. The House. We forgot about the House. All right, here. North Carolina, the 13th, still leading R. The 1st, probably going to go blue. Virginia, they haven't called the 2nd. The 7th looks like it's gone. The 10th, Hung Cow did very well. Very, very well. He got it within a lean margin, but that still looks like it's gone. Neil Parrott's winning in the 6th district, which, if that holds, that would be a huge pickup. Let's see. Any other results here? They haven't called the Fung race, but it's pretty much a done deal. New Hampshire, Leavitt, could she close in? I think it's a possibility. Pollock is not doing that bad in Maine. Let's check Maine's governorship. Forgot about that. LePage is down by 7 so far. But Golden, could he fall? There's a chance. Not like it'd be that much of an upgrade, though, with Bruce Pollock in there. So still, we're just waiting on a lot of results here. Van Orden is down, but he's gaining in the third, which means that Republicans they have it as likely they're going to easily win that 3rd district there. That's a flip in Wisconsin. But we're still 49% of the way through, and Barnes still is in the lead, and that's not going to hold. I mean, Green Bay, that's a Republican county right there. Brown County in 2020, it netted Donald Trump a net 10,000 votes. Hasn't even tabulated really anything other than like 2 precincts tops. So Door County, Johnson's winning 71% of the way in. A lot of vote left out of Washington. That'll pad the margins. He will win hands down. No questions asked based off of what is remaining, what's out there. Let's see. We got a lot of super chats. Okay, we'll get to the super chats eventually, but we're waiting on some results here. Let's go back. Okay, Ohio they have as likely R. They should just call that. North Carolina, this should also probably be called soon. So Georgia, Pennsylvania, 52% now. Philly's at 41%. Did anything change there? I'm not entirely sure. Chester's now 38. Oz is at 42 in Chester. So I called it. Chester, you look at Chester moving to the right, that should shift the model. That should shift their model here. Because now they have Fetterman winning more of the votes in Chester. I don't see that happening. If Oz is at 42 in Chester, I think he may do even better than that. Montgomery County, they say that Oz is going to get 43% of the remaining votes. That's more plausible. Bucks, they have Oz getting... Okay, Oz actually did gain in Bucks. He's down in Bucks by just 20. He keeps gaining. They anticipate him to gain a little bit more. So, we'll see. Allegheny, still some Republican votes left in Allegheny. 80% of Pittsburgh is already in. So, Greene County's at 71. So, we'll have to see when the remaining results pour in here. But Pennsylvania, you talk about John Fetterman in the debate. Awful. Early voting taking place before the debate should not have happened. We understand that, but still, we will see what goes down here. Wisconsin, all right. Arizona, any more in Arizona? I don't think that Yuma, see, Mark Kelly leads by just 1 in Yuma. That's going to be an insta-flip. Yuma County's going red hard. You talk about the border. There's a crisis on the southern border. Mojave County, the margins are going to be run up there. All around these counties, you're going to see the margin run up in the final tallies that are going to come through. Maricopa County, 59-39. How did the remaining votes go in the state of Arizona? We're about to find out. So, all right, here we go. Everybody wants shout-outs today. Everybody wants a shout-out. I understand it. A lot of people here. Okay. Richard Delgado says, how's the weather? Well, I don't know if you're referring to this or the actual weather outside, which was pretty nice today, actually. But we'll have to see what goes down here. Jennifer Portillo, thank you. Moxie the Moxon Gaming says, Hivemind sent us Go Red. Real. Rebecca Lasseter says, Democrat, but hate the direction both parties are going. Thanks for the super chat. Remy33 says, Hivemind sent us. A lot of people saying that. So did Vidi Pinto. Ivan P says, thank you for what you do. Here for the white pill. So much blackpilling on right-wing Twitter at the moment. People genuinely thought Vance could lose. Well, yeah, that's ridiculous. I'm still relatively white-pilled. I'm not trusting the needle. I think people do make the mistake of doing that. The needle's not foolproof. It's been wrong time and time again. We'll really just have to wait and see what happens. Now, are we a little bit disappointed with some of the House results so far? I mean, I would have liked to pick up the 7th in Virginia. The 10th was closer than expected, but there's still a lot of game left here, and there's so much we just don't know, and I know it can get a lot of frustrating to a lot of people as the results are not pouring in at a fast rate, but we'll see. The 15th in Texas, that's probably going to be another flip right there. 28th, that one, I mean, we'll monitor this. Arizona already. Anything else here? In this district right here, the 7th district, it voted for Joe Biden in Arizona by a ridiculous amount. We could pull this up here. Arizona's 7th district voted for Biden by 32.4%. This right now is just a 24-point game in the early vote between Luis Pizallo and Raul Grijalva. So this is true. This is all early voting. We don't have a lot of results in out of the 6th district, but there are results in out of every other district in the state. So keep that in mind. 41%. Oz is back to 47 in Pennsylvania. So he gained a little bit as more votes have come in. More votes. Montgomery still hasn't added a lot of votes. He's going to gain in the remaining votes in Montgomery for sure. Absolutely. They say that Fetterman's going to win them. I'm not entirely sure about that. We'll see. Chester County so far, Oz is at 42. He's gaining there. Bucks, he's at 39. He's going to do a lot better than that when it's all said and done. Here you go. Now 54% of the vote is in, and it's still a 4.5-point game right now. Philadelphia is now 44% in. We'd like to see more counted out of the Philadelphia area to get a better picture of how the race is going to shake out, but I predict it's going to be going crazy for the Dems right now all across the board, as I'm sure it is as I'm refreshing it. And yep, they now even have Georgia, and Pennsylvania and Arizona is safe D in Predict It. Georgia now is leaning Democrat right now, which again is surprising. Barnes, Madison keeps getting votes in from a lot of blue areas so far. They need to dump the rest of the state in there. Waukesha, there's a lot of votes left in Waukesha, Washington. A lot left in Ozaukee that needs to be counted. Wisconsin's going to flip Republican. They have it as leaning R. It's probably going to go Republican. Pennsylvania, they still have as a toss-up right here, right now. But very interesting what's going on statewide, nationwide. It's like Florida. Florida was huge. The rest of the country, Republicans are doing good. They're going to take back the House, more likely than not, but still very interesting. Mervan is up by just 4. That district, I think, could flip. We have a lot to get to here. Parrott still leads with 42% in Maryland 6, which is also interesting. Let's look at Pennsylvania. Yeah, Scheller, there's a lot of room to grow for Republicans here. There's still a lot of room in these districts that are swing districts. Republicans are vastly underperforming, but what votes have been counted is the real question, because there's a chance that you will see that gap narrow significantly. So there we go. Georgia, yeah, Sanford Bishop took the lead. That's not surprising. They should call it for McCormick, Collins, Allen easily. Mace is up by 10 in South Carolina. That is a victory there. McMaster leads by 16 in the state. Easy victory over Joe Cunningham, the former congressman from Nancy Mace's district. So another pickup at the governorship level right there. Pennsylvania, they haven't called it for Shapiro yet. He leads by 14. That margin will probably narrow a bit as the night goes on. So Arizona, still not a whole lot there. Mark Kelly, right now, Kerry Lake has now got it within 10, 39% of the vote reporting. So she just has to make up the difference with the remaining vote dumps. And given what we saw with Election Day turnout, it should be no problem. But Blake Masters at 42 so far. He's trailing behind 4 points. Still could get it done. Just depends on whatever is left. A lot of these dumps are early. Victor will probably get less of the vote share later on as well. So Herschel still leads. How much is left in Atlanta? They still have a decent amount left in DeKalb County, Fulton County. A lot of these counties, still a decent amount remaining. So we'll see. Vance still has a sizable lead. There are some shifts to the left here, but there are some shifts to the right, which is making it a little bit interesting. But you look at Lake County, that moved to the right to the 2020 presidential vote. Lake County went for, this doesn't make sense. How did Lake County go for Trump? By how much? Oh, it did. I was thinking of Lorain County. There we go. Okay. Still some red shift in some of these counties, but we'll see. Not enough, but still Ohio will be going Republican more likely than not. Johnson's about to take the lead in Wisconsin, which is a good thing. We'll look at the governorship there. Michaels, we'll see. This one is going to go down the wire, but I think given the remaining vote, Milwaukee and Dane pretty much all the way in. Milwaukee, so far, Johnson's at 33. What did Trump get in Milwaukee? 29. So, yeah, I'm thinking that Wisconsin stays for the Republicans. I think Wisconsin's going to stay at the Senate level. Look at that, 900 votes. 53% of the vote in. They expect the final margin to be Johnson by around 4. That should be enough to get Michaels to the finish line as well. But we talk about Pennsylvania. They now say leaning D for John Fetterman. I'm not entirely sure what is happening right now. But, yeah, Luzerne, that's not going to stay. Fetterman is up by 50 in Luzerne. That's the early vote out of Luzerne. That's not going to stay. There's a lot of red vote there. That's Wilkes-Barre area. It's west of Scranton. Should be an easy win for Oz. But Chester County, here we go. Look at these counties here. Still a lot of room to grow for Oz there, and that can make up the difference, these vote dumps, if they're election day vote dumps coming in out of these places, and that will benefit Dr. Oz. Same thing out of Pittsburgh. He's more likely than not going to get around 40 in Allegheny, give or take, and we'll see at the end of the day there. But still, 55% of the vote reporting. Arizona, still a lot of ground left to go. We're at 41% there. So we'll see. James Wayne says, what's your favorite food? I like pasta and steak. That's two very different foods. I like steak. I'd have to go with steak. I think it's a staple in the diet and definitely a key cornerstone of your health is eating red meat. Christopher Goris has been with you since 2019. You're doing a fantastic job. Best election site on YouTube. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Robert McLean says, liberal hive mind raid. Chrissy Johnson says, hoping Arizona turns to Carizona. Never give up. This is true. The needle. What does the needle say for the House? 70% chance. Senate is still a toss-up. Interesting. They have Cortez Masto leading in the final vote, but Walker is leading for some reason. It's interesting. Let's see. But this is this is interesting. We will see as it happens. Pennsylvania is going to be one to watch throughout the night as it goes on. So 215 seats already. The Republicans have won or they're favored in. 202 for the Dems. The remainder are up in the air. That means the House is pretty much going to go for the Republicans, which we knew already. It's not that much of a shocker that is the case, but still, it does seem like the margins have narrowed compared to where we would have liked to see them in a lot of these places. So Wisconsin is leaning R, but still more votes in out of Milwaukee. Long way to go. Eau Claire County's all dumped. Douglas County's going for Ron Johnson so far, which is interesting. I don't know if that holds, but it's not a big population center there. But there are a lot of votes left in places like Racine that they should run up the score there. We'll go back to Minnesota. Yeah, big vote dumps out of Minneapolis. Minneapolis is all in. Walz is a massive lead. That's not a surprise. Michigan, we'll go to Michigan, where Dixon is neck and neck with Whitmer. She's down by a couple of points. Of course, Wayne County hasn't tabulated a whole lot of ballots, though. So, but there are some ballots left in Kent County that will probably favor Dixon. The rest of the state is going to fill in red as it is filling in. We'll see how it really shakes out Lansing. Nothing out of Lansing, though. It's gotta put the shock waves in, but nothing out of Macomb either, which is bigger than Lansing. So the 7th District, Tom Barrett, sizable lead over Slotkin. Oakland County, with all the votes in the Oakland part, is leading. Livingston has a sizable lead. Eaton has a lead. Clinton, Ingham, it all comes down to Ingham County, really. It all comes down to Ingham. Depends how Ingham fills in, which we don't know how it's going to fill in just yet. So, let's see. Cesar Hurtado says NBC DeSantis wins with support of white men and rural voters. Yeah, like Miami-Dade County doesn't exist. They love to gaslight. Yeah, I mean, it is a coalition that has that as well. I mean, rural voters and white voters voted for him by a massive margin, probably more so than Hispanic voters did in Florida, obviously. But you still see massive swings to the right all around in Florida, which is huge. So Massive Mania says, what do you think Smiley's chances are in Washington? Low. Especially given how the night has gone. I mean, I can't see it happening. Not saying Republicans aren't going to win the Senate. I'm not dooming. I'm just being a realist here. It's not the most likely course of action. New Hampshire, Bolduc's going to get probably within 10 soon. North Carolina and Ohio, they need to call those. Iowa, they should call. Louisiana, they should call. Well, New Orleans is not all the way in, but Kennedy's going to stay above 50. There's no question about it. So they should call some of these states as they come in. We're about to close polls in Nevada, Idaho, Utah. Or actually, the polls already did close in those states. I'm on Central Time here. So we're about to close the polls in California, Oregon, and Washington, where the early vote looked good for Republicans in California, which means that they're probably going to do better in some of these House seats, and that's a good thing overall, but we'll have to see. There's just, again, count the votes. They got to count them. That's all they got to do. Get it done. Still not a lot counted in Bucks and Montgomery. This is where this election is going to be won. Erie flipped back to Fetterman with 78% of the votes in. And with all the blue shift that we see here, you're going to have a lot of people questioning the base being the issue in rural Pennsylvania, or turning out the base, the apparatus. Not exactly quite there. But that doesn't mean Oz is guaranteed to lose. We'll just have to wait and see. Of course, Predicted is doing what they do best. They're probably going to have Nevada flip blue soon for some reason. But yeah, Georgia flip red for some reason. So there you go. Herschel with a lead there in Georgia. Utah now in Mike Lee, sizable lead out of Schwab County, or Schwab. I don't even know how to pronounce that. Azarina M. sent from Liberal Hive Mind. Jennifer Patilla, please shout out my boyfriend Joe Carusoni. There you go. No Limitation Rideshare says, energy drinks work. Here's one on me. Thank you. CEH says, buy yourself a white Monster with this. I personally don't like Monster. They put too much like fake sugar in it. JW says, Liberal Hive Mind sent us your weekly V game. Says, thanks for the quick response. My family says thanks and keep it up. Well, thank you. Johnson took the lead in Wisconsin. Yep, more votes came in out of Waukesha. Johnson's took the lead. Johnson will likely run up the score in some of these rural areas that haven't fully reported yet, and that's huge. And Brown County will flip for him as well, where Green Bay is. So there you go. Door County almost all the way in. Ron Johnson leads in Door County. A lot of ballots remaining in a lot of these places. Manitowoc, he's at 70. I don't know if that's going to hold. Trump got 60 there. So he's outperforming Trump in a lot of these places, which is good. He's outperforming Trump in northern Wisconsin by a lot. He's doing much better in the WOW counties. He's at 63 in Waukesha. Trump only got like 59. So he's doing better there, and he's doing better in pretty much every county. So Wisconsin, that one looks to be going the Republicans' way for sure. Georgia as well, at least in round one. Will probably go for Herschel Walker. They could go for a round two, though. So we'll have to wait and see. Arizona, nothing new out of Arizona. We're waiting on Pima and Apache, or however you pronounce Apache County. We're waiting on that, and we're waiting on Pima. But we're waiting for the red tidal wave to carry, no pun intended, Lake and potentially Masters to victory. So 15,000 likes. Like the stream down below. Subscribe if you haven't yet. Let's go to Texas. We're going to Texas. Abbott now leads by 10 points. Houston is 52% in. It's within 10. A lot of Election Day vote to count there. Not really the best look for the Democrats in the state of Texas, where you have this Betomania 2.0, the sequel. Yeah, not exactly as good as the original, is it? Even the original obviously was not good enough to win and defeat an unpopular senator in a blue wave year with record enthusiasm. Now he goes up against Greg Abbott, who does have base issues as well, and loses significantly. So there you go. So Wisconsin flip red. That one is going to go red in my opinion. Georgia, like I said, we'll see. I don't think Warnock is going to win tonight. I think it could go to a runoff, though. Utah, Mike Lee looks good, but very little votes are counted there. McMullen, All the Democrats are coalescing behind him. We'll see what happens there. So far we'll see. Pennsylvania, lot to go, lot to count. They say leaning D. That's not, I mean, it's not looking as good as we initially anticipated. This is true. I'd be lying if I said otherwise, but still. Let's go to the House. Let's go back to the House. Yeah, see, New Jersey 7th is narrowing. Republicans are going to flip that district. They're going to flip the Axne seat. They say it's leaning R. The remaining ballots are going to come in for Zach Nunn in rural Iowa. And it honestly begs the question is if Donald Trump announced his run, that maybe turnout in a lot of these places like Pennsylvania in the rural areas would have been higher. This is what I've said. Oh, Mike Doyle's at 41%. Really? Okay. He's closing in. They fooled a lot of people in that district because that's a Biden plus 20-some district. Inner city Pittsburgh is in that. But still, Fitzpatrick's not going to lose. A lot of votes left for Republicans in Pennsylvania. But I wonder if maybe Donald Trump announced his run, that maybe you would have seen more enthusiastic people on the Republican side in some of these places. That's what I'll say. I'm not sure because he was outrunning Republicans in every single poll that had Republicans up. So I don't know. That's just a question. But Republicans, they now give him a 74% chance of winning the House. That is far, far greater, not that much compared to what it was like 10 minutes ago. It was at like 70, below that a little bit. But still, Vance is supposed to win, but they say by 5, Johnson by 3. Interesting. But see, they're giving Cortez Masto the win there. I don't think that's fair. We don't have any results out of Nevada. And that's another state like Florida where trends are going in the Republican direction. And it's very hard to compete with those trends. And early voting wasn't looking good for the Dems. We didn't have early voting out of a lot of these states as well. We had it out of Pennsylvania, North Carolina. Didn't give us that much information because a lot of people vote on Election Day in those states. So we'll see. Let's see here. Gerald Armstrong says apparently Pennsylvania and New York love crime. This is true. Let's check in on New York again. We'll go to New Mexico first, actually. Not a lot has changed, but still a 10-point lead for Grisham. New York, interesting. Lee Zeldin, 39%. He'll get in the 40s. Nothing's in Suffolk. He did very well in New York City from what I could tell. Can't zoom in on it, though. But, yeah, 23% in the Bronx. A lot of vote to count. Staten Island getting almost 70. Queens almost breaking 40. 30 in Brooklyn. Good margins for Zeldin overall, but may not be enough. A lot of vote to count, though. The fact they haven't called the New York governorship already is good news in and of itself, but not good enough. Oh, yeah, Pima's in. A lot of ground to make up in Pima. Now it's a 14-point lead for Hobbs and a 19-point lead for Mark Kelly. But still, the votes that come in after today, or even just after right now, are going to heavily favor the Republicans. Maricopa County, election day vote. Keep that in mind. The election day vote went 3-4-1 for the Republicans. So if they're down by just 100,000, and there's several 100,000 that voted on election day, that's good news, assuming that their votes are counted in a timely manner. That is. Crane is up in the second. O'Halloran is cooked. That is a flip right there. O'Halloran is cooked already in Arizona. That's good news. Let's check in on this. Ciscomani, probably going to win. Biggs, he'll win by a bigger margin than that. Schweikert will probably win. So the sweep is there in the Arizona House, except the 4th, which was never really going to happen. I said it would be lean to likely D. That's about right from what we've seen so far. Majewski, he's down by 12 there. And Shabbat's seat, that one they say very likely D, which not a lot of people anticipated. So if Republicans are losing seats in Ohio, it's not entirely the best look. Parrott still leads Trone in Maryland. They say it's leaning D. We'll still wait and see. as the results pour in. Barrett leads by 12. Paul Young still leads in the 8th. John James leads big in Michigan's 10th. A lot of votes in Detroit that have yet to be counted, though. 62% of the vote is here. Nothing out of Bedford County. Not surprising. Oz getting sizable margins in these counties, but they're moving to the left compared to 2020. Chester, yeah, Oz is at 44 in Chester, though. He's gaining in Chester County. Philadelphia is adding votes. Oz is still gaining percentage-wise. It's a 3-point lead for Fetterman right now from the looks of it. Actually, under that. It's under 100,000 votes. There are a lot of votes remaining. Depends what comes out of these collar counties, really. Depends what comes out of York. Depends what comes out of... And they're anticipating that Oz is going to gain throughout throughout the rest of the state. But still, we'll see. Okay, let's see. Go to early signs for Fetterman. They say this is true in the rural areas so far, which is surprising. Wisconsin probably going to go red. Arizona now at 50. Half the vote is counted. The remainder of the vote has to go 58-40 in the other direction. That can happen. It absolutely could. They moved it back to toss-up. See, they moved it back to toss-up. They weren't hitting their target they needed to in a place like Pima. So that's a good sign. Already, that is a white pill there in Arizona. It's back to a toss-up. Let's look at the full race results. They say, yeah, they still favor Kelly now, but they moved it back. Checking in on Lake. She's down by 14. A lot of room to grow, though. So this is going to be a come-from-behind victory. They called it for Spanberger in the House. Not surprising. So, let's see. Okay, a lot of room, a lot of things to analyze here. Tyron Draken says, what time will the votes be fully counted? I have work tomorrow. I don't know. Go to bed whenever you need to. You'll wake up in the morning. They'll still be counting them. The Macroverse sent 20. Liberal Hive Mind says hello. Thank you, Liberal Hive Mind, for giving me the shout out, by the way. Robert Chen, thank you. David Hensley says, thoughts on Indiana's 1st district. Red wave, baby. Let's go. Is that flipped? Not yet, but there's a chance. It's definitely narrowed significantly there. So there is a chance. There is a chance in that 1st district it could flip. We'll see. Shout out to Jody Oviedo. Brandon Thatch says, Liberal Hive Mind sent us here. So did Serg C. and Dominic Accordino. Nasty Mandy says, feelings on Pennsylvania Senate. A little bit disappointing, actually. Oz is still gaining votes here. That's not to take away from it. He's gaining in Chester. He's down by just 10 in Chester, which was the initial target margin. That is true. But we'll see what's left in... I mean, Democrats have cannibalized a decent amount in Delco. Philly still has half their votes to count, though. That's going to be the difference maker. Allegheny's all the way done. Philly has a decent amount of votes. I still think it's up in the air, but it should not have been this close. And it was, I mean, maybe the polls in Pennsylvania could be vindicated yet again. I mean, they were vindicated in 2020, so we'll see. But that would mean Oz is going to win narrowly. So Wisconsin, they haven't really had a lot of votes dumped. Nothing out of Green Bay. Still a lot left out of Racine, a lot left out of some of these other counties. Milwaukee's almost all the way in. When the remainder of the Republican counties report, Johnson is the favorite by several points. So we'll see. Okay, they move back Arizona to lean D. Georgia, we're still waiting on parts of DeKalb and Fulton. That's definitely going to boost Warnock, but there are a lot of remaining other places. And some of these counties are moving to the right in rural Georgia compared to 2020. That's a good sign. So it's interesting. Wes Taylor says, is DeKalb County going to kill... let's see. Is DeKalb County going to kill Walker in Georgia? I don't think it's going to kill him, but it might force a runoff. We'll see. Funtime Freddy says, Project Veritas video, watch it right now. I'm not going to pull it up on stream here. Got a lot to cover right now, but maybe we'll look at it in the future. Rob says, do you think Oz will win or is it a bust? I think it's up in the air. It's completely up in the air. Driddles D says, most pessimistic take thus far, most optimistic take. One fun fact about yourself. I've been doing this for over 3.5 years now. I think it's definitely what comes to mind right now. But the optimistic take is obviously Florida, Wisconsin, what's going on in some of these places. I think Nevada's going to be a white pill when all the results come in. I think Arizona will be as well when the results end up pouring in. There, 200,000 some vote difference, half the votes remaining. I think Masters could very well win. But pessimistic, the House isn't looking that great in a lot of these swing districts. I'll go back to Michigan. It's not looking that great for Dixon so far. They did dump in some of Wayne County. Turnout looks a little higher than the clerk expected, so it looks like my prediction there may have been a little bit off base. No is doing okay compared to what I expected in Michigan for Proposal 3, but I don't know. I'm looking at some of these proposals. It doesn't look too good. Doesn't look too good at all. And this is like they're reporting the results in real time too. So this is interesting. Wisconsin, Johnson now leads. They say that it's leaning R there. Oz is at 48 now. So more votes have been counted out of some place. York County, nope. I don't know where they came from. Berks County's 90% and Oz is doing okay there. But it depends on what happens in the Philadelphia area. If Oz is doing better than expected, he's still got this. He's doing very well in Monroe County so far, but it's early. Luzerne, he's going to make up some ground there. Warren County, that's not going to hold, but it's not a big vote-rich area. So we'll have to wait and see. But, yeah, Iowa, Grassley. Grassley's won it. Bud has won it. Vance has pretty much won it. Still some votes left in some of these places. Did Vance do... Oh, Vance did worse than Athens. Okay. Interesting. So, Humanoid Gaming says check Michaels in Wisconsin. He's trailing behind, but I still think he's got this as long as the remainder of the votes come in his favor, because I think Johnson's going to win by 3-4. I think that could be enough to carry Michaels. There's still a lot of votes left in the WOW counties. Milwaukee doesn't really have that many votes remaining. So, interesting. Hitman 47 says, what's Arkansas looking like? Yeah, how's John White doing? How's John White doing so far? 26% of the vote. He is a Trump Democrat. He's pro-Trump. He's very right-wing, but he's a Democrat for some reason. He's at 26%. And then the remainder of the districts are going red. That's not really a question there. They should call it for Kiggins. They called it for Spanberger, but not Kiggins, which is questionable. North Carolina, Sandy Smith closed in a little bit, but still fell behind. Bo Hines will likely end up winning that district. They just count the votes very slowly there. Keene will likely win. New York, there's still some districts there. Molinaro will likely win at this point in New York, which is good in that district in the 19th. From the looks of it, Tenney holds on. Pat Ryan could lose, even though he's supposed to win. Lawler is defeating Maloney so far. So New York is not looking bad for Republicans. It's not. But New Hampshire looking like Levitt's down by a little bit. Golden, that district's a toss-up there. We'll still see what goes on here. And the Michigan's third, 47% of the vote is in. Hillary Schulten's winning by 13. So that's not really good news, but who knows how the remainder of those votes are going to come in at. And by the way, Peter Meyer would not have won that district. Don't give me that nonsense. He had too many issues with the base. It's not exactly something that really would have worked out well for him. Mills Kemper says, more people are watching you, 23K than the Young Turks, 13K, millions of dollars pumped into that show, and you have more views. I love it. Yeah, hundreds of millions, by the way, just throwing that out there. Make sure you guys like the stream. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Let's hit 158. We're almost there. Let's see. Life of Foley says, check the abortion amendments. We did. They're not passing in Kentucky and Michigan. Or they're passing in Michigan to codify it. Kentucky, it's failing. I don't think Roe, or as I should say, Dobbs is really what's causing this, honestly. People will say it's all Dobbs, Dobbs, Dobbs. I don't think Dobbs is causing this whatsoever. I mean, that's just a cop-out that we're seeing, and we're going to hear it from the media for quite some time. Oh, they're doing better than expected. By the way, probably not going to hold the Senate, for the record. Probably not going to hold the House, which they're not. I mean, looking at the needle, what is it at 73%? Republicans are going to hold the House. Or they're going to flip the House, I should say. No questions asked about it. I even question some of these districts that they have as leaning D is actually going D at the end of the day as well. So, Ben Lowry says, tonight should tell you the R's need DeSantis 2024. Don't give me this nonsense, because I know people would say that, but Donald Trump took a very hands-off approach to these midterms. I know that the neocons, the electabros, are going to sit back here and say that he didn't, but he took a very hands-off approach. If Democrats are going to have a better showing than expected and actually pull it off in Pennsylvania and Arizona, Donald Trump had very little to nothing to do with that, by the way. Little to nothing. You blame the Republican Party, their messaging, and you look at what's driving Democrat turnout. It's not necessarily Trump. I really refuse to believe that it is. So we'll see. It's not over yet. It's not over. See, did Georgia dump more votes, more out of Fulton than DeKalb? Walker's still with a lead. Fulton's at 84%. DeKalb's at 71%. There's probably 100,000 votes out of those two remaining counties for Raphael Warnock there, but he's still down by 0.4%. So you look at where the votes are remaining, there's a lot more for Herschel. I mean, those are decent sized, but that dump out of Forsyth is the same size as the dump out of Fulton. These suburban dumps are crossed out by these. There's a lot of rural dumps left. There's a chance that Herschel could win this tonight. There's a chance. The New York Times even admits he is favored, but he has to probably win by more than 2%, or just around there, I would say, if he wants to win outright. But he is doing well tonight. He's doing just fine. No complaints with Herschel Walker's race. Grassley's pulled ahead. Johnson now leads by 2. More votes have been reported. Still decent 10, 15% of wow to report in a lot of rural counties in northern Wisconsin that have yet to report. Portage County is coming in so far Republican. That county doesn't usually go red. Now, I don't know if that's going to hold, but we'll have to see. Sauk flipped back blue. Iowa, that one is a Democrat county. But Columbia, a lot of these red counties that went red for Trump are still going red. Lafayette County flipped back Republican. So Johnson now leads by 2. And Evers, we'll check Evers' race in Wisconsin. Evers now leads by... he's pulling away a little bit, actually. He leads by around 3, which is interesting. So let's see. 74% in Iowa reported. Let's check the House in Iowa. They haven't called a single district, but even so, Zach Nunn's closing in. He's probably going to make up that difference. They have it as leaning R. So that's good. Nebraska's first. We're getting flashbacks at 2020. We see there. Finstad, though, he's up by a sizable margin early on. Or not 2020 for Nebraska's first. I meant flashbacks to the special election. Neil Parrott still leads in that district in Maryland. We'll see if that holds. Let's see. Yeah, Tom Keene is ahead. Okay. He's going to win at the end of the day is what I meant to say. All right. OG Stevens says, how are we looking, Rep? Do we have doomers yet? Oh, of course there's doomers. Republicans could be winning, and they're still by a lot in a lot of these races, and there still would be a fair share of the population that would be dooming. It's 80,000 votes in Pennsylvania differential. They say that Fetterman's going to gain in Philadelphia County. I don't know if that's going to exactly be the case, that there's that many ballots remaining, but still there are a lot of votes left in these other counties that will likely favor Dr. Oz. Chester County, they keep increasing the margin there. They keep thinking that Oz is going to lose Chester by more than he really is, and they have Fetterman. Well, they haven't changed the margin because they don't know what's going on there, but this race is going down the wire for sure. That did seem to be the gut feeling today, but we'll have to really wait and see what actually happens down this stretch. So, all right, let's see. Still lead for Johnson in the state of Wisconsin that we see here. This is basically what's going on. Arizona, not moving. Nevada, nothing. I don't know when we're going to get results out of Nevada. They say that it takes a while, as they do, hours. Usually, after midnight, we get Nevada results, but it's usually in one big dump. So we're going to see what happens in Nevada after midnight. Republicans have been surging in terms of trends, early vote there. That would be another seat that would be a cushion. Ted Budd now leads by 4, over 95% reporting in North Carolina. They should call that one. They probably should call Ohio. They haven't called Ohio yet, haven't called Iowa. These are states that need to be called. Albus Dumbledore has predicted I'm down 90%. Interesting. I mean, I think that predict it's dooming too hard right now, or from a Republican perspective at least, but we'll see. A lot of votes left to be counted in a lot of these places as well. Not looking good for Kansas. Let me see. Now they have a governor's, or do they? No, apparently not. We'll go to Kansas right here. Derek Schmidt, could he win with the remaining votes? He could. Depends on how they go. There are a lot of rural counties that have not yet reported, but yeah, I mean, Topeka's pretty much all the way in. Still might be some out of, Johnson's all the way in. There are a lot of votes left for Derek Schmidt. Will he be able to make up that difference? I don't know. I have yet to really see. So it is really just what it is at this point. Pennsylvania, though, they have it as likely D now, which I don't know why they came up with that solution that it's likely D. Oz is closing in right now as we see it. They just anticipate that there are just too many votes to remain for Fetterman in the state of Pennsylvania, which right now, if you look at these margins, it seems as if, I mean, there is a lot in Delaware, but still Oz is gaining in Chester County. He's gaining in Montgomery. He's going to gain a lot more in Bucks. I'm not as doomerish as this needle right here, because look at how the votes have been coming in Chester. He didn't do that well in Center County, though. I don't know how John Fetterman got this turnout that he did. That's gonna need to be looked into, but it's not really coming from Philadelphia. It's the underperformance in the rural areas for Oz that we didn't even anticipate. He did better in Pike County. He's going to do better in the suburbs, but you look at the underperformance in the rural areas, that's not a good look either way, even if he does pull it off at the end. So Branch Covidian 19 says Illinois 6 is shockingly close. Let's go to Illinois. Yeah, they have a governor's tab now. So far, looking at the needle, still in the House, it's the same. Toss up in the Senate. Looking at the House here, Illinois 6th. By the way, what do they say about the 17th? How is that very likely D? That one was not supposed to be a contest. Sorensen was outspent 20-1. It was ridiculous. Yeah, I don't think it's an upset, but it's going to be closer than people thought. That's why Dems dumped a lot of money into that district, and a lot of these deep blue districts, they have. In the 17th, Mike Lawler is leading Maloney. He may actually knock him off in that district there. Stefanik shall hold. The 22nd's a toss-up. That means probably going to go red, right? Yeah, I mean, looking at a lot of these races in New York, I think you're going to see some pickups in New York that were not anticipated, which that is a white pill to a degree out of the state of New York. New Hampshire, Maine, maybe you'll pick up that. I still think Golden holds. He's kind of a unique phenomenon there. There's a lot to be counted. 7th will flip. There's more than 5 net flips so far. There's a lot of votes to be counted in South Texas. If the remainder of the votes benefit Flores, she'll probably pull it off there. Garcia will probably, make it closer, but I don't know if she'll win. But yeah, that's pretty much it. We'll go to Texas for the governorship. Let's see what that margin is at right now. Abbott's up by 12. So he's gaining for sure as the votes come in. There are a lot of votes on Election Day being counted. He's gaining in some of these places. Denton County leads by 13. So he's kind of reaching Cornyn margins and then some. which is really good for him. Harris County, he's going to get that one possibly within 5. Fort Bend County might even flip. Big margins in Montgomery. That's not surprising overall. But what can I say? This is I just anticipate, even if Republicans pull off Pennsylvania, even if they do pull off some of these races, it is going to be a mess within the discourse that takes place within the party for the rest of the rest of I guess you would say until 2024, based off of all the takes that you're going to see. So LePage is down. The governorships, there's, again, Ronchetti, he's down by a likely margin. New York, Zeldin's at 41 with half the vote reporting. He's got a lot to gain in a place like Suffolk. He's leading in Nassau. We'll see as the remainder of the votes come in if they go his way. We'll really just have to wait and see. Erie County, that one could flip. Buffalo could flip red this time. We'll have to wait. But you look at how he's doing in Rockland County, very well among the Orthodox Jewish precincts. More likely than not, he's performing respectably well early on in Westchester too, as well. So we'll see if he's able to get that margin within 10. I think he could, because he's gaining. So far, Drazen in Oregon, not looking that great for the governorships. The governorships are not going the Republicans' direction for the most part so far in a lot of these swing races. We'll see about Arizona. I think Lake will make up the difference with the remaining ballots that have yet to be counted. She leads in Yuma by 6. She's going to gain a lot in these places. Maricopa, I think she can flip that as well, given the fact that there's 53% of the vote that is yet to be counted. So that's good news out of Arizona. But yeah, Utah, Mike Lee, sizable victory so far. Davis County's going his way. I can't see McMullen getting within 10 there. So look at that however you want to, but that's the way that it is. So any other potential House flips that we see here? The 8th and the 7th is a toss-up. I think the 7th in Pennsylvania will flip red there. That's another pickup. The 2nd District of Minnesota, we'll see as we get closer, as the results fill out. But still, long way to go. John James is in good shape. Tom Barrett, I still think he might pull it off. They have it as lean D. We'll still wait and see as the results are pouring in. So, 71% in Pennsylvania. Again, it narrowed even further in Pennsylvania. It narrowed even further. Where's the county map? They're not showing it here. But it's within a point in Pennsylvania. We'll see what Predicted's saying. Probably nothing good. 90 cents for Fetterman right now. But we'll see. Chester County, Oz is gaining. Every vote dump doing well. Delaware is going to gain more. Delaware did net. How much did it net Biden in 2020? Netted him a great deal. So that margin's going to have to be narrowed percentage-wise significantly. But Montgomery, there's room to grow for Oz. Bucks, room to grow. Lehigh, room to grow. Northampton, that one could even flip in his column depending on the remainder of the ballots there. And still a lot of votes in York County. Lancaster's got more. Dauphin's got more that probably are going to benefit Oz. We'll see if he's able to get it done. But Philadelphia, 59% reporting. There's a lot of votes left in Philadelphia, and that's kind of what it's going to come down to yet again, is the late dumps in Philadelphia. Let's go through these super chats really quick. DJ Aftershock says a big reason Spanberger run is that she outran Biden in the rurals. Good amount of Youngkin Trump's Spookburger voters who fell for the Blue Dog grift. Yeah. Oh, she's a part of the CIA. Let's vote her into Congress. That's not a good thing, by the way. BW says time to doom for Senate. I disagree. Garrett Rabin says, is it time to doom for Arizona and Pennsylvania? Be patient on Arizona. Pennsylvania, it's going to go down to the wire. Funtime Freddy 420 says, go check out the project. Again, we'll see. I haven't seen anything about that. JM says, L. Knight, LNRCC, McCarthy can't be voted speaker after. Well, he can't. This is true because you underperformed. You underperformed the polls in a lot of these swing states, the polls that have historically underestimated you. What does that mean? That base, Trump's base, did not turn out to vote tonight. You look at rural Pennsylvania, that's what it comes down to. You talk about, oh, well, Youngkin won the rurals. That's fine, but Youngkin actually ran on something. A lot of these districts a lot closer than they really should be. I know there's votes to grow. The 10th district, Perry's up by just 1. He's going to win that by a lot more than 1. Let's look at Pennsylvania. That district wasn't even competitive. You look at Perry's district. Actually, it sort of is 4.2%, but he'll win by a lot more than that. That's the bottom line. He vastly overspent his opponent, but money isn't everything. That's another thing for these House races, because Republicans were well funded in some of them, but it didn't exactly matter. So the national environment is as more esoteric as you get down ballot. You see the shift there. So looking at Arizona, want to pull open some of the down ballot races. How is Fincham doing so far? Fincham is under. Well, actually, I believe that Fincham is running. He's overperforming Masters so far, which is good news for him. Hoffman, she's not looking too good. Yee is already winning the early vote. And Hamadeh is running in line with Lake, if not better. So that's good news out of Arizona. I think Lake wins. I really do. Let's see what they say. What do they say about the Arizona governor's race on Predict It? Now they say Katie Hott. Yeah, that's not going to happen. It's not. So Clayton Cava says people believe elections aren't redacted. Well, you're looking at the results here, and they're coming in pretty fast. I will say that for the most part, which is a good thing. But at the end of the day, does there need to be things that are looked into? I mean, we've heard rumblings about Arizona that need to be looked into. There's a lot of questions that need to be posed. And maybe I'll make a video about this on Rumble when this is all said and done, depending on the results, but we'll see. So Smiley's at 39. A lot of that is mail-in. A lot of that is King County. So we'll monitor Washington. Josh B says Michigan governor's race thoughts. Not looking really that great out of Michigan so far. Dixon is down by 6. Wayne County, there's a lot of, that's inner city Detroit, 93-6. But, there's also Macomb that's got a lot to report. Kent removed all of its votes. So we'll see what actually happens, but it's not looking that great. I'll leave it at that. It's not looking that great for Tudor Dixon. Mavdick96 says we're being brigaded by blue pill doomers. Well, it's black pill doomers is what it would be. But, some of it's warranted. Obviously, we look at the House. Republicans are probably going to retake it, obviously. By how much? Not as much as they possibly could have. But still, there are in New York, Lee Zeldin is carrying Mike Lawler potentially to the finish line, Mark Molinaro to the finish line, as he'll get the lion's share of the remaining votes. You're looking at potentially Brandon Williams, so that seat's going to probably hold. And then you're looking at maybe George Santos, who's a Rhino, by the way. I think him losing wouldn't even be that much of a loss. But you're talking about adding seats up here. You're definitely going to want to get as many seats as you possibly can at the moment. But still, not looking that great in some of these places. Still, Don Bacon, that'll be a seat that's going to go Republican. Mike Flood, not really that good of a candidate if he's underperforming 2 times in a row. We'll leave it at that. But Finstad looks better this time. We just don't know where the votes are coming in from. We'll see. Depends on the states. Depends on where the votes need to come in from. That's really it. That's been the theme all night long. Ohio's holding strong. Georgia, Walker's holding strong. 85% of the vote is in. And the remainder of the votes there are going to go Walker's way. Will it be enough to get him to 50? I don't know, because there are a lot of ballots still left in Atlanta, but there are a lot of ballots left outside of Atlanta too, and it's pretty much evenly split. You talk about Fulton County in line with the state in terms of how much is left. DeKalb County, a little bit more. Gwinnett, Cobb, a little iffy there, but we don't know how those votes are going to go, and then there's still a decent amount in some of these deep red counties. So that's at least going to a runoff for Herschel Walker. Pennsylvania, on the other hand, still a long way to go here as well. Oz is doing very well in a place like Chester. We don't know how he's doing in Montgomery. Those are presumably mail-ins. Same thing with Bucks. Fitzpatrick is like down right now. He's probably going to win easily when it's all counted. Luzerne. Oz is down in Luzerne to Fetterman. So is this LARPer, oh, I'm going to wear my hoodie, I'm 6'9", big dude equals Democrat. Is that LARP really going to work that much in Luzerne to cause the county to go from a Trump plus 14 to a D plus 12? No. Not a chance. So we'll see. Brian Kemp leads by 9 over Stacey Abrams. He leads by 9 in the state of Georgia. So red Georgia is a reality to some degree this cycle. To some degree. Nevada, nothing out of Nevada. New Mexico, nothing. Zeldin's now getting close to within 10. Suffolk County hasn't even reported that much. But you look at how well he's doing in Westchester, how well he's doing in a lot of these places. That is enough to carry some of these Republicans down ballot. But you know what about Zeldin? He didn't stab the base in the back. He had a message. He had enthusiasm. And it paid off for him, even if you say he loses at the end of the day. He's down 400,000 votes. Not sure if he's going to be able to make that up. But still, it shows that when you have a message, when you're running on something, that you can win. It's true. Mastriano right now, it's currently about a 10-point ball game or so with Josh Shapiro. That's kind of as anticipated. You're seeing a lot of, even so, he is running in line with Trump in Chester. Or so. And there are a lot of votes left. But we have a long way to go. Still, we're going to get to the remainder of the super chats here. All right, here we go. Rule Americana, what are the chances of Pennsylvania having a last vote dump out of Philadelphia that changes the final result? There's a chance, actually. There is a chance if we're going to be realistic here. Smiley now got to 42 in Washington. Michael P. says, thanks for all the great reporting from Switzerland. Go Red. Hopefully we'll see what happens. Chumley73 says, can I get an update on John Gibbs in Michigan's 3rd and Caroline Leavitt in New Hampshire's 1st? Yes, we can do that. Gibbs is now down by 7. So he narrows the gap in the 3rd district to 7 points. Leavitt down by 8. Could win, but still a long way to go. They moved the 3rd to leaning D. It was likely D early on, so you never know. Derek Van Orden's only winning by 2. I think he'll win by a lot more in the 3rd district than that. He outspent his opponent. The opponent was weak, ran on nothing worth running on. So we're looking at that and we're saying, yeah, I think that the remainder of the votes in that district are probably going to benefit Republicans, so that should pad Ron Johnson's margin. There's nothing out of Grant County. A lot of these counties in the drift list not fully in yet, already going Republican. So, and every county we see has moved to the right. In Iowa, obviously, Grassley's running there. That's not surprising, but also parts of Wisconsin. Nothing really fully in out of Michigan. Ohio, a little bit of turn to the left in this region here. But Vance still has a lead of about 7 points right now. He's going to win, probably by a likely margin. But I don't know, without Trump on that ballot, is it possible that Republicans are held back in these places? I guarantee you if Dr. Oz was running with Donald Trump at the top of the ticket that he would have already been called the victor tonight. So, Topaz says, relax, Republicans are likely closing the gaps. The pessimism here is irritating. Well, welcome to the internet. That's what happens. Tim Hawley says, Scott Greider, campaign insider, reporting Lauren Underwood has basically won the 14th district. Yeah, we figured that would probably happen anyways. Liberty or Death says, Nevada, who has universal mail-in, just said they will not have the votes counted until at least Thursday. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. That needs to be changed. Hopefully Republicans can still pull it off there. Damani says, best election coverage. Where's your buddy Tucker's cousin? He hasn't been around for a while. He sent a super chat early on, though. Great win for Abbott. Hopefully Beto goes away forever. Yeah, Texas is a state where Republicans got their act together. Florida is a state Republicans got their act together. There are a lot of states where they really fully didn't, and that's an issue. Oh, Drazen closes in. Drazen's closing in. She's got up to a 1-point lead for Kotek so far. There's still a lot of votes to be counted in Oregon. Let's go to Oregon. Eugene is a blue stronghold, though. Hasn't counted any ballots, but still, Drazin so far doing well. It could be close. Michaels is down by just 2. Yeah, I mean, Milwaukee still has votes to dump. We'll have to see what goes on there. All right. W says, are we going to win any of the toss-up seats? Probably most of them. Most of the seats here that they call toss-ups are going red. They just don't want to admit it for ratings. Zach Nunn hasn't taken the lead yet, but there still are enough votes there where he probably will. I can't see. Yeah, where's Iowa second? Or Iowa's third? Yeah, 0.24%. There are more votes to be counted out of some of these counties, like Union County. Lucas and Montgomery haven't counted apparently at all. Yeah, Zach Nunn is going to get those 700 votes he needs to flip that seat. But it should have been by more than that. I agree. Ginger Robles says, new subscriber from Liberal Hive Mind. Well, thank you for subscribing. More ballots in out of Philadelphia, apparently. Now they're at 59, or what we saw Fetterman. Well, Fetterman and Oz actually, no, there was not a whole lot of movement there. That was a false alarm. Georgia, let's check on Georgia. DeKalb is 82% in, Fulton's 89%, Herschel Walker still leads. He's at 49%. Let's look at the remainder of the ballots here, where they actually exist. Yeah, most of them are in red areas and are red circles here. The Walton one it basically cancels out DeKalb. The Forsyth one cancels out Fulton. Regardless of how you want to chalk it up, Herschel Walker is going to at least win a plurality. He's at 49. He could very well win this thing tonight, depending on how the remaining ballots count. And Ohio goes for Vance. They called Ohio for Vance there. Still some votes to count out of Lucas County, Cuyahoga, obviously in some of the Cincinnati suburbs. But a decisive victory for J.D. Vance. He wins. He's up by 8 right now. Wisconsin, still more votes to be counted. Red shift in Wisconsin, except Madison. Dane County, they had good turnout in Madison, but Mandela Barnes, not going to be enough to save them there. So we'll see. Michael Heidelberger says, keep up the good work. Thank you. The Ash Brothers says, if the worst presidency in history isn't enough, what'll it take for there to be an actual red wave? Everything except Florida has been shifting left. Well, maybe because Florida has competent leadership. Even Texas, even though there's a lot of rhinos in the Texas GOP, there's a lot of good people too, and they actually have competent leadership there. So, I mean, that's part of it. Honestly, that is part of it. I don't think you can call this a wave anymore. Now, it's still, Republicans are going to take the House back. We know. They're still doing better in a lot of House seats. They're going to probably run it up in California in some of these places. And I know that sounds weird, but there are a lot of swing districts that the early voting look good in. The early voting in certain states have been an indicator. Arizona and Nevada, we're waiting on Arizona, but it doesn't look too bad in Arizona. So we'll see. But still, it's like we're looking at this and it's just like, yeah. Just in time history says Fox called Pennsylvania governor for Dems. Yeah, not the worst call because we knew which way it was going, but disappointing that it had to go this way. Karina M says, how is your hometown doing? Hometown is in, currently Tarrant counties so far. Let's check in on Tarrant in Texas. Oh, they don't actually have it up here. We got to go to Texas. Yeah, it's going red so far. It's going to go red. Republicans are probably going to run it up in the Texas governorship. That's a good thing. They're doing okay in some of these other places. Maybe they will flip the 34th and maybe the 28th. Depends on the remaining votes and how they come in. But otherwise, not bad. Not bad in Texas. Cesar Hurtado says, with how close some of these swing districts are, makes you think how effective the J6 propaganda was in terms of persuading low-information voters that democracy was literally going to die, especially with boomers. I mean, that is part of it, but I can't imagine that people would say, oh, 1/6 democracy, I'm going to turn out and vote Democrat for the first time. It is a little deeper than that. It's not Dobbs. Republicans led the polls. So, I mean, they have for quite some time led the generic ballot by 2.5. They're probably still going to win the generic ballot, but it's not looking to be as good of a wave as it possibly could have been in certain places. Not all. Florida, better than ever. New York, pretty good so far. Now, still, it's probably going to be a Hochul win, but still, Zeldin getting it within 10. I mean, that's helping Republicans down ballot because you have competent party leadership for some reason actually doing something, which is surprising. Mari Melsa says, some are saying the abortion issue is the reason Dems are doing better than predicted. I don't necessarily fully buy that, but we'll see. Reagan Rattler Soccer Live says Trump didn't help. I don't think Oz needed it, and Trump energizes both bases. Dems show out to vote against him. Yeah, but Republicans show out to vote for him, and there's a lot more Republicans that are diehard Trump fans in Pennsylvania than Democrats that are seething, foaming at the mouth, anti-Trump fans that are going to say, I'm not voting for this candidate because Trump endorsed him. Trump's not going away. People are going to have to learn how to deal with him for probably the next 5 to 10 years, and they'll still have to deal with his successor, and it's probably not going to be Ron DeSantis, by the way, but we'll see. John Waffle H2P says, do you know Boebert is losing in Colorado? Yeah, but the remaining, they say likely are in that district. It's probably going to go red. I think Kirkmeyer's going to pull it off in the 8th, too, when all the votes are done being counted. Like all of these districts, you're going to see that. I mean, that's a pick-up right there in the 8th. There, Utah, there's not going to be any flips there with the new map, especially Harrell. She's down, but we'll have to see what happens so far. Missouri and Wagner, that's not even going to be a question if that's going to flip there. So, checking out the 17th. Trying to find it there. Can't even find Illinois 17th. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Yeah, very likely D with 81%. I don't know if I buy that. I really don't. Fitzpatrick's still down. Bognet's down by 8. Scheller's down by 2. So, interesting. So we talk about flips. The flips are there for sure. We have results in out of California. I didn't know about that till now. So far, are there going to be any flips necessarily? Where would they be? You have to look at the 49th district. Right now, leaning D. Doesn't look that great in California. Still, we'll have to see. They're leading in some of these districts by their estimates. The 41st district they're currently leading in, which again is right here, but that's already a Republican district. It's not like it's some massive shockwave there. So I don't really see it there. Neil Parrott still leads that 6th district with 65% reporting. That's good news for now, but we'll have to wait and see. Sam Madsen said the fact that Republicans are floundering in a red wave year because a Manhattan billionaire isn't on the ballot is pathetic. Yeah, I mean, that is arguably the largest takeaway from tonight that I guess needs to be hammered home, is that energy matters. The energy was there with Youngkin. It's there with DeSantis at the state level at least. It's there in New York with Zeldin. It is there in Arizona, and I think you will see that shine through, and Republicans are going to take the Senate. But it's not exactly there everywhere, and you can't exactly bank on it, run these old school campaigns expecting it to work. And in some cases, Republicans didn't even try that hard. They didn't. In others, Dems dumped a bunch of money into them, like Ohio. Wisconsin might be closer than expected, but I still think Johnson's going to win by close to 5. So we'll see. But we're waiting on Arizona. Washington still. Smiley's at 43. She's gaining as the votes are being counted. 26% in Seattle. That's not entirely bad. Trump got 22% there. She might do better as time goes on, or maybe not. We'll see. Shout out to Jay Rico. Funtime Freddy 420 says, is Arizona gone? Not at all. 50% reported. I'd hardly call it gone. Zachary Marintet says, why are there still people voting for Victor and AZ? He literally endorsed Masters because he was on the ballot and people voted early. Another reason why early voting needs to be significantly drawn, and scaled back. Let's see. Worldwide 1873 says, how much redacted is going on? I don't know. We'll have to look at the end results, look for I guess you would say certain things not exactly going in a very reasonable direction. But let's go to Oregon's governorship real quick, because so far it is close. Drazen's down by 1 point. Looking at the House in Oregon, we talk about flips there. The 6th district, that's going down the wire. The 5th district, that Republicans are leading. The 4th district, that's Alex Carlatos' district. They still have it as leaning D, but he's actually leading right now over Val Hoyle. So that's interesting. In Washington, the state of Washington, so far, a lot of these ballots are mail-in in Washington. Matt Larkin is down, but not by that much. They say it as toss-up. Let's see here. Joe Kent is losing to Marie Perez by 6 points, but they still expect him to pull it off at the end of the day. Let's see here. Montana. Zinke is running even, but again, 5%. So I don't know. But now Kistner is ahead, but they still have it as likely D. I guess they're anticipating some more Minneapolis area votes. 1st District, Finstad will likely end up winning again. Van Orden, he has a lead, but they're anticipating him to gain as votes come in, hence the very likely designation. So there are some reasons to be optimistic about the House. Let's see. Waiting on more. Okay, where are the super chats here? Where did we leave off? Ben says this is demoralizing, Arizona and Pennsylvania. Well, Arizona, the blue mirage is real. Pennsylvania, this is iffy for Dr. Oz. This is very iffy all around. Very iffy. We'll see as the final results eventually come in, but they have it as likely D right now on New York Times. I still think, again, Oz keeps gaining in Chester. He's barely behind, but still not good. Walker leads by 1,000 votes. To go to a runoff, he doesn't have to win the first round, but you'd like to win the first round outright. You'd like to not have to go to a runoff that would be competitive. So Longhorn Politics says, is Oz still favored? I can't say that he is, but I think he can win. I wouldn't say... It just depends on what happens here. Philadelphia keeps adding. Oz is still in this, neck and neck. Delco added votes. Oz is at 34 in Delco with this vote dump. Trump in Delco got 36, so Oz probably will do better in Delco in future dumps. By how much, I don't know. Luzerne needs to flip, though. I can't say it's encouraging if it doesn't. You probably might see Northampton flip as well, but not the best showing compared to what we initially expected here. S. Lieberman says, look at New York 17 and Rockland for Zeldin. I saw it. Jared Schaefer says, so did we lose the Senate but gain the House? No, I think we're going to win the Senate. I think we're going to win Nevada, probably even Arizona. We just have to wait for to actually start counting the ballots before we can initiate any white pills here. They called Davids the victor in Kansas by a lot. Republicans, I don't know what's up with Kansas. I think that Kansas is a state that it will go red in 2024, but in 2032, 2036, I can't say that it will. I mean, Johnson County, 50,000 votes netted for Laura Kelly. In the state of Kansas in 2020, they netted Biden only 30,000. So that's more votes there. Obviously, Kelly is not your average Republican. Your average Democrat. She LARPs as a moderate. Jerry Moran won easily. He almost won Johnson County. But still, not a good look for the state of Kansas in particular. That is a state that is awful. I don't know why it even exists. There's nothing important there. And it's just, the politics are garbage. Yeah, we'll probably pick off Delaware or Rhode Island by the time it's ready to flip blue, so it's fine. It's a trade-off, but still not good. They finally called it for Kiggins. That's a flip for the Republicans there. And it's like, you look at it district by district and you see these shifts to the right in pretty much all these congressional districts, but some of them more so than others. The very Trumpian districts is turnout really where it needs to be? I don't know. Now Boebert is they put it as likely, it's likely R for Boebert. She'll win, based off of what's outstanding, but it should not be this close. Venator says, I have a feeling a Trump 2024 announcement would have galvanized the base. It probably wouldn't be this close. I agree to a certain degree. 100%. I Drew Peace is safe and secure. Michael Duggan says, hate to say it, but it looks like Michaels is cooked. Johnson's outrunning him by more than he should be. We'll see. We'll look at Wisconsin. It's down here. It's a W state. Starts with a W. This is neck and neck, 47% in. Mastriano down by 11. Wisconsin, yeah, it's a 2-point game for Tony Evers right now, right here. But there are a lot of votes in the driftless area that have yet to be counted. Milwaukee, I mean, Dane is all the way in. Milwaukee, there's room to grow. Green Bay started to dump ballots, which is good. There's still a lot of rural areas that have not yet reported, though. I'd say that one is going down the wire. Zane Wallman says AZ is getting redacted. I mean, we'll see in real time. This is the mail-in dump, though. So whatever comes in are Republican ballots, more likely than not. But by how much? That's the real question. Volatile says, just tuning in, does the red wave still look likely? Depends how you define wave. Red splash? Yeah, we're already there. But the needle shows that 74%, so the chances of taking the House went up over the past, past hour or so. The Senate, the needle has never moved, ever, at all. So whatever, like I said, Georgia, I think that Herschel, he's in good shape. He's in good shape in Georgia. There's not a lot to dump out of Fulton. There's not a lot to dump out of DeKalb. So that's good news for Herschel. And he's at, 14 in DeKalb? Are those going to be election day ballots to be counted? Trump got more than that, but we just don't know. Cobb County's at 41. There's a lot we just need to wait and see. But Rental Setup says Stefano Forte in New York to win. He's a new Republican to take on Toby Ann Stavinsky. Oh, interesting. I know it's one of the New York City Republicans that was running. Alex Otto said, do you think HB 2289 will ever pass in AZ next year? I don't know. Is that some election legislation? We'll see. Arizona, a lot to go. You can't doom on Arizona too much. We did that with the primary, and it didn't end up working out too well. So I would say that Kerry Lake is probably favored. Masters, I don't know. It depends on how the remainder of the ballots shake out. But Republicans should be doing better than this tonight. I'll say that much. 81% in Pennsylvania. Philadelphia is at 69%. Oz trails by 60,000 votes. He's doing very well in Chester, as I anticipated him to do. Delco, respectable. Montgomery, he has more to gain. Bucks, he has more to gain. If he can run it up in these suburbs with the remaining vote dumps, there's a chance that Dr. Oz is going to pull it off at the end of the day, regardless of the New York Times rating. But that just has yet to be seen. And if he does, Georgia, that's the game. Republicans are going to win the Senate. New Hampshire, Bolduc is not doing too hot right now. He'll probably gain on Hassan, but it's not going to be enough. Reagan Rattler says Trump didn't need to go to Pennsylvania a few days ago, energizes Dems. See, everyone wants to blame Donald Trump for literally everything, and that's just not true. Donald Trump does a rally in the middle of some cornfield in Pennsylvania by a city that's going to be voting for Oz by 60 to 40. It's not going to energize Dems that his presence is in the state. Therefore, it's going to energize Dems. If he's in downtown Philadelphia, yeah, maybe. But not the way that Trump conducts his rallies at airport hangars. Come on, let's be real here. This is not Trump's fault. People will blame Trump for literally everything, and that honestly, it's ridiculous. In fact, you could say it's his fault by not getting involved enough, if anything. Just throwing that out there. Red Mirage potentially in Connecticut, or is Laura Levy actually going to get within 10 there? We'll see. Stefanowski is within 5 in Connecticut, but again, a lot of these votes are probably election day. Stacey Abrams conceded. Wow, that's surprising. Never seen that happen before. Michael of the Matrix is sussy effing swing states. Yeah, sussy, very sussy. And it's not even just that. It's a combination of factors, really. And you look at where the energy is for Republicans. They're doing well in certain places. In other places, not so much. And they're still probably going to retake the House and Senate. So you read splash, read something, I guess. Yeah, now it's 75% in the House. So the needle has moved. Majewski lost significantly. That is a pro-Trump district. Where was the turnout? Vance underperformed because Republican turnout was not exactly as high in that district. It's true. Zach Nunn took the lead in Iowa. That's a flip. Derek Van Orden, that one is going to stay in the Republican column. The first will stay. Michigan, do we have any? Yeah, the 7th district. Let's see. Gibbs is performing all right so far. Not the best, but not the worst. Depends on the remainder of the votes. But they say the 7th and 8th districts are leaning D. If they said toss-up, it'd be a little bit more encouraging, which they still have the Wild Scheller race as a toss-up, by the way. But, yeah, Parrott leads still in Maryland, but he only leads by 4. Tom Keene took the lead. That's a flip right there. Bo Hines, they now moved that one to very likely D. So maybe he wasn't able to get it done in that district. That's another brutal blow for the Republicans. We'll see what happens in New Mexico second. It's possible Harrell pulls that one off. It seems like Arizona's a clean sweep. Let's check in on Mike Garcia in California's 25th, if we can pull that up in the state. Okay, there we go. The 25th, or not the 25th. It's the 27th. Okay, he's down, but that's mainly early vote. Valadeo, he's up, which is surprising. People were saying he could lose. He's one of the impeachment 2 left, the impeachment 2. So not a lot of calls out of California. I get it. They can't do it this early. Scarlatos leads. We're up in the 5th. The 6th, Erickson is down, but he could pull it off. So you're going to see a flip or two in Oregon. Minnesota 2nd. Kistner leads, but they still have it as likely D. It's not looking that good. And they keep filling this out. 162 for the Republicans. So they need to get how many of these remaining seats that have not yet been called. I mean, they're probably going to get there when it's all said and done. But there are some seats off the table that should not have been off the table. But it's disappointing. So what can I say? Go to the Senate here. Johnson, is he expanding his lead? He leads by 40,000 votes. Still a lot of votes left. There are votes left in Milwaukee. He needs to be leading by around 60 or 70,000 when those come in to win. He's going to do so. Look at the remaining votes. He'll be gaining more in the Fox cities. He'll be gaining more outstate for sure. So he will win, no doubt, in Wisconsin. Mandela Barnes was an awful candidate. Should have been wider than that. Same thing with Ohio. Okay, let's check in on Fetterman and Oz. Bucks County. Okay, Montgomery counted more. Chester keeps counting. Oz is within 4 in Chester. So we'll see what happens there. But 82% of the vote is in. It's a 63,000 vote differential right now. Oz took the lead in Luzerne. That's good. Hopefully he can expand that. Hopefully he can cut into some of these. I mean, I don't know what blue counties are left, but he bombed in Allegheny. All the votes are in pretty much, and he got 35% of the vote in Allegheny County. That is not a good look at all whatsoever. He's banking on Philadelphia to save him. But you have somebody who ran one of the worst campaigns in the history of campaigns in John Fetterman, and this is the race we're focusing on right now. Interesting. Georgia, like I said, I'm confident in Walker. I'm confident in Wisconsin. That's going to be 50. They're going to need Arizona, Nevada, or Pennsylvania. They're going to need one of those 3. And we're waiting on votes in Arizona. We're not going anywhere. We've been going for 5 hours long. We're not going anywhere. But it's been absolutely just insanity what we've seen. Shift since 2020. Can't really pull that up because the districts have to be fully done reporting, but still. In terms of Republicans regaining the Senate, that control is down significantly. Even Nevada's blue. They're anticipating that it's going to spill over a little bit. Fetterman's now at 95 cents. This is insanity. Golden's probably going to hold, although that's not unexpected. Let's see. Magaziner won. Oh, it's not looking too good. Not looking too good in some of these places. But New York, on the other hand, it's a different story, which again, you can contribute to a multitude of factors. The 22nd district now leaning R. That's good for Republicans. Molinaro is going to pull it off, as I said he would. Lawler, now that's leaning R thanks to Lee Zeldin. And these districts probably are going to go Republican. You're talking about more flips in New York. Thankfully, that Hochulmander failed in the Cuomo Supreme Court. That was pure luck for the Republicans. And now, because of Zeldin, they're going to gain some seats. So it's interesting. So Mike Doyle, the fake one, he only lost by 12. Scott Perry, only up by 4. Pennsylvania, disaster year. Disaster year so far in Pennsylvania for Republicans. Now that can change, but we'll see. Menace 712 says the base is not showing up for a McConnell-led leadership-led Senate and a McCarthy-led House who want fighters, not controlled opposition. True. Absolutely. I mean, this is a problem. I told people to get out and vote. I did my part. I think Republicans need to win the Senate. I think they need to put a check on Biden, obviously, because this administration is awful. But is that even enough in some places? Like like I said, the generic ballot's going to be Republican, but it's not going to be nearly as Republican as it really should be, which is a massive issue, massive problem for Republicans. And they say they have Flores and Gonzalez in a toss-up district there in South Texas. We talk about the sheer number of flips there for control. They've already gotten some. They got one in Iowa. They've gotten a couple probably in New York. It seems as if they might get one at least in Oregon so far. We have yet to really determine that. Still, we've yet to see a lot of things really materialize here. But let's see. Eli Crane, that one's leaning R. Siskamani will likely win as well. Arizona is another state Republicans have tended to get their act together, but they're also facing the Maricopa Mania. But they're hoping to turn it into the Maricopa Miracle right now. Let's see. Noah Bennett says Kansas governor race thoughts. It's within three. Tyron Draken says if Democrats win, it's because of the neocons. Yeah, to a certain degree, absolutely. Where's the energy here is the real question. The energy is not where it... Oh, Herschel has gained a lot. He's up by just 0.4, but it appeared like he gained around 20,000 votes. So DeKalb is 82% in. Fulton. So there's more votes to come there, but they have this one dead even on the New York Times needle. So the suburbs of Atlanta still moving to the left, but rural Georgia turning out big for Herschel Walker. Interesting. Georgia is a more ancestrally Republican state than other states like Pennsylvania, which it's actually quite the opposite. Could that be playing a role in this as well? I don't know. We'll see. Let's see. Son of Tiamat says, DeStan still trying to ascertain if Ron in order to gatekeep Trump. John Doyle has the correct take on Trump's importance. Yeah, great video. I encourage people to watch it at some point. It really kind of outlines it very well. Jared Watkins says, what's up with Ohio House seats? Yeah, not looking that good in Ohio. We talk about Ohio. What happened? The Republican Party, where was the energy? Jesse Otto lost. Again, supported amnesty, a lot of bad things. So in the grand scheme of things, you might say, one seat there might be addition by subtraction, but still, you would have anticipated them to do much better than this. And they just didn't. Steve Shabbat in Ohio's first, that district, he was supposed to be the bulwark. He usually overperforms. Didn't do so tonight. Majewski got just lost by 12 in his Trump plus 3 district in 2020. So I don't know what the main issue is here. You could say abortion all you want. I don't know if that's really it. I think that there are a lot of issues at play here. But okay, let's see. Carrie Lake gained a little bit in the recent vote dump. I'm not sure where those votes came in from, but she gained a little bit there, 48% reporting. Let's see. Yeah, Dixon... Well, Wayne County, if they called it for Whitmer, let's see, because some networks I think have. But Macomb County, see, Dixon and Macomb County not doing so well. There's still a lot of votes to come for Dixon and Whitmer, but not looking. I mean, it's probably going to be lean D at the end of the day. Let's see. Chris Zeeks has got to wait for Republicans to get off work. Yeah, I mean, that is part of it, like in Arizona, but not in many other places. Now they move Wisconsin Senate to toss up. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This is I have no words for this. No words for Wisconsin. So far, Republicans lead by 3% or so in Wisconsin, but now they're moving it to toss up. But Pennsylvania is now very likely D. Interesting. Well, the autopsy report's going to have to, the autopsy report, they got to draft it up for some of these places. Now, Wisconsin, I think Johnson's going to win. But the governorship level, it's been an absolute train wreck. Kari Lake, the hope is in Lake and Lombardo to manage to kind of curb any future L's that Republicans will be taking tonight in that department. The House, they are gaining. That's good. I guess you like to see that there. But still, it's not entirely. We wanted more than this. We wanted a lot more than this. They called it for Ted Budd for Senate. He's up by how much? 4? Not even as much as the polls anticipated. The polls underestimated Democrats this cycle, which is downright strange because they never do that. They never do. So, I don't know. Look into some of these results when it's all said and done. Thankfully, they have Arizona Senate back at toss-up. That's a white pill. Herschel in Georgia, white pill. Pennsylvania, that's not looking that good. Wisconsin, Johnson, I think, still pulls it off. So, Phone Time Freddy says, should I be dooming about Arizona? No. Longhorn Politics says, odds still have a 50% chance. Apparently not. Andrew Williams says, Maricopa polls are open until 10 p.m. Mountain Time. Well, we're waiting. Mary Hogan says, Washington is in. Yes. Well, the results are not really a yes, but it could narrow a little bit. I think it could be within 10. Nick A says, Zeldin's actually doing good, still probably won't win. Well, I didn't think he would, but he's within 10. That's good news. He's within 10. He's only down by a few 100,000 votes. And he's doing well in a lot of places in New York where Republicans haven't really done that well in recent years. Westchester County. Suffolk hasn't counted any ballots, though. He's killing it in Nassau. Very well in Staten Island. Queens, 37 in Queens. 29 in Brooklyn. What's he doing in Manhattan? That's the real question. Bronx, he's at 23. That's insane. Manhattan, he's at 18. But no votes in out of Suffolk. That's his backyard. He could run it up in Suffolk. He could get 70% of the vote there for all we know. That is a big county. I don't know if it'd be enough to put him over the top, but it could make this thing closer. But he had energy behind him, and it's paying off for him. But what can I say? Chrissy Hunsacker, thank you. Omega Vol wins says people care more about abortion than inflation. I don't think that's true. Even the exit polls indicated that that's false, and obviously they're flawed in and of themselves, but still not entirely that indicative there. So we'll see. Let's see this. Michael of the Matrix says MSNBC just called it for Hochul. Not surprised. She'll probably win, but that margin definitely is impacting some down ballot races for the better, which is a good thing. Bert the Avenger said, so L in 2020 and an L here in 2022. This is oof. It's more of a fire festival. It's just more of like, this was supposed to be huge, and then what exactly went down? Not a whole lot that was supposed to really go down. But we'll see. Caleb775 says, people here in Nevada already will keep pushing the narrative that in Washoe and Clark County poll workers are claiming they need to count mail-ins tomorrow due to a work shortage. I don't believe it, though. Well, we're going to be waiting on those results for quite some time. Republicans have a 76% chance of control of the House. They're going to get around 225 seats at a minimum. That's a good thing for them. But in some of these places like Ohio, potentially Michigan, a lot of potential there. Could the ball have been dropped? That's the real question. John Gibbs isn't doing too bad, though. John Gibbs is not doing too bad, but there's a lot of Kent. I think he's going to do better than that in Kent County. That is where the population center is. I'm not saying I think he has a chance in Michigan. He will do well. But in this environment, can't see Peter Meyer winning. He would not have gotten the base on board. He would not have gotten the base on board enough to win. And if we're talking about Democrats overperforming in a lot of these swing districts, hey, probably would have gone down because these are nationalized races, and I don't know. It's interesting. The Jada Kriegman says, cities turn people into idiots. Also, you can't only turn out when Trump is on the ballot. He needs a friendly legislature to do anything. This is true. Chrissy Hunsaker says, oh my God, Oregon's fourth. Initial dump is a shocking contest. Yeah, I mean, it was going to be close. They have it as leaning D, but we'll see. Again, coattails. Drazen. How well is she doing right now? She's behind, but behind by less than a point with half the vote in. Nothing in out of Eugene, though, so be careful. Don't want to make any, rushes to judgment here. Talk about Oregon as a state. A lot of population in Eugene. You look at Lane County, that gave Biden 60,000 votes. So she's going to have to run it up elsewhere in order to win this thing or do much better in Lane County. She's doing better in a place like, Clackamas County, obviously. That county went for Biden by 12 points. She's winning it right now. She has to do that. She should do that in a lot of places. Tim Michaels is only down 1. The problem is Milwaukee. 33% of the vote is left in Milwaukee. So even though you have to look at the results that are remaining in Wisconsin, it's going to boat a lot of skepticism from some people too. This is what happens when you withhold these ballots. 90,000 votes in terms of a lead there right now. For the Dems, they're probably, you could say they're going to add to that. They're going to add around 40,000. So Michaels is going to be needing to lead by a decent amount. Johnson's going to win that race, I believe. In Milwaukee, there's still some votes left, obviously, there. But he has a sizable lead, and there's a lot of the drift list that has not yet fully turned out. A lot of the rurals have not fully turned out yet. There's more room to grow in a lot of these counties as well, which is a good thing for him. So Wisconsin, I don't see why they moved it to toss up for the Senate race. Maybe they just want to do it to build the Dem-mentum or whatever, but either way, I don't see it. But they did move Arizona back to toss up. So that was a good thing, but it's midnight on the East Coast. We're still waiting ballots out of literally anywhere in Arizona from Election Day. Mark Kelly leads by 18. That's going to evaporate. Kerry Lake trails by just 13. That's going to evaporate. I'm confident in Lake's victory more so than Masters' victory, and that is true. But still, if we could get him in there, that would be great. Herschel Walker, right now, he's up by 9,000 votes. 89% of the vote is reporting. He's more likely than not going to be going into a runoff unless he can really run it up in these other places. But he has a lead. Again, libertarians, they ruin everything. 2% of the vote there. If Herschel Walker would have gotten 1% of that, boom, game over. Republicans would have been in the driver's seat to win the Senate right now. So Delco, more votes are coming in. Oz is not doing too poorly there. Nothing new out of Philly. But this is still a 1% ball game right here. 45,000 votes separate Fetterman and Oz, but you look at the remaining votes, and they're coming in out of Philadelphia. There's 100,000 votes he's going to have to make up. But some of these blue dots, could he turn these blue dots into red dots in the Philly suburbs? It's possible, depending on what kind of votes they are. But the Senate is a pure toss-up right now, which is shocking to a lot of people. So it could very well go to that Georgia runoff if Oz does lose, and then Arizona is a mess, but Republicans still manage to win Nevada, as a lot of people have anticipated that they would for quite some time, especially if these Sun Belt trends continue that we saw in Florida, Georgia, whatever. But still nothing in out of Grant County. All these votes matter here. These are red votes so far. 60,000 votes already. He's going to win regardless of what happens in Milwaukee for the most part. He's probably going to pad his margin up here in southwestern or southeastern Wisconsin. Washington doing very well. There's 10% left in Washington County. 7% in Waukesha, and 10% in Ozaki. He will likely do better there. So that is a good thing for him. Portage County, 50% of the vote is in. His lead dips a little bit there. We'll see if he holds on, but still. I'm scratching my head at Pennsylvania. That's the thing. It's like Fetterman can't even complete a sentence in a debate. Oz eviscerates him. He's up in the polls. Their early voting numbers aren't that good. And then John Fetterman out of nowhere is leading by 1% with 84% reporting, with a great deal of Philadelphia yet to count. That means rural Pennsylvania didn't turn out for him because he's doing well in the suburbs. Chester County, 80% of the vote is in. Oz is at 47%. I mean, he's doing very well in suburban Philadelphia, which, again, may be what saves him if he does win. But in the rural areas, not entirely doing that great. We'll see what happens there. Bad people do exist, as Zeldin just reached the data for progress margin with 39% of the vote left in Suffolk is not counted. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be a close race there at the end of it, huh? And Derek Schmidt has gained on Laura Kelly. He's within 3 points. They haven't called it yet, but we'll see. Wichita, Topeka, all of the Dem areas are in. There are Republican areas left, but is it going to be enough? Are these little counties going to be enough? Where do the votes remain? That's going to be the real question. I mean, you look at counties like this, how many votes are left there? But there are 11% of the vote reporting. Republicans probably are going to gain a little bit there, which is why they haven't called it yet, but still. Yeah, and it's just the way it is. Dixon, again, she's down by under 4. Ingham hasn't reported. Livingston, margins not the greatest. Rural margins are okay. They're not ideal. Ronchetti's now within 7. So we talk about that House district in New Mexico. Now it's just D+1. Republicans are going to pick that one off. A lot of these competitive districts, they will probably end up picking off. And that is a very good thing there. Very good thing. Reagan Rattle Soccer Live says, we do have a problem in Ohio. Lots of Ryan votes go into Cleveland. Yeah, but that's not going to flip. They say Ohio is going to go to Vance by at least 5. But this is a turnout issue because there's not enough turnout in these rural areas. And that is true. 86% in Cuyahoga. Yeah, but whatever votes remain, it's not going to change the ball game too much. We went through this in 2020 in Ohio. It didn't change the game. But you look at that shift from 2020, besides maybe Mahoning County, which is very white working class, very trending to the right, very pro-Trump. Montgomery County, where Vance almost won in, and maybe some of suburban Cincinnati, it's not looking to be that great for what we're seeing here for Vance in terms of the shift. But he still won handily. He still won easily. Make sure you guys like the stream. Let's hit 20,000 likes. Subscribe. Let's go for 160K. We'll see what happens. But Jeremy Greenberg says, why are there no Green Party candidates anymore? Because Democrats have a spine and ran them off the ballot, and Wisconsin's now lean R. Okay. So remainder of the votes, Barnes, they're going to net around 70,000 or so in Milwaukee, but there are a lot of votes left in the rural areas that are probably going to favor Republicans, and that's going to offset it handily. It should offset it handily. There's thousands of votes in a lot of these counties. So that's good news for the Republicans. Polk County alone, 6,000 votes that are probably going to be going for Ron Johnson. So this is probably going to go for Johnson. He'll probably run up the margin before that last vote dump. It'll narrow, but he'll still pull it off. Now, in terms of the governorship, which is also important, we have to look at this. Tony Evers, now it narrowed. Tim Michaels could take the lead, but he's got to hold the lead. Is there enough math where he can hold the lead? They haven't tabulated Adams County yet for the governorship, and that is a county that, have they tabulated it here? No, they have not. Okay, that's going to net Ron Johnson some votes, probably a couple thousand. So, we'll watch. Portland Groiper says, do you think it's a possibility reps are withholding counting votes until all the Dem votes are dumped in case of redacted whatever? I personally think that, I don't think that that's the case. I think that the way they count the votes is pretty been standard and uniform throughout the primary process in places like Arizona. They just count them later. I don't know if they're withholding them. I mean, obviously, they don't even conduct the elections in Arizona. As for Georgia, this is going to go to a runoff more likely than not. And if Georgia wins that, is on track to win that national title, well, that seat's going red. So we'll see. But I don't know. LR says Kobach is only down 3,000 votes. Yeah, he'll probably pull it off then, given what's out there. But that's just one office. There's a lot more to handle here. And did Brownback really damage the brand in the state of the Republican Party that much at the state level? I mean, I don't know. Laura Kelly still is in the lead. So Republicans, where's that flip for the governorship? Is it really going to come from Arizona? It could. I hope it does. Rather have it come from Arizona than anywhere else besides, I guess, maybe Pennsylvania, but that's already off the table. That's already basically called. So, yeah. And Mastriano's not even doing that poorly in Philadelphia either. But he's bottoming out in Allegheny. These margins in suburban Pittsburgh are awful. That's Shapiro land, I guess. York County's, which is where his district is, he's doing all right, but not ideal. And we still have a lot of votes to count. Montgomery County, I think Oz will continue to gain a little bit there. He's not going to end up with 31. He'll end up with more. Philadelphia, now they're at 73. So he's gaining. Could he get it done? It's possible, but they got to dump the rest of Philly. Then I would know for sure. Yeah, Johnson's up 72,000. That's going to go up, by the way. This is a race that Johnson's probably going to win by a few points. Easily. Madison's all in. Milwaukee is mostly in. The remaining dump will benefit Barnes, but not by enough to win. But it could give Evers the lead. But all these counties, you see all this shift to the right, that's good. We'll see. Let's go to Texas for the governorship, actually. I want to see how the South Texas counties are doing right now, because that's interesting. Well, Starr County, again, you're back, and there's a lot of votes to be counted, but you're back to, I wouldn't say pre-2020 margins, but margins that are not as good as 2020 so far. But it's not over. They could zoom to the right. There's a reason why they haven't called it in favor of Vicente Gonzalez. They still have this one as, oh wait, now they moved it to very likely. Okay. Cuellar's up by 14. He's probably going to win that district there as well. So we go 1 for 3 in South Texas this year. Interesting. Mac Bain explains, says, at this point, zero doubt in my mind, the guy who just won Florida by 20 points needs to lead the party. It's not entirely how it works. We'll discuss this at a different time. I'm not trying to counter signal Ron DeSantis. He's a very good governor, and I'm very glad that he won by the margin he won by. But there is a coordinated attempt by the GOP establishment to prop this guy up as the future of the party, whatever. We get it. You look at the margin of Florida and their swing seats or whatever, and you compare it to some other states, questions will arise. Questions will arise. Florida is doing a lot better than a lot of these other states. But Georgia, that's going to go to a runoff. Wisconsin, that's going red. So that's 49. If you get Wisconsin and Utah and Alaska, that'd be 49. Where's 50 and 51? Arizona, that's a toss-up. Georgia, that's a toss-up. Nevada probably does go red. Laxalt, I have confidence in Laxalt. But they're going to count the ballots slowly, so who knows? You never know what's about to happen. Westfield 90 says, been a terrible night. Like lost, Mastriano lost, Walker in runoff, and Oz will lose. What happened to all the freaking wave talk? America died tonight. Well, Lake's not going to lose. Mastriano was always going to lose ever since like late July, August. Walker, he will go to a runoff. This is true. What happens there, I'm not entirely sure. I think that he probably could win if Republicans get energized, but I can't bank on that. We're not going to bank on that. But I think that he definitely turns out rural Georgia a lot better than somebody. Even Donald Trump didn't get his margins in a lot of these rural counties. You're looking at this. He's doing much better with 95% of the vote in much of these rural counties in Georgia. So that's good. That's what's giving him the victory. But Dr. Oz in rural Pennsylvania, Oz is killing it in suburban Philly. He's getting 47 in Chester, 36 in Delco, probably going to get around 40 in Montgomery when it's all said and done. But if he can't win that base, then that's going to be a big problem. Compare that to New York. Even Joe Pinion is breaking 40 against Chuck Schumer. He may very well outperform Trump despite not even spending a lot of money and going up against somebody who has historically been an electoral juggernaut. So do the math. Do the math. Okay, Rhode Island's governorship, McKee won it handily. No questions about it. Mike Lee is doing well, though, in Utah. He will likely end up winning over McMullen easily. They could even call that red, which that one's going to be going red. But Pennsylvania, 85% of the vote counted. Not good. Let's speed run the super chats. Barnboy for President said, what went wrong tonight, or can we still win? It's been a mess. We're going to have to look at it. We're going to have to look at these districts, what districts are energized about what issue. You can't exactly say it's all abortion or it's all this or it's all that. There's a multitude of reasons for why it is. They will blame abortion. They will blame Donald Trump. They will blame Republicans for nominating what they call crazy candidates, which, again, there's little to no correlation. You look at people like Steve Chabot in Ohio. Lost, just like Majewski. What went wrong with Chabot? He was supposed to win handily. What went wrong in, well, we haven't seen the rest of Illinois 17th, but Republicans put up one of the most milquetoast candidates possible. Maybe that was the problem. They'll never actually look into why this is. But there's a multitude of reasons why, but they're never going to be fully honest about it, even though they know deep down that we are right. And at the end of the day, if Masters wins, Laxalt wins, which is still on the table, by the way, they have it as a toss-up, then that's, again, beats the narrative. Pennsylvania, Oz in the rurals is struggling. Well, Oz was somebody with a lot of baggage. He came from the media. Should he have lost to Fetterman? No. No way at all. Like, there's no legitimate reason why that had to happen. But so far, he trails by about a point, with 14% to count. Probably about a good 5 of that is coming from inner city Philadelphia. So do the math. Dave Olson, thanks for the 20 DS Cubers. Says, what's happening with Mastriano? Lack of funding. Matthew Jack says, why did I have hope in Rhode Island? I don't know. I guess the overperformance of Trump in 2016, I guess. DC Perspective says, Tucker's nephew, please get it right. Well, there you go. Eric CB912 says, hardly any vote counted on Long Island. Once that vote comes in, Zeldin will close the gap. I don't know if it's enough, though. I think he'll win big with the Suffolk. I just don't know if it's going to be enough. I mean, could he close the gap? Some networks have called it. It'll be within 10, of course. But by how much, I don't know. But I'm really impressed with his showing. 30 in Brooklyn, almost 40 in Queens. Bronx, he's getting in the mid-20s. That's good news. But yeah. Let's see. Hitman47 says, been a long time sub. Thanks for your work on the videos and streams. What are your thoughts on a Republican-controlled Senate? Well, good if they use their power for good. That's all it comes down to. That's really all it is. Vikash Patel says, hi, from New Zealand. Republicans will take the House and probably the Senate. Trump 2024 is still looking fine. MSNBC gives Fetterman the lead. This is amazing. Always had the lead for a while. Did they call it for Fetterman? I feel like they would have called it for Fetterman by now if they really wanted to build up the momentum, if it was that much of a done deal. I'm not trying to sit here and cope about it, but either way, it's not looking good. I will say that. Not looking good. Dollar for dollar says, put your MAGA hat on. Well, I metaphorically, it's still on because we're going to have to go into the depths of battle with a lot of these people during the autopsy report, and it's something that I dread doing, but what can I say? Silver Guy says, great content, right hand. Oh, wait, what did I say? Okay, what do we lost the super chat. Here we go. There's a lot of super chats, guys. A lot of them. All right, I'll probably pull these up on this end. Let's see, get speed run going. Make sure you guys like the stream, subscribe. Let's get to 160. Let's get to 160K. We are currently at 158K. Make sure you guys like that stream. Let's get to 20K likes. In the meantime, let's get something positive going on. Let's get something positive here. House, what do they have the House at? Republican 74. Yeah, that's about. Yeah, they're obviously going to retake the House. That's not a question. But it's such a spotty wave with these trends. It's very confusing. All right, well, here we go. A lot of super chats. A lot of super chats here. Okay. Silver Guy says right hand boobs, left hand bum. Okay, haha, very funny. K77 says in college, a lot of casual one-issue pro-choice voters. Here we go. Laughter is deadly, so terrified for the future if Dems keep power. Are the days of freedom already behind us? Well, I mean, they've already been, and Republicans losing the control of, or not gaining control of the Senate really isn't going to change that much. Now, gaining control of the House is still a bulwark, no doubt, but you're talking about the Senate. You're trying to run up the score. If you gain 52 seats, Democrats are not going to control the Senate for decades, given future maps, even being nice to them. So, yeah, you're looking at this, and it's just like, whatever. Caden Lopez says, I mean, it's fine, but, yeah, and I think that's probably the best phrasing of the night. It's fine. You know, if you're not actually having any hopes, it's like, oh, well, you know, we're probably going to gain the Senate. We're probably going to, you know, flip the House. It's okay. But is this something we wanted to see? No, not at all. There's just a lot to unpack here. A lot to unpack here. And it's not a very fun thing to unpack. I mean, Oz at 35 in Allegheny. That is abysmal. Washington County winning by 14 points. What did Trump win Washington County by? 22. Westmoreland, he almost won by 30. Right now, Oz does lead by 20. That is the difference here, the Pittsburgh area. Maybe Shapiro did have coattails in Pittsburgh. I'm not sure why. He was more of a generic D. There's a lot of ticket splitting going on in Philadelphia. This is true. Oz is doing well in Philadelphia. But still, disappointing to me. Very disappointed with the results so far. Oz can still win. Yes, it's not over, but it's not looking to be what we want. It's not that good. All right. Fulton's not at 93%. Raphael Warnock, narrow lead. Either way, Warnock has no path to 50%. Either we are going to a runoff or Herschel's going to win. Herschel leads the estimate. Fulton cannibalized more ballots. He has Warnock has 6,000 left in Fulton. Warnock has more than that, or Walker has more than that in Cobb and Gwinnett. You look at the remaining counties, it's very evident that Walker is going to gain. I don't know how much he's going to gain by, and he probably could fall short of that 50. And you can blame Chase Oliver for that happening, especially if he has a plurality, a sizable plurality of 1% when it's all counted. So Mike Lee now leads by 12. He's doing just fine there. No problem there. Grand County, McMullen led by 11. How much did that go blue by? It went for Biden by 9. So McMullen is not really outperforming Biden by a whole lot. Not enough to win. So bye-bye McMullen, it's over. Mike Lee, you're going to get another term, which again, Mike Lee's the best of the Utah bench. And that's like being like, I don't know, George P. Bush is like the best of the Bushes or something like that. You know, it's not something to be super proud of, even if he does have some solid votes from time to time. But Joe S. says, massholes ruining New Hampshire. Everyone at the polls are so hyped for Republicans, but somehow Dems still win. I don't get it. What can we do? I don't know. You have to bring the energy, bring substance. I mean, Bolduc, the polls are wrong. The polls were vastly wrong. They were wrong in favor of the side that they usually are not in favor of. But still, it's early in Arizona. I think Lake has got this. Hobbs is nowhere to be found on the campaign trail. If Hobbs pulls this off with Lake having the energy, great messaging down the stretch, what went wrong It's abysmal. So now Warnock expands the lead. More of Fulton and Clayton have come in. That really explains it, but it's 2,000 votes. That's not going to last long. But Walker needs to win 60% of the remaining ballots in order to win outright, which, again, he'll get close to that, but I don't know if it's enough. Ice Cream Junkie says, how did Republicans screw up this bad? It didn't have to be this way. It didn't have to be this way. It didn't have to be this way at all. Vance leads by, 7 there. That's, but still, you look at the shift to the left in the state. Everywhere around, it's been train wreck after train wreck tonight. It has not been their night tonight. And even though they still are pulling off some wins here and there, they're going to retake the House. That's almost a given. They're doing well in New York, did great in Florida. It honestly just shows that competent leadership is really the key here. And you can have competent leadership that actually gets it on the issues. I think that what we're seeing in Arizona to a large degree is just that. And we will see Arizona go red when it's all said and done, but it's just not enough. Dixon now leads in Macomb. That's good news. Whitmer, 23-point lead in Oakland County, though. That could come down, but that margin is just not it. Trump in 2020 didn't do that well in Oakland. He lost it by 14. So Dixon, she's hanging in there, but Ingham's not in yet, and Wayne is not in yet. So it's not looking that good. Now, we could check the down ballot races. I think DePerno, let's check on DePerno. Let's check in on DePerno. He is actually down by just 1 point. He can win. DePerno can get it done. Caramo, let's check on Caramo. She's down by 6. I don't see that happening. Benson is probably going to pull it off, sadly. Although there's a lot of Macomb left, but there's also a lot of Ingham left. Caramo's down in Calhoun. That's abysmal. Yeah, they say the front page, race for Congress is tight with no sign of red wave. Well, there you go. Fire Festival moment right there. Super chats. Longhorn Politics says PA Oz chance, not that good right now, but depends on what happens in suburban Philly. We're still waiting. Blind Toolman says Nebraska liberal end of state trying to screw with things, but we'll get ID to vote. Bacon tied with 35% left. Bacon's going to win. Wes Taylor says, keep it up. You're doing great. There's a lot going on. Thanks for your analysis. Thank you. Bad People Do Exist says 90% of New York City isn't in Zeldin's down by 10. I know. He's getting near his New York City target, but, actually, he's not down by 10. He's down by 8. He's down by 8 points, 20% to go, but he's going to need to win the remaining votes by, 40 in order to win. Or something like that. Maybe not 40. Around 40. Probably around that. Doing the math in my head. 20% remaining. It's, a fifth of the electorate. 5 times 8. He's going to need to win it by around 40, which I don't see happening. I think he'll win it by maybe 20. We could give him 20, but that wouldn't be enough. Suffolk is there, though. He has a lot of votes coming his way in Long Island. So that's good. And New York City's almost all the way in. There's some upstate that hasn't fully tabulated yet, but I don't know. That's good news for New York. Gerald Armstrong says Pennsylvania's lost for GOP blue for at least a generation. At the state level, I think Trump would win the state in 2024. But it's going to take some soul searching. It really will. To actually understand what the hell went wrong, what went down here. So Oz is gaining a little bit. Bucks is putting in ballots. Philadelphia is more in than it has been before. Oz is doing well in the Philly area. You look at the Philly, Montgomery County, I don't know. Montgomery County, there is blue shift. Chester, there's going to be red shift. Bucks, there may be red shift, but if Montgomery's all the way in and Oz is at 35. Yeah, that's going to do it. That's pretty much going to do it. I don't know what went down in Pennsylvania. Don't know what the Pennsylvania GOP was doing, but that's abysmal. All around abysmal. They should be embarrassed. They should be ashamed of themselves. Oz was up in the polls. And that's not everything, but you got to turn out these voters. You have to. You have to turn them out. Didn't happen. Mastriano didn't get a dime of funding. Now, I'm not going to sit back here and say that that if he would have gotten like, I don't know, $2 million, that it would have changed the outcome, but it could have been a different ballgame if he was on the air early on. That matters. If you're on the air early on, you can define yourself. He let Shapiro define him with all the nonsensical labels, but it didn't matter because he wasn't willing to actually fight back because he couldn't fight back. So you have to get in the thick of it. You really do. You have to actually go out there and campaign. Carrie Lake, a lot of people threw the same allegations at her. She can't win, talks about 2020 too much, which is just not true. All these other things. When the results are all counted, I believe she'll pull it off. I do. But in terms of the House, like, this is a mess, man. This is insanity. Some of these districts, North Carolina's 13th. Neil Parrott still has a lead, but that lead is really slimmed down quite a bit. Susan Wild's probably going to win in the 7th district, not Susan Wild, Lisa Scheller will likely win, flip that seat. That's good news. The 17th district probably going to hold for Dems. The 12th, closer than expected, going to hold for Dems. The 10th, Perry, he expanded his margin as I expected he would do. Guy Karachi's not doing that poorly, but he's probably going to go down. Some of these districts, man, I just, it's a big mess there. But I guess the white pills that Donald Trump's going to be back in the news media cycle. We'll see. All right, go back to the needle. Yeah, the House needle hasn't moved, and it shouldn't have moved. I mean, you're looking at like Mike Lawler winning that district. That was not supposed to be a flip tonight. Brandon Williams holding on. It's likely our Catco seat's going to hold for another term. Molinaro going to win. He's going to get it done this time. Santos, I think, probably wins. Garbarino, that was always going to be a W there. The first, I don't think that's really like a flip there. But I don't know, man. I tell you, there's still a chance in the 8th district. I think that Scheller's going to pull it off. There are enough white pills here for the victory. Boebert, she'll win when the votes are counted. Kirkmeyer, I think, will too in Colorado. The margins will narrow. But yeah, Scarlatos is down by a lot now. Chavez de Remer, though, she's still in the lead there, so that's good news for her. Kim Schreier might be in some trouble, though. That we didn't see that coming in Washington. So this is a state-by-state wave. You look at the shifts. It's either, look at this map. This is the weirdest map I think I've ever seen in my entire life, where you look at these counties, some go in some direction, others go in other directions. What is going on here? This is insanity. Depends on the district. It's either a rapid swing to the right or it's a rapid swing to the left. And in the South, it was a red wave. In the Midwest, Pennsylvania, and not so much. Turner did well. I mean, we're seeing this here. There are some shifts here in certain directions, I will say. But it's just insanity what's going on right here tonight. And it should not have been this way. There's plenty of reasons why, but Mac Bain explains, says I'm a total Trump guy, but now DeSantis 2024, wrong takeaway. We'll get to why in a future video. PK says New York will save us on the House. Well, we're going to win the House, yeah. By how much, though? It's a real question. Ricardo Oliveria says we lost Georgia and Pennsylvania. I'm pretty sure about it. No, not Georgia. Pennsylvania, not looking good, but Georgia, this is not going to hold because much of Atlanta's already in. There's a lot of rural Georgia left to count. Walker's going to lead the first round, but I don't know if he's going to get by, but he will lead the first round. So the chance of the Senate is on the table so much as Republicans are going to flip Arizona or Nevada. Arizona currently leans D, although the needle does fluctuate as the night goes on. We just don't have any votes in out of Arizona. I don't know when we're getting any votes in out of the state of Arizona. Jorge Cabezas TV says, I'm moving on with Trump and choosing DeSantis. This is what a lot of people are saying right now. We'll have to wait and see what happens within the pulse on the whole GOP base. Whoever's watching my content's not necessarily fully representative, but the fact you see people looking at this result, I mean, it's not necessarily the best look for Donald Trump, but at the same time, what did Trump do to get involved here? He didn't do that much. He held some rallies, but not a lot of them. So to say, oh, it's Trump's fault because Republicans are underperforming, he stayed out of the election for the most part. He held rallies that most people didn't know about, and he's up in all the polls. He's doing better than all the Republicans were doing. I can't sit back here and say with a straight face that Donald Trump is the reason for why this is happening. It's not. You have to be a hack, a never Trumper who just has this just weird fixation with hating Donald Trump, maybe because you want to be liked by the left, you want to be liked by the media, I don't know. Keegan Lowe says, how did Shabbat, JR, and Jesse O to lose in Ohio? Ohio is a mess right now. And I know Vance, I mean, he wasn't really running the most vocal campaign. He still won. He still won by like 6-7 points, which for some reason the polls underestimated Republicans in Ohio. Hell has frozen over, but still, it's just bizarre. Joe Knoll says, crap, another 50-50 Senate. I'm not entirely sure if that's what we're going to see here. Cuddles is so biased. Stop. I'm not trying to be unbiased here. Everyone knows my bias. This is not supposed to be centrist talk radio. You know, talk about how this race is going to go this way. Oh, what's the reason here? No, this is clear-cut analysis from me. I'm a commentator. That's what I do. Don't tell me how to do my job. Thank you. Luke G says electronic voting machine redacted. Well, we'll see. But like I said, this is a bizarre shift map. Try explaining this to somebody else. Explain this map to somebody. You can't do it. There's just no way to actually get it done. So, I mean, it's a mess. Iowa looks good. That's true. I agree. But not even that great. Chuck Grassley had the most razor-thin election of his entire career. He lost 4 counties. 4 counties. Grassley lost 4 counties. Maybe he could flip Blackhawk if there's more votes there. But this is a guy who only really lost Johnson County for most of his time. He even won it sometimes. And then tonight, against somebody with sexual assault allegations or whatever, he was up by 14 points. Mess. Big mess. Big mess. Republicans are going to have the wrong takeaway from this, as they usually do. It's Trump's fault. DeSantis will save us. It's like, it's exactly what we're going to see. And it's very misleading. Very misleading. But we're still waiting on the polls, I believe, to finish with whatever they're doing in Arizona to actually get more results. I don't know. We'll see. Wisconsin, or did they even yeah, they finally did Apache County. Kelly leads 71-27. What was it in 2020? 66-32. So you think with Election Day vote, you will see these counties start to narrow, flip, whatever. But Pinal County's a county. Lake is winning right now, or it's dead even, but Masters is behind by 5. So there is that lag. Arizona does split their tickets. They typically do. Yeah, we're going to have to hear about for the next 2 years if he doesn't pull it off, how the laziest man on earth, Mark Brnovich, would have been such a stalwart candidate. Yeah, get ready. Big Reb says, I think what happened at the reporting of a red wave probably energized Dems more than anything. I mean, you had a reported blue wave in 2018, more so than this, and you didn't see that energized Republican turnout. Republicans are still winning the generic ballot from what it looks like, but there's a lot of questions to be had. Dean Phillips won by 20. That district is long gone. Go back to Senate. Nothing new at the Senate level. Oz is down just 38,000 votes, but Philly is almost 70. It's not even 75% of the vote in. So there's not that cushion in the rurals that Trump even had. So yeah, he's doing better in the suburbs. But again, doing better in the suburbs doesn't help you if you can't energize the rurals. It doesn't. How many times do we have to go over this? DeKalb County's all the way in now. So all the Democrat votes are in. Warnock can't win outright. The remainder of the ballots that are left are going all for Herschel Walker. They're going to go all for Walker. He's going to get the remainder of the rest of the ballots in the state for the most part. I don't think it's going to be enough to get him over the... He will probably have a lead of around 45,000 votes at the end of the round. GK Chesterton says DeSantis 2024. Oma Arachu says they call Democrats win in New York and California, but the votes aren't all counted. Why is that? Apparently Newsom lost a good amount of the Latino vote. That doesn't surprise me. We'll look at California's governor's race right now. Dale's at 32 in LA County. He's doing better than Elder did, which I anticipated, even though he's kind of like a no-name. Orange County, that's going for Newsom right now by 8. I don't know if that's going to hold, but some of these counties are going to get redder and redder as vote reporting goes on. Some counties may not, but we'll see. But if these are mainly mail-in votes, Newsom is going to underperform in California. 13th district here, they have it as toss-up. Again, Latinos breaking for Republicans. Could that help Duarte in this district? Maybe. There's a lot of vote to count left in this district. They have it as a toss-up now. So that one could be another flip for the Republicans. We'll have to wait and see. Todd says, what do you mean by redacted in 8? You know what I mean. DS Cuber says, what the hell, Pennsylvania and Michigan, is this redacted? Well, the Pennsylvania Senate race raises some questions about what the hell is going through voters' minds at the very minimum. And Kerry Lake is within 13, by the way, now. So that's good. But Michigan, Whitmer, I mean, this was always going to be a close race, but a lot of Wayne County and Ingham County out that has not yet reported. Same thing with Kent and Macomb, but I think that Whitmer is probably going to be the favorite at the end of this. I'm trying to see counties that are 100% of the way in. Missaukee County, 95%. We'll compare that to Trump. Missaukee County, 76-22. So that margin's not quite there in the rural areas. Dixon rallied down the stretch. I mean, this is true. But at the end of the day, we'll see. Now she did gain there. She gained there 0.1%. Washtenaw's almost, that's 62% of the way in. That's encouraging, but still, nothing out of Ingham County at all. Which, again, that's interesting. Make sure you guys like the stream. We're so close to 20,000. Like the stream, subscribe. I'm getting to the super chats. Mark Smith says, love your channel. Meanwhile, fortified equals bad news regardless of how energized they are. Well, where's the energy nationwide, though? That's the real question. But we'll have to see. I want to wait and see till all the results come in. Then I'll be able to say, okay, maybe we could look into this a little bit more. But either way, yeah. So Georgia, that one's going to come back in the remaining ballots. Walker's going to take the lead in whatever's left to report, but it's probably going to go to a runoff there. Nevada, Arizona, we're counting on you two to get it done. Pennsylvania, that could be the disappointment of the cycle. Dr. Oz, and again, you could say a libertarian candidate taking away, shouldn't have been on the ballot to begin with. Republicans need to actually get their just everything in order and sue to get these people kicked off the ballot who have no chance at winning. They're just a distraction. There's no Green Party on the ticket. It's always libertarians. They don't deserve to be on the ballot. They don't. Chuck Norris, 310 says, what is it with Illinois 17th? I don't know. You have the candidate who didn't raise any money, ran on, I'm going to be the first openly gay congressman or whatever. That's all he said. And now he's winning by 4 points. Big black pill there in Illinois. Big Reb says also Mississippi 2nd May flip takes out Bernie. Is it really? There's no way. Well, Brian Flowers is close, but I mean, I don't know. It's still probably going to go for Thompson. Yeah, black turnout's been low this cycle. This is true to a large degree, but apparently not. You didn't see working class white turnout at record levels either. So you're getting a purple rain instead of a red wave. Really, that's what we're getting. So, Brick says, I'm getting nervous for Kerry Lake. Just wait. Rex Profanus says, what's up with Ohio Secretary of State? They not call that? Oh, he won big. J-Dub says, this feels like the inverse of 06. Well, not really. 06 was awful. I mean, 06 was a train wreck for Republicans. 88% of the vote. Okay, that means nothing new dropped in Philly, but Fetterman still expanded the lead. I don't know how. Top Dog Obedience says Rich Barris, Trafalgar were the worst pollsters. Yeah, I mean, they were not. Listen, I have great respect for Rich Barris, but some of the polls this cycle didn't really land. I mean, still, we're not done yet. Arizona, I think there's a chance. Nevada, I think Laxalt very well could win. Even I don't know if Ralston's changing his tune as of late, based off of the other results, but still Laxalt, based off of who voted on election day, based off the early vote data, based off of trends which have been continuing in the Sun Belt. You look at rural Georgia versus suburban Georgia. You look at Florida as a whole. I mean, I think Nevada, there's a shot, but we'll see. X-Max Out says we need to dump Trump these wild endorsements. Well, the real question is, what endorsements did he make that he could have made better, really? And I'm not trying to make excuses for him, because he's made bad endorsements and I've critiqued him for making bad endorsements. But for these Senate races, what bad endorsement did he make at all? And you could say Oz in Pennsylvania, but who else was he going to endorse? If you would have put up Kathy Barnett, she probably would not have been able to get the resources, and it would have been her and Mastriano that would have performed. I mean, she would have performed better because Fetterman's a train wreck and gotten more of the base on board, but I can't say, looking back with hindsight, that would have been the case. New Hampshire, he stayed out of New Hampshire. I don't think Morse would have won this race either. He was very lazy, especially if Bolduc's losing by the margin he's losing by. What endorsement could Trump have made? I want to see somebody in chat tell me right now what endorsement Trump... Okay, Nevada's in. Not really. But Laxalt leads. But, I mean, it's Mineral County. 87% of Mineral County's in. Rural County. Let's check Mineral on the map here. 82% for Trump. 60% for Laxalt. That's early vote, though. You're probably going to see more red pour in. That's just, the early vote in that county. But still, that's not even looking good. But still very early out of Nevada. We'll wait and see what happens as the night goes on. But yeah, I'm still trying to figure out a Trump endorsement that he made for the Senate that was bad. And you can't give me one. You could say, oh, what about Herschel Walker? Herschel Walker's probably going to win in a runoff for one. Number two, Herschel was running regardless, and he got the endorsements of Mitch McConnell. And I'm not going to say he's like a McConnell type, but they just all piled on because they knew he had zero shot at losing. Blame Georgia for liking college football so much. And he had the most skeletons in his closet of anybody that's running, and he's doing the best. So you can't tell me a better endorsement he could have made. Maybe you should have said Parnell. Maybe you could say Parnell should have stayed in Pennsylvania. Probably would have beaten Fetterman. Party would have been completely united. Would have done decently with independents. Yeah, you can make that claim. You can. And Blake Masters is now down just 16. So Arizona's adding votes. Kerry Lake has narrowed that margin to about a 12-point game. Where are the votes coming in from, though? Trying to figure out. Cochise County is 100% in. She's up by 12. Donald Trump won that by a lot more than 12. Still, a lot of room to necessarily go here. Greenlee's reporting. Graham is now reporting more ballots. So this is good news. This is good news overall. It's going to narrow, but still. Man. More super chats. Sarah P says, why isn't Nevada reporting? I'm sick with 102 fever and I'm staying up till this is over. Because, I mean, they're not going to, you probably should go to sleep if that's the case. Because Nevada's going to take days. You go to sleep tomorrow not even knowing the winner. Let's see. Lions 1956 says, are you confident in Walker winning without a runoff? No, I think he'll win with a runoff if he wins at all. Justin Brink says, I didn't know Ben Shapiro had a younger brother. I don't really, I mean, I've gotten that comparison before, but that's only like you're a young conservative. You're a young Ben Shapiro. It's like very basic. Iridescent says, Fox called Michigan for Whitmer with only 38%, but Dixon's 4 points and getting closer. Yeah, I don't think that was the right call to call it that early. It's Fox News. Doesn't surprise me in the slightest that they did that, but we'll see. Okay, Carrie Lake has made up for whatever is going on in Cochise with Yuma, because now she leads in Yuma by 12. So that is true. She leads in Yuma by a lot. Mojave, she's pulling ahead in Mojave County. A lot of Republican votes yet to tabulate there. So we're waiting on Maricopa. We're waiting on Pinal. But the other counties are coming in Greenlee. She's at 71 in Greenlee. That's in line with Trump. That's good enough to win. Probably going to do even better as the results pour in out of Greenlee. Graham County at 71 in Graham. Trump got 71 in Graham. A lot of votes left. Gila County 61. Trump got 66. But still, you look at this election right here, those votes are going to come in more Republican the more they come in. Yavapai County, she's up by approximately 14. Trump won that by 30. She's going to do better down the stretch in Yavapai, for sure. Maricopa, though, that's the real question. Narrowing that margin is key in Maricopa County, taking the lead in Pinal. What can she do in Pima? Trump in Pima got 40. She in the early vote is at 32. She's probably going to outrun him there. That's a good sign. La Paz County all the way in. She's outrunning Trump in La Paz. So there's a chance. Coconino, she's at 34. Trump got 36. So she's probably going to outrun him in Flagstaff as well. Navajo County, she's already outrunning Trump in Navajo. That's early vote out of Navajo. That is good. But mixed bag in Arizona so far. The chance is really there. But for Masters, leaning D, I don't know if I could entirely disagree with that as of right now. T-Rex is looking more like a red high tide. Well, the tide is high, nothing comes down. The Grizzly says, how's Lake looking in Arizona? Just covered it. Preston Broadser says, how are the Iowa cabinet races coming along? Republicans are winning Iowa hands down in literally every single race. We'll look at the governorship in Iowa because I haven't done so yet. Kim Reynolds, yeah. The poll that came out from the Des Moines Register was pretty accurate. I will say that. Charles says New York 25th upset flip red. Really? It could, but it's still a stretch. Jay Shug says FJB more like F Mitch McConnell. Real agreed. And Kevin McCarthy too. He doesn't get away. He should not have the mandate to actually become speaker given this awful performance, and McConnell should be ousted too. There's no reason why these people should be in charge after what's going on tonight. No reason whatsoever. But let's see, Apache's at 43. What did Trump get in Apache again? 32. Okay, so she's doing better in Apache than Trump did in 2020. So very mixed bag here. Hopefully she can narrow the gap in Maricopa. That's going to be where this election is decided. You don't have to win Maricopa as a Republican to win the state of Arizona, but it's got to be within a couple of points. Reagan Rattler Soccer Live says, Republican love affair with Election Day. Voting has killed us again. People get busy. Things happen. Waiting until Election Day is a problem. Everyone voted on Election Day before 2020, so I disagree with that. But in-person early voting, I mean, that could be utilized. But even states that, I mean, let's be real. They said the weather would be the problem in Nevada. That's like the most nonsensical thing I think I've heard in my entire life, because you saw a very high turnout in Nevada today. So the question is, which way did those unaffiliated voters break? DS Cuber says, do you think McCormick should have won over Oz? I'm not convinced he would have won. McCormick was not a likable candidate, and Oz having base issues in and of itself was a problem. McCormick's record is more liberal than Lisa Murkowski's on a lot of issues. So, no. DM Productions is worried about Tim Michaels. Let's check in on Michaels. Is he ahead? He's not ahead. It's not good. Milwaukee, they dump more votes. Still a quarter to drop in Milwaukee. He's going to have to make it up somehow. See if he can get any of these counties upstate. Maybe that could do it. Waukesha, there's still some in Waukesha for him. We'll see how it shakes out. Dual Dab says it's a red spill, not a wave. Yeah. Nikat 2000 said, what's going on in Nevada? Did they lose power? It's being Nevada. Spartan Speedrun says, longtime Trump fan, but we have to move on from him and get behind DeSantis. Okay, there we go again. We get it. We hear the super chats. We'll address them in the future. This is not Trump's fault, okay? This is not Trump's fault. Let me throw that out there. I shouldn't have to defend him. I really shouldn't. But like I said, what endorsement did Donald Trump make that either A, Ron DeSantis wouldn't make, or B, there would have been a better endorsement for him to make? There is none. Not a single one. And don't tell me about Arizona. Mark Brnovich is one of the laziest people in the world. He had a lot of funding in the primary, didn't really utilize it at all, didn't even campaign, got destroyed by Blake Masters. He couldn't beat Masters. He was trailing in the polls to him even before the Trump endorsement for a reason. John Waffle says Fetterman will hurt the economy. Apparently, and Mr. Clean says God punished America tonight. Yeah, Internet Idiot Reloaded says, why are Michigan's rural counties shifting blue by double digits? Well, I don't think they're done counting, so I don't think it's a fair thing to say, but because Trump energizes voters like none other. Sam Madsen says, does Michaels win? I don't know. It's 50-50. If not, then Republicans may not even pick up a single governorship, besides maybe Nevada, but we don't have a whole lot in yet to determine that. But Laxalt in that one county is running even with Lombardo. They're a package deal. They've always been. We'll see how it shakes out down the stretch. Andrew Adams says, at the end of the day, Florida sent a message that it's absolutely blood red now. Georgia, Nevada, or Georgia, Pennsylvania is the best pathway. Yeah, Georgia's a part of it, and then you need one of these two. But it shouldn't have had to come down to this. It really shouldn't. I know they haven't called Pennsylvania, but it's very likely D now. Very likely D. Fetterman leads by 70,000 votes. Who is voting for this guy? Who is voting for this guy? And it's all the rural areas that are not coming out strong for Dr. Oz. They did not feel energized by him. There's no shift to the right. Pike County may be one of the only counties to move right tonight besides Chester, and they're not even done counting. So who knows what that county is going to come out. But I think Oz will move Bucks to the right, Chester to the right, maybe Delco, maybe even Philadelphia when it's all said and done. But that is not where he needed to be to win, not even close. And bombing in the rurals, that's not what we anticipated whatsoever. And this is a common theme in Ohio. It's a common theme. I don't think it's a common theme in Wisconsin, which is good and encouraging for the state. Like I always say, Wisconsin's going to be the reddest of these Rust Belt states in a few years. But still not looking that good. Joe Ray Perkins is at 42%. It's interesting there. It's the Drazen coattails. Yeah, Hochul, she's up by less than 5 now. Suffolk, 57-43. Probably going to come out a little bit more red down the stretch too. But they called it for Hochul. But still, I'm telling you, Zeldin is going to get that thing ridiculously close for New York State when it's all said and done. And Hochul does not really have a mandate for strong governance there. She will be very hated very quickly. Zeldin may flip Erie. Rochester, probably not. Westchester, he's doing well. Nassau and Suffolk, though. That's where he's running up the score. Depends on what ballots are left. Oregon. Eugene's mostly in. Portland is in line with the state. There's a chance Drazen pulls it off. I don't know, but this is a disaster to a certain degree. Let's see. Tom Barrett still leads 85%. They say it's likely D. Kildee leads, but they say it's leaning D. John Gibbs is performing in line with Paul Young. So far, they say it's leaning D. We'll see. If Tudor does better in Western Michigan, she very may well, compared to what people think. She's funded by the DeVos family. Then down the stretch, if she loses Kent by just a few points, good news for John Gibbs. Muskegon, that might flip. We'll see. But this is not the night Republicans wanted. It's really not. Ollie2567 said Trump effed it up. He can't be the nominee. I'm to the right of Trump. We can't. What ego destroyed tonight? What ego? You guys cannot exactly articulate it. You guys are just a lot. I'm not saying everybody, but there's a great deal of people who are just so ready to throw in the towel with Donald Trump. Just out of nothing. They will blame him for everything that goes wrong for the Republicans. And when things went right, like Glenn Youngkin, they said, this is why we need to move on from Trump. They just want to move on from Trump. They have no other politics. They have no other actual substance to what they're saying. And Stellar J. Atkins says, those who think Trump is a liability are clueless. This is true. Deanna Walton says, should Republicans do more early voting? Wouldn't have made a difference. Modern Josephus says the base was never excited for Oz. Trump forced Oz and the Republicans in Pennsylvania. As I said back then, Trump didn't read the... I agree with that. I agree. But at the same time, if he would have forced McCormick down people's throats, it would have been even worse. And Fetterman would have won by probably a lot more than he won by, or he's going to win by tonight. Oh, 42... Okay, we have results in Nevada. Early voting Clark County. Catherine Cortez Masto leads by 13%. All we have in is Clark County, the most liberal county in Nevada. So we have results in out of Nevada. And this is true. It's a 10-point ball game. If that's a 10-point ball game in the early vote in Nevada, or a 13-point ball game in the early vote, depending on how Election Day goes, if that's all we have, and Election Day vote comes in hard for the Republicans, that's good news, because if this county is within 6 points when it's all said and done, that means Nevada's going red. I will say that, but we have a long way to go. We have a lot of ballots that have yet to be tabulated. Can't make that judgment call. ID Crisis is time to leave Pennsylvania. We're being governed by sideshow oddities. Real Ollie2567 says Trump's fault. Again, no reason. GR Green Lantern says Eugene is about 80% lib, and I mean hippie lib, yeah. Mr. Cyanide says people don't understand what inflation is or what causes it. Inflation is an increase of the money supply, not rising prices. If they knew what it was, they'd know who to blame. All right, I guess that's part of it, but let's be real, they do correlate. Falco Kunze says, pretty sure we take the House. Is it panic time for the Senate? Clearly the tsunami collapsed. We'll see. Depends what happens in the rest of Nevada. If this is the early vote in Clark County, that's good news for Republicans. Not a lot of people are saying none of these candidates, if Laxalt gets those late-breaking undecideds, good for him. Good for him. But by every metric today, we did not expect the results we're getting, and it's disappointing, but that's what's going on. We're going to have to deal with it. So, Lake is at 61 in Gila now. She's probably going to pass Trump in Gila. More votes in out of some of these counties. Yuma, 74% in. Lake has it within 12. Okay. And that is the last of the Red Bull. I still have energy. We're 7 hours into this live stream. We're 7 hours in, which is crazy. We still have decent amount of viewers in live chat. People are going to bed disappointed, as I don't blame them for. But that's the way that it is. Wisconsin, that's they moved it to likely. R. Johnson's got that. So the worst case is we didn't win anything tonight. That's the worst case, is we didn't win anything. 2024 is upon us. But I mean, the House is at 82%. They're going to retake that House. They're going to hopefully retake the Senate, but it's not going to be by the margin that they wanted to retake it by, which is very disappointing. And a lot of people thought Oz was going to win. Everybody was pretty much, at least on social media, united behind Oz. But again, they don't live in rural Pennsylvania. They don't know what goes on there. And honestly, Trump just telling somebody to vote for somebody isn't going to make him do it. And it's the way it is. So you could criticize, well, you were against Oz in the primary, whatever. Okay, it's true, I was. But at the same time, I did what I could do to support him down the stretch. But that's not always going to be enough to cut it. So predict it. Let's look at predict it. Nevada, that's 80% Democrat now. I don't know if that's reacting to the Clark County dump or not. More votes are in. Esmeralda County, 76-14. Let's look at that. Not reaching the Trump margins in the rurals. Churchill County, 72% in. That's in line with Trump. But it's not. It doesn't matter. Even if you underperform in the rurals, Clark and Washoe are what counts. And if Cortez Masto wins Clark County by any more than 7 points, it's over. If she wins it by less than 6, Laxalt probably wins. That's how it goes. But this is not looking too good tonight. We've been live for 7 hours. 7 hours. Like the stream. Did we hit 20,000? Make sure we hit 20,000. Make sure you guys subscribe if you do as well. But here we go. We got more. We got more to discuss. Let's see. A lot of super chats here. Let's see. Dan Hines says, how in the name of God, after what we've been through the last 2 years, could anyone vote for a Dem, especially Fetterman? I don't know what's inside these people's heads. I don't know. Paul says Ted Budd has won. He won a while ago. That's good. The Jaded Kriegsman says, looks like I'm Grand Forks, North Dakota bound. Lower cost of living, Sioux hockey, red pepper grinders. So long, Minnesota. Enjoy being serfs to the Twin Cities Dem. Yep. Let's look at Minnesota. They called it for Walz. And Jensen's a weak nominee. Let's check the Attorney General's race. Are we going to get any? Yeah, I mean, this one could. Schulz might win this. Hennepin and Ramsey are all the way in. But, I mean, there's still some votes in St. Louis. I think that you might see this one. You could very well see this going for Schulz. But still, I can't even make that call. But in terms of the House, 180 in the House. Levin's seat is leaning D. Porter's seat is leaning D. Young Kim probably going to win. Michelle Steele probably going to win. No surprise there. Even though she's down now, it's still the early vote. Let's see. Mike Garcia in the lead. Good news. I think he might pull it off. He's always an electoral juggernaut. David Valadeo has the lead. He's a toss-up, one of the impeachment 2. The other one won, by the way. Matt Larkin might win in that 8th district, though. Depends on what ballots are outstanding, because Kent's down by the same margin. But they both have a similar percentage reporting. So if Kent's very likely to win, I would anticipate Larkin would have a chance. But it depends. I don't know the whole system behind it as of right now. Utah, Colorado, okay. Boebert, she's catching up. She's going to probably pull that one off. Kirkmeyer, we don't know. Bacon, probably we'll see. Craig now is in the lead. Finstad, he'll probably win by more than he did in the special, but that's not enough. Van Orden's got it, though. We'll see. We'll see what goes on in the rest of this map here. But it's frustrating. It really is frustrating. There are some good results we love to see that we've seen tonight, but there have also been some results that are downright abysmal and will leave you scratching your head for a long time to come. A long time we're going to be scratching our heads over. Because even the polls, which have not been your friends, they have not been your friends. And I feel like I let some of you people down as well with the whole predictions, which again, were not that off in some places. In fact, underestimate. But this is the most crackhead schizophrenic trend map I've seen in my entire life, looking at what's going on in the House. And this is a common theme throughout. So, all right, let's see. I'm not going yet. But exactly, you have people that are going to be more demoralized because of this. And this is not helpful ahead of 2024. It's not helpful. It's not. And it's the way it is. BW says, I don't know if you saw my chat earlier. I came back. Is it time to give up on both houses? No, I think both houses, if they both go in a certain direction, Republicans are going to probably take them. But Nevada, early on, some of these results, let's see, Carson City. Laxalt is doing great there. I think that might be in-person vote in Carson City. Trump won that by 12. Laxalt has a big lead. But who knows what's going to happen to the rest of Nevada. It probably will take days to count. Georgia, it's going to a runoff, more likely than not. And in the final vote dumps, it seems as if Warnock did a little bit better than anticipated, but it's going to a runoff. Warnock is not going to win outright, but for some reason, even the New York Times has been being too kind to Republicans early on tonight. Let's see. The KGB show said, let's get rep to 160K before midnight. Yeah, I mean, let's see how far away. We're far away from 160, but subscribe anyways. Like the stream. I think we could hit 19,000. I think we still have enough energy left to hit 19K, but who knows? Let's see. More super chats here. Let's see. Fortune favors the wise says, just want to say thank you for the great job you do. Not everything we were hoping for based on the surge in the polls there at the end, but bottom line, if ours have a majority in both chambers at the end of the day, it's still a win overall. Yeah, I guess, but it's still not necessarily what we wanted. Red ripple in the House. Yeah, I'm glad the House is going to flip. It pretty much will. The needles at 81 should be probably higher than that, judging from the amount of flips we're seeing. Just throughout the night. But I don't know. Funtime Freddy says, listen, man, I know you like Trump, but at this point, DeSantis is a better pick when it comes to the... Well, listen, we're going to get to this all. Trust me, we're going to get to all of this. I understand why people are saying this, by the way. I get it, but this notion that Trump is causing this is a take that is a very low IQ take. Because Trump is not even what was brought to light here. And if you're going to say, oh, well, Biden's just going to make it about democracy, and like if that's actually helping Democrats, plot twist, it's not, by the way. That's not why this is going on. And you could look at the trend map and see that. But even if you say that that's what it is, you're just ceding the fight by admitting that DeSantis is less of a threat to the system than Donald Trump. And Donald Trump was nominated for a reason, and he won in 2016, and he is slated to win in 2024. He's outpolling DeSantis. He probably has better down ballot effects, too. Try getting DeSantis's margin any higher in Ohio than J.D. Vance's was tonight, who didn't campaign that much. I like J.D. Vance, but he didn't campaign that much. Tim Ryan was out there. He was being as cringeworthy as possible, but he was campaigning. He was able to turn out enough voters to carry some people to the finish line down ballot. Matt Guyver says, am I wrong? Were there 180K early votes in Pennsylvania that took place before the debate? Would that have swung the election? Probably not, because a lot of those people are going to vote Democrat regardless. They're going to make excuses for Fetterman's debate performance, which is the worst in history. But somehow he wins. Abysmal. Just abysmal. Whoever's leading the GOP in these states is the train wreck. Absolute train wreck. Florida got their act together. Georgia, kind of. I think they could get Herschel over the hump in the runoff. They're going to have to. Republicans are going to be energized probably if they don't retake the Senate. But I don't know. Senate control is on Herschel Walker. Herschel Walker. It's kind of like the Republicans' Fetterman, but apparently you don't have to talk super coherently in order to win. And Herschel did just fine in the debate, much better than Fetterman, to the point where, I don't know, we'll see. When the remainder of the votes are counted, Herschel may have a lead too, so who knows. But yeah, super chats. Bobby Q says in Maricopa there was a ballot printing issue that caused a certain amount of ballots not to be scannable. We'll see about that when it comes out. Papa Tango says, we messed up horribly in the Senate. I still feel Trump on the ballot would have helped a lot. Of course it would have, especially in Ohio, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin against Biden. Are you kidding me? Would have been an abysmal blowout. Which is why that I refuse to accept this notion that, oh, it's Trump's fault. How? Trump had little to nothing. If anything, it's Trump's fault for not getting involved enough. I'll cede that ground. But they will never admit that, because that would mean Trump is a force for good in politics. Alex Cambatas has just tuned back in. Are Republicans looking okay? Okay in the House. I think okay is the perfect word for it in the House. That's the perfect word, just okay. But it's not going to end very well in a lot of these races that we wanted to win, especially in the Senate. And the governor's races are a bloodbath. We don't even need to discuss that, but oh, what a train wreck this has been. Mills has won. Ronchetti is performing respectably, but not good enough. Harrell's probably going to win, which is good in New Mexico, so that's a hold. We don't have to worry about losing that seat too, like we've lost a lot of things tonight. Kirkmeyer, I think, may pull it off there. Let's see. Anything else? Any other districts that are competitive here that are looking to go the red way? The third is a toss-up. The first is a toss-up still in Nevada. So I think Becker could win. That'd be a win there. We'll see what goes on in some of these California districts. It's a 20. Yeah, Mike Garcia. He leads. Mike Garcia, he's been unbeatable so far, but again, we'll see. It'd be funny if Christy Smith goes up against him a fourth time if he actually pulls it off. It'd be just hilarious. But yeah, Matt Larkin's doing better than I thought too, but I don't know. Cesar Hurtado says, if $6 is a gallon, a threat of nuclear war, 40-year high inflation, not enough to motivate people to get rid of this current status quo, then this experiment in democracy is pure BS. Yeah, I agree. This is why they're propping up democracy, yeah. Which is, again, something that our country was never founded to be. Nathaniel says, if there's any good news from Wisconsin, it's that the Secretary of State that's been in there for 40 years is going down. Hopefully Loudenbeck holds on. Yeah, I think that there are some silver linings here. But we'll hold on. Wisconsin. Let's look at Wisconsin here. Oh, Evers pulled ahead. Milwaukee's 90% in. And again, Secretary of State. Oh, LaFollette took the lead. But for some reason, they haven't put any ballots in Waukesha and Dodge. I don't know what's going on with this race. But what can I say? Jeremy Greenberg says the real one to blame for Pennsylvania, Sean Parnell. I agree. I mean, that's part of it. Tom Sapp says, what happened to the wave? I don't know. Sonic 90 says, fake red wave. America lost. Why even vote? Well, I don't think that mentality is really going to help you win elections, for the record, if you can't vote. But it's deeper than that. It really is. Red wave in Florida. Red wave in certain races across the country, not in others. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Red wave in Iowa, red wave in Arkansas, red wave all. Look at this map. It's a red wave or a blue wave. There's no difference. I mean, it just depends. Longhorn Politics says, do you think Oz can win by the skin of his teeth like the primary? I don't know where the math is. I really don't know where the math is at this point. He'd have to somehow miraculously get the rest of Philadelphia or Delaware County. That's not going to happen. This is a rural implosion from Dr. Oz. In some places, it's worse than in others. But this is a rural implosion and a Pittsburgh suburban implosion. So there you go. J Ham says Oz is the fake wizard losing to the scarecrow, wishing he only had a brain. Vincent says Blue Mirage late election day vote surge in some places, but not all. Nevada, yes. Arizona, yes, which is why I'm holding out hope for the Senate. But in a place like Pennsylvania, we're waiting on Philadelphia. Johnson basically won. Milwaukee County's pretty much all the way in. Johnson leads by 40,000 votes. He's going to pull it off. The county map there, he may win some of these counties Trump didn't even win in southwestern Wisconsin. And he's somebody that rallied and spoke up for that base, which is good there. But in terms of the WOW counties, didn't do as good as we thought he would do. Some of the Fox cities, not as much either. Madison had record high turnout as well. You have to account for that. I don't know why they were so energized, but still, should not have been that close in Wisconsin. But this whole, maybe there is going to be interesting here. Kelly Shabaka with the lead in Alaska. But still, she's going to have to get these second place votes to win with that. And it depends really where those votes are. If these are mail-in votes, then that's good. But because I don't believe they are, it's not looking too good for her either. Just rubbing salt in the wounds here. There are some people I'm excited to see go to Congress. We have an autopsy report to do. But we have a long, long way to go. Let's see. Refresh the super chats. We're going to have a lot more of these to get to. There's a lot of these guys. I'm going to be real. I can't. There's no way we can get to these all. All right. Let's see. We'll run through the ones I feel like. We'll do yellow and above for the most part. But you guys have been great. I'm really grateful for that. But like you guys, there's just too many to get to. Be 5 a.m. We still won't have the results out of Arizona or Nevada. Kerry Lake, yeah, it's 12-point game. Maricopa needs to start counting. If Lake wins 58 or even 56% of those ballots, she's governor. Cochise, Lake is at 60 in Cochise. So she did outperform Trump there. So they did tabulate more ballots, and she did outperform Trump there. Okay. And let me just say this about the state of Arizona. If Arizona goes Republican down the ballot this year, that will prove that Republicans got their act together there, which they haven't done in a lot of these other states. They did it in Florida, Texas, New York even. Arizona may be one of those states. Now, there's a long way to go. We just have to see what's going to happen. All right, we're reading yellow or above. Let's see. Yellow or above. I'll read some of the other ones, but let's see. Joe G. Rel says, I'm from Kansas. Brownback traumatized us all so much. The first question the therapist asked new clients is, point of the doll where Brownback touched you. Schmidt was closely tied to Brownback. Yeah, Kansas is right now technically not over, but 22,000 votes. I don't see the math there at all for Derek Schmidt. Let's see. Mark F. Thank you, Mark F. Seeking findings says it was the candidate. Sorry, not sorry, but these mountain folks won't vote for a Muslim. That's the reality of Pennsylvania. They'll put a bridge troll into the Senate rather than Oz. So you think they were lying to pollsters, doing the Bradley effect thing because of the Muslim? I mean, it's Dr. Oz. That's the thing. It's not like it's some random Muslim. Dr. Oz drinks alcohol. He's not entirely like a practicing Muslim. I mean, him not being a Christian, that might, you could say, hurt him, but him being a Muslim in and of itself, I can't exactly say that that's what doomed him in rural Pennsylvania. I think there's a lot of greater factors than that. It's not like he's some random guy who happens to be a Muslim. And he won the primary, which again doesn't always translate. Spike Fast Racing says, did Michaels lose Wisconsin because of the independent candidate on the ballot? No. I mean, it depends how the remainder of the votes come in, but probably not. Mary Hogan says, we got the house. Time to let's go, Brandon. See, I can't even be happy about that. I can't be that's not what we were looking to get tonight. Oh, there's a flip here and there. There are a lot of flips here. Mark Molinaro, he won this time. Pat Ryan may barely hang on. in that district. Mike Lawler got it done for the most part from the looks of it. They say it's leaning R. Katko's seat looks to hold. A lot of good developments here, but that's not enough. It's not enough. And you look at Shabbat going down in Ohio, Majewski losing. John Gibbs isn't even doing that bad compared to a lot of other candidates this cycle either. So I don't want to hear about that. Oh, if we didn't primary him out. Yeah, well, Meyer probably would have lost because the base does not like Meyer, would not have turned out nearly as much in that election. And it's not over yet. Michigan's third. Those votes are mainly in from Kent. The remainder of the ballots came in for Gibbs last time. So let's be real here. Give it some time. We'll see what happens. The gap will narrow. By how much? I don't know. Let's see. Tiffany Harrison says, thanks for all your hard work. Tonight is super disappointing. The thought that so many people support the leftist globalist BS makes me sick. I don't believe for some of these numbers. Looking forward to your postmortem. Thank you. And I will do that. We have to do it. It's going to take a while. And now Oz is down by 2. Actually down by 1.4. The Libertarian candidate's getting that. Abysmal. The Libertarian candidate, how did he do in these rural counties, though? He only got like 1 to 2% in them. You can't say that justifies the shift. Does pandering to these destitute working class voters by like dressing like a slob and not knowing how to speak coherent English actually work? Because this is not Philadelphia that's causing this at all. Not suburban Philadelphia. That's Oz's only stronghold. He is down across the board everywhere. So unless this is a real deep scheme, allegedly, as people may allege, then this is a real problem that exists in reality. Dan Haynes says, I wonder where the 2K M's are tonight. Well, if you actually watched it, they came in beforehand. Let's see. A lot of super chats. People, I'll just read the names out. I'll read the names because I don't want to. Here we go. Colt Savage, Kyle, Rogue, Sam Matson, Henry Stowe, JM, List G, Trigonaut, Charles, Jason, Just Joe, Top Dog Obedience, W. Thank you all for the super chats. DM Productions says he wouldn't vote for DeSantis because he's too socially conservative. I don't know about that. That's insanity. That's not the take I expected to see. Sam Madsen said Jensen is down by 18. Hot take. The margin would have been half to Trump's on the ballot. I agree. The hottest pot, Private Hazard W. Jaden says DeSantis is an establishment psyop. I don't think he is as governor, but if he runs for president, where's he going to rely on his funding from? Those mega donors who want to trash Trump and get him out of the picture. This is absolutely true. Laughter is deadly says, I live in Clark. Last election, vote for Trump was redacted. Others in my district that I know of also had their votes redacted. You could check to see, et cetera, et cetera. Interesting. Was unaware of that. Tiffany Harrison says maybe we should send the geocodes for Philly and Chicago to Putin. Yeah, they'll say Ukraine was a pressing issue. That's why people turned out tonight. And it's like, I refuse to believe that any of these explanations are true. I'd rather put the blame on the Republican establishment because they're garbage. Their messaging, even though it got better, it has not been that good. Apparently wasn't good enough. Even Ted Budd couldn't even get by 5. The polls were off. I mean, hey, anybody who said the polls were off in favor of the Republicans, all these, wishcasters, the wishcasters won tonight because there were no metrics that benefited that actually taking place. Not the early vote, not the crosstabs, not the polls. But you know what? Pat yourselves on the back while you can. You got it done right. Credit where it's due. But is that going to be the case in 2024 with Trump on the ballot? I don't know. Polling is a mess. I don't even want to think about polling right now. And now Georgia, where are the votes remaining? This is I don't even know how Georgia's getting away from Herschel. He was supposed to do well in these remaining dumps. They went the other way. Still going to go to a runoff, more likely than not. No questions about it, but still. And people say it's going to narrow. New York Times says it's going to narrow. Mike Lee won Utah. Thank God. McMullen, you're done. Let's see. Nothing out of Arizona or Nevada. Alaska, 30%. Let's see here. Stephen Papa says in Arizona, the state-ran Secretary of State website stated the precincts reported at 62 dropped to 45. Now it's back to 59. Interesting. Worth a look. Michael Rizzo says, is this a case of Trump voters only coming out with Trump is on the ticket? I think it's if they come out for something. And I think that if you look at New York, you look at Florida, you look to a certain extent at some of these other races, like even Texas, if there's a reason and the party's competent, people are going to come out. If not, you can't bank on that. Trump's going to have to bail you out, or somebody just like Trump is going to have to come along and bail you out. That's what it comes down to, really. That's what it comes down to. So we'll take the L tonight. We still will take the House. We'll take the consolation prize, but this is not acceptable. The Republicans will never learn. They never learn. I mean, even inflation, is that going to be enough of an issue to draw voters to the polls? I mean, to a certain degree it will. I get it. It's one of the reasons why I was enthusiastic about the midterms. Not like voting Republican would change anything, at least for now. But it's like you have to bring something more to the table. Your country's under attack at the border. Your leadership cares more about what is happening in foreign countries halfway across the world than they care about what is happening right here at home. That is a problem. That is a major problem. And Republicans would rather fly the Ukraine flag and virtue signal than actually take a stand for anything. So that's the way that it is. John Waffle says if it's DeSantis, I'll vote for Rand Paul. He's a dangerous neocon, didn't defend Trump, and he got wrongly accused. Trump 2024. A lot of people feel that way. 65F2007 says, no, it is Trump's fault. Can't you see that? 50% will never vote for him. Of course, he's a drag on the ticket. DeSantis flipped Miami-Dade. It's a madness to suppose Trump could do that. Oh, really? Why did Trump do better in 2020 in Miami-Dade than DeSantis did in 2018? These people's memories regarding politics are so short. It's like Trump made Miami-Dade swing to the right vastly in 2020. Now it flipped red at the state level. If Donald Trump runs for president, Florida's going to go red, probably at this point by a safe margin. It's very evident. I don't want to hear it that, oh, it's all Trump's fault because DeSantis did so well. I like DeSantis. I'm glad he did well. I'm not trashing him. But this notion that it's all Trump's fault, that we haven't been winning Miami-Dade since 1980, really? It's all Trump's fault? What was Trump doing? He was a Democrat for half that time. He was the one that came close to flipping Miami-Dade. He will flip it in 2024. Of course. Blazing Fire says, do Republicans have a shot in the Senate? Yes. Catholic Joseph saw the Republicans flip North Carolina Supreme Court. At least something good happened there. Will be good for when they have to redraw the districts next cycle. This is true. Bruce Rice says, Charlie Kirk was right. Follow-up. Well, Arizona's not over. Like, I don't know why people think this. Carrie Lake is outperforming Trump in the counties that are fully in. She's running in line with him in a lot of counties with Election Day vote to count. I'm not going to sit back here and say Carrie Lake is going to lose now, too. Masters, I'm a little bit concerned for him. I will say that. And this is true. But I'm not concerned for Carrie Lake. A lot of votes to count. Take a good look at what Garrett Archer's saying about this. He monitors the votes. He's probably not on our side, but he does monitor them as they do come in. Let me see what he's saying on Twitter. Let's see. Yeah, Pima County counted ballots, 3,000 ballots. Lake led them 73 to 26 recently in Arizona. Pima County. That's recently. So you're talking about the way that these ballots are breaking, even in these deep blue counties. It's appearing to be pretty solid. Carrie Lake is getting 80% of the Election Day vote in Pima. Yeah, I mean, if that holds up, Carrie Lake's going to be elected governor. And again, it proves, once again, what's going on. But what can I say? All right, well, we will do an autopsy report eventually. We have 12,000 viewers. I'm not going away, guys. I'm not going away. That's not time yet. I know I've been going for 7 hours and I'm still going and I've been high energy, but it's definitely a drain. Let's see. Shout out to Worldwide, Stephen Reed, All Dynasty, Sarah P, Nick Shellman. Private Hazard says, I think that the main issue was the mail-ins. People sent them in before the Republicans started surging in the polls. Let uninformed people vote easier. We got to change that. This is absolutely true. Callan Shaw Indie Game says, Oz is considered a snake oil salesman in West Pennsylvania. Needed bigger numbers in Philly, but that's a tall order. Only Parnell could have won, really. Pennsylvania voters still believe MSM. Thanks for the coverage. This is true. C. Jenkins 313 says the Republican Party outside of Florida has no message, no discipline, no leadership, no courage to confront the important issues head on. That's why they're losing to literally brain damaged candidates. Yeah, and I will say this. I will give DeSantis this, is that he is functioning the way that you're supposed to function. He is being competent. Youngkin, he's being competent. Say what you will about their policies, whatever. At least they are being remotely competent. And this is true. And because of that, and because they know how to turn out voters, because they know how to win elections, they're doing well. And you could be very America first and MAGA and do the same thing. So and Carrie Lake has done so. And I think she's going to win when all the ballots are counted. 50% of the votes are in. She's down by 11.8%. That can be overcome easily. She's winning a ridiculous amount of these ballots in every single vote dump. And I don't know if Masters is going to win, but it's going to be a lot closer than 16 points when it's all said and done. Nevada, it's a little bit of a mixed bag there, but looking at that, we'll have to see. But I'm not listening to the betting odds. We'll see what's going on with Nevada. I'll try to keep you guys updated with that. We'll see. But still, Cortez Masto's outperforming Sisolak, which is interesting. I guess Ralston was correct about that. But still, it's definitely going to be tough. Definitely going to be tough for Republicans regardless down the stretch. It's going to be a very close race in all of these races. Wisconsin except, that one's going to go into the Republican column. There are votes left in Milwaukee, but still, it's going to go Republican, but way too close for comfort. Way too close. Should have been a slam dunk. It should have been easy. But apparently it wasn't. And the polls. Guess we're not going to be really looking too much into those regardless either way. Luther Talbert says, tonight tells me we need Trump. When you have rural America not showing up, it's clear they don't trust the Republican candidate. I agree. And you could say that what about when Trump goes away? Because he won't be here forever. This is true. He's not going to be here forever. But you're going to need somebody to pass the torch effectively. DeSantis is somebody that could easily be made out to be bought and sold for establishment Republican politician at the federal level. And this is true. Statewide politics, federal politics, you are playing two different ball games. College football, pro football, same thing there. Although Herschel Walker was good in both, and he's going to a runoff. But yeah, we're waiting on Nevada, but that's with all the early vote in Clark. You're only down 42,000 votes. That can be made up. I don't know by how much. Churchill County, 72% for Laxalt. Churchill County, 72% for Trump. But in Mineral and Esmeralda, he's underperforming, but there's still more votes to be counted in Mineral. Carson City, good for Laxalt, but probably Election Day voting there. Clark County, we'll see if that narrows, but 13 points, that's her cushion in Clark County. I don't know if that's going to be enough for her, but we'll see. Washoe should be down the wire, half and half. It's going to come down to Clark versus the rest of the state. If Clark is within 6, state goes red. That's the rule. Democrats are really, really lucking out tonight, though. They called Pennsylvania for John Fetterman. That guy is going to the United States Senate. John Fetterman. The guy that cannot even talk coherently. Got eviscerated in a debate. He is going to the U.S. Senate. That's official. He'll be there for 6 years, assuming he lives that long. which again, a lot of people are saying maybe Shapiro will appoint his replacement. Could be his wife, could be some of these other people in consideration. It's a big, big mess in Pennsylvania, but that's a Senate seat you wanted to have. And obviously 2028, we could talk about that, but we're nowhere near 2024 yet. We're not even done with 2022. And this is the worst. It's just an abysmal performance by Dr. Oz. I don't even know if it's his fault, necessarily just his fault, but Republicans in general not getting their act together. And people will say, what about Shapiro outrunning Fetterman? Does that mean that there was some, coattails there? Maybe more so than initially expected. But I mean, still, I don't know. The rural areas as a whole, like, I don't really see it. Mastriano did better than a lot of people thought he would do in the suburbs of Philly. He performed better than Wagner did and Barletta in 2018. And before all the Barletta would have won people, maybe he would have done better. I don't know, but I can't say he would have won. He was also very lazy. We'll see. Arizona, not a whole lot is in. Not a whole lot is in Arizona. Not a whole lot is in. But this is also true. And this is every single vote dump in Arizona, Republicans are getting between 60, easily a lot more than 60% in every single vote dump we see. More than 60%. So we're on to Arizona. This is going to take a while. We're on to Nevada. Wisconsin, Johnson's got Wisconsin. Should not have been that close. Tony Evers should not be serving another term as governor there. Georgia, runoff. Pennsylvania, gone. It's Arizona and Nevada. Alaska's going red regardless. That's 48-49. This is where the election is now. The Southwest, like every prediction, always ends up with these two states. We're waiting. We're waiting. We're waiting. We are waiting big time. But you look at these results out of Arizona, what we are seeing out of the state of Arizona, it probably is going to be what, like I've said in the state, every vote dump, 60-40. If you look at it for the rest of the way, if that holds, Blake Masters is going to win. If that holds, Kari Lake is going to win by the expected margin. But we have quite some time to go. Now, predict it. Let's see what they're saying. They're schizophrenic. Like I said, don't pay too much attention to them. Georgia, runoff. Don't worry about Georgia. Arizona, what can I say? 94-8. I don't buy those betting odds. I think that's probably a little bullish. They give the Dems a ridiculous chance, and I think that they may be making a mistake in Arizona by doing so. But we're talking about this being within a 12-point race right now. We have quite some time to go. 12,000 viewers in chat. Like the stream. Subscribe. Let's see. More super chats on the way. Let's see. A history guy says, legit the most bipolar election of our lifetimes. Yeah, I've yet to see a reason for an explanation for this map still. You see these districts either ridiculously vrooming to the right. I'm not entirely sure. Actually, no, now I understand. This map is broken. This is not the shift from 2020 in most of these cases. This is the margin the district is won by. That is a shift to the left or to the right or whatever. That is ridiculous. So here we go. Going back to the district map here. Okay, any new developments? No, they're not even calling any of these. Let me check Zeldin. What's his margin? We know he's probably not going to win. They already called it, but he's within 5. Suffolk County. He didn't win Suffolk by as much as I predicted that he would win by, which is interesting, even though he's doing better percentage-wise overall, which is really astounding. But that has those down ballot effects. It does. Pennsylvania, did Scheller has not taken the lead yet. She actually lost ground in Pennsylvania. She might not even win that seat. So we're talking about a big fire festival, folks. We're talking about, yeah, they're probably going to win the House, but are they going to win it by a lot? No. 226. What happened to 244? I mean, that was a baseline percentage, by the way. This is not like it's not like the predictions that were on this channel were any different than RCP. 538 even was arguably more bullish than tonight. I guess this is the biggest day of Nate Plastic's life right now, the biggest day of his life. But interesting margins there in Texas, because Beta lost. Abbott won by much more than a lot of people thought he would win by. He did very well in DFW compared to Trump. He did better in Houston compared to Trump. But down by the border, and I know we're not done counting yet, but he did not have the margins that you would have initially anticipated him to need to win for several cycles past what we saw him win by last time, or what he saw him get last time. So Zapata County, Abbott is leading. So maybe Starr County, though. That county was within 5. O'Rourke won it by 18. So more ancestrally Democrat down ballot. I think that's coming out a lot tonight. That's what came out in rural Pennsylvania. Fetterman is somebody that has the policies that are, in the past, he's espoused policies that are not far off from Bernie Sanders' policies in a wide array of ways. You look at his crime policy, what he said about the healthcare system, you look at it. But still, it was enough to win a swing state, a Trump 2016 state tonight in a supposedly red wave year that has not shown itself yet and probably is not going to show itself. So let's see. The 27 Garcia holds so far, holding strong early on. Valadeo, he's up by 2. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Let me go back to this. This is better. Duarte still got a shot. But 188, it does seem like that is where it's at. 226 is about right. It's not moving up or down. That needle will go vastly to the right as we keep getting more results in as the night goes on. But yeah. Alaska, Shabaka does lead round 1, which is interesting, but those are mainly, from what I understand, Election Day votes. I could be wrong. If that's the case, she has a chance in ranked choice, because then she's going to be doing better than that, which is not like what we saw in the primary at all. But governor's races, let's go down here. Still no call out of Kansas, but probably going blue. Whitmer got the call. Ingham County, mostly in. Kent County, Whitmer has a 7-point lead, sizable lead overall. Nevada, nothing new out of Nevada. Lombardo's within 10. I think he's got a shot to pull it off. We'll see what happens. Ronchetti fell short tonight. Oregon, that's a toss-up, but you're looking at the results, not doing too well. Pennsylvania, Shapiro leads by 12. That's already over. We know that. Evers, for some reason, that's a 5-point differential. We didn't expect that. We said 3 to 4. We thought Johnson was going to win by a likely margin. It's looking like a lean margin right now in Wisconsin. Disaster. But here we go. Arizona, Nevada. There's nothing new. We're not getting any new results. We're not getting any new results here. This is, it's par for the course nowadays, but we got to change the system, man. Richard says, I'll just be content. We already did that one. We're 3 taking the House. Anthony Haas says, let's face it, the reason we lost the Senate is none other than Mitch McConnell. He took money from Arizona, Georgia, and Pennsylvania, gave it to Lisa Murkowski. Well, those states are not the problem. I think Georgia, that's a runoff. I think Herschel can win it. I'm not sure what will happen. Arizona, I'm not ready to say anything. They moved it back to toss-up for a reason. Kari Lake is down by just 11.6. And a lot of more vote dumps are coming in. She's doing better and better in every single county. The more vote dumps that come in. La Paz County, 69% La Paz. What did Trump get in La Paz? 68.8. Better than Trump in La Paz County. Yuma County, much, much better than Donald Trump. She's outrunning him by almost 10 points there. Mojave County, 71-29. Trump won it by a little bit more, but 32% yet to report. They're going to heavily come in for Kari Lake. Yavapai, that's a little concerning. She's up by 14, but there's 20% left. Trump won that county by around 30. We'll see what happens with the remaining ballots, but if they do break 70-30 R plus in Yavapai, that margin's going to increase significantly, or maybe there's not 81% already reporting. But judging from the turnout numbers, there very well could be. But her victory is not going to come from there. It's going to come from these other counties. But still, doing better than Donald Trump in a lot of the counties. Even Coconino, Trump got 36. She's already there. That's the early vote. Navajo County up by 8. Navajo went for Trump by 8. Apache went for Biden by 32. Katie Hobbs is up there by just 24. And that's with half the vote in. So you're looking at Arizona. In every county, she's hitting her target so far to win. That's a good that's a good thing right now. It's almost 2 o'clock on the East Coast. We currently have 11,000 viewers. Like the stream. Can we hit 20K? I know we don't really feel like hitting that like button right now, but still. But the election day vote, it's come in 3-1 in many places for the Republicans. That's a good sign. But still, not a lot of ballots have counted, and it's going to take a long, long time to get them all counted. So that's the way it is. But you talk about a disaster, this is a disaster. And a lot of people's predictions were awful. Democrats even were expecting somewhat of a red wave. Gavin Newsom himself said there would be a red wave. There was not. So I guess never trust Gavin Newsom on anything, even when it sounds good. I guess that's the takeaway. Although he's not doing that well tonight. He might not even break 60%. Fresno's already going for Dale. Riverside might flip. Orange, I don't know, could flip. San Bernardino, a lot of these counties. As more votes are counted, we'll see. A lot of election day votes to count, but there's also a lot of mail-in votes to count. Know people that mailed out their ballot yesterday that live in California. That live in both, I should say. California and other states that, they could send out the ballots postmarked by election day and they still count. It's ridiculous. But we'll see. Alaska's now at 51%. Doesn't show where the leads are coming in from. Hawaii gives you where the votes are coming in. Alaska does not. So we'll see. Oh, here we go. Cameron Campbell says, this night was very stressful for me. Any Bible verses to help me sleep, move on, and go to work tomorrow. Romans 8:31. If God is with us, who is against us? I know that's more of a paraphrase, but that I think is arguably the biggest takeaway here. Aslanis King says, I know it depends, but do you think the Senate flips to 51 Republican seats? It might. Looks as the way the GOP left Mastriano in the dust is absolutely disgusting. I agree, and it probably held down Dr. Oz. That guy Gus says, I'm not upset by any of this. All the MSM was against Republicans. Every internet company, too, with nearly no support. What they got done is shocking to me. This wasn't a good night for Dems either. Well, it wasn't a good night for them. But compared to what they were anticipating, they can sleep easy. Republicans are not going to be able to sleep easy tonight. They're just not. There are winnable seats they drop the ball on. Pennsylvania, Ohio. The entire Rust Belt's a train wreck. They're lucky Ron Johnson won. Thank God Mandela Barnes is such an awful candidate. The South, the Sun Belt looking better. I agree. Georgia wasn't bad. Florida was great. Arizona, I think, will pan out in the end. You just have to trust the plan. Nevada, I don't know. I really don't know. I feel like it's been awful. Let's see. Ken Burrows said the GOP put too much stock in the Hispanic vote and left white people high and dry. Yeah, I mean, there was so much energy focused on South Texas this cycle because of what happened in 2020, and it didn't really pan out too well. I mean, the trends are there, but there wasn't even that focus when we got the trends in the first place. Just like DeSantis, did he really pander to Cubans 24/7 during his tenure? No. But Miami-Dade County, it went Republican by a lot. I mean, I'm sure he's been friendly with the Cubans. He's done outreach, but it wasn't like a ridiculous amount. He still got record rural white margin of votes. So messaging matters 100%. Human 2.0 says, blaming President Trump is intellectually disingenuous and morally blind. If he used doorknobs more qualified than Fetterman, Pennsylvania is scandalous. Yeah, I know. I mean, either way, the guy bottomed out everywhere. I mean, you're looking at this map and you're looking at the shift, and you can say anything you want to about Pennsylvania. But Philadelphia was not the problem. The problem was everywhere else. They always say bad things happen in Philadelphia. Not that much this cycle. It's been a lot of other things that have been happening in Pennsylvania, though. Wisconsin, yeah, Johnson likely are, they say. Arizona and Nevada are both toss-ups. According to this, PredictIt moved Nevada back down to 77 for Democrats. In the process, the governorship, again, Kari Lake narrowly gaining on Katie Hobbs as more votes are pouring in. But you look at that big center there in Maricopa County, that's got to have to be eradicated. Lake has to be winning the remaining dumps 58-42 to win. I think she can. Because if she leads Maricopa, even if she does underperform in Prescott, doesn't matter. Same thing with Yuma. I mean, not Yuma, which she's doing well there, but same thing with Pima County. Pinal County, a little bit of a mixed bag. Let's see. Okay, I think we got to all of... Oh, actually, here we go. W says, check Idaho and North Dakota governor's race. The base hates the GOP. Yeah, I don't blame them for voting third party in Idaho at all. Bundy got 16%. He's almost to go to second place right there. That's without northern Idaho, which I know if they are going to be tabulating those ballots last, Bundy's going to surge last. North Dakota. Yeah, I mean, well, let's see. Not the governor's race, but I mean, Democrats are voting independent for that, but Kelly Armstrong is a laughing stock. Oh, Rick Becker, yeah. No, exactly. You look at it, Hovind's floundering, doesn't know what's going on. It's pretty obvious what's going on here. It's pretty obvious that this is a base problem, and you see record turnout for these independents in Idaho, North Dakota. The Republican Party has got to get it together and answer to the needs of the base. They'll never learn from this. They won't. Because the math is there. I think a lot of people wanted there to be a red wave. There's a reason why the polls were going the way they were going. But instead of getting that supercharged energy, it just fell flat for some reason. And that is a big question mark. But it all started, Pennsylvania started coming in. Not so good. But Arizona, we will watch Arizona, and we will see what happens there. But, I mean, that's the last stronghold that can be won at this point is Arizona. And Republicans are gaining 54% of the vote in, 50% in the governor's race. We'll wait and see. David Solovey says, can we finally ditch this America First stuff Trump has done? We need to stop with this America. Well, the lack of America First messaging is arguably the biggest reason why the underperformance in the Rust Belt exists. And a lot of these people are pro-Trump first and foremost. I will say, in terms of what we saw with Boebert, Boebert will win. She's not getting destroyed. Again, there's the sensationalism that exists on the right now that I understand emotions running high shouldn't really matter at the end of the day. It's also important to note that Democrats threw millions of dollars in that race as well. She's still going to end up winning at the end of the day by a decent amount. But you want to look at how Joe O'Dea's doing in that district in Colorado. Not so well either. And he's somebody who did everything he could do to run from Trump, to say, oh, we need codifying Roe v. Wade into law. We need to do all this in regards to, we need to legalize and protect gay marriage and abortion. It's like, no, like this is not messaging that's going to win the base either. So saying that we need to cave on everything is stupid. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't. This is just an interesting night overall. It's not looking too good. It's not looking too good. The smugness that's going to come out of this on the left is by far the worst part of it all, too. But we can handle that. We really can. They're about to lose the House. They might even lose the Senate. If we could win one of these two, it all comes down to Georgia. But still, this is a wake-up call for a lot of people, but they take the wrong message from every single loss that they have their entire tenure of leading a party, the current establishment of the GOP. Ron Navy says the key to the House to stop Biden, so the House is enough. It might not be by the dominant amount. We stop the craziness that has been going on, period. Well, to a certain degree, I guess. Like I said, that's not enough for me. I don't think it's fair to sit back here and say that's the way it is. But let's see. A lot of super chats, guys. Still going. I got to get more water. We got 10,000 viewers in chat. It is currently 1 a.m. in Central Time. Got a long way to go. Let's see. But yeah. Tom Barrett's still holding on in the 7th for now. Kilday's going to win the 8th. So, it's over. It's over in terms of that. Anything else? Poltola's at 45. If that holds for her, then that would be huge for Alaska. They have it as leaning D right now in terms of the ranked choice, which makes sense. Absolutely makes sense. I'm going to get more water real quick. We will be right back, and we will keep covering the elections that have been a little bit more disappointing, but we'll see. Okay, and we have returned. A lot of questions in chat. A lot of questions. Here we go. We have more super chats here. Venator says, on the bright side of things, the House is flipping. We'll have J.D. Vance and maybe Masters and Lake, and Florida's a likely state from now on. Yeah, I guess. Cameron Campbell says, as Republicans, what should we take from this? Whatever's working is not working. That's what you got to take from it. And everybody's going to rush fingers to blame Trump or blame whoever. It doesn't matter. The bottom line is that this was not a referendum on Donald Trump. You can maybe say Dobbs played a role. I'm not sure what role it played. I'd have to look into the exit polls, the turnout data, to really see what voters were really driven to turn out. But you look at what's going on in Florida, and you compare it to a lot of these other states. But it's not even that. It's the polls as well. They were awful. And usually they are awful. But they usually underestimate the Republicans. And this cycle, they've done anything but that. But we'll see. Endeavor says Kemp gets 300,000 more votes than Walker in Georgia. How popularity is incumbent governor in the suburbs. Base Cato says, what does tonight say about Biden? His approval rating is garbage, and that usually flips the midterms. Yeah, he didn't have any role in this. And Trump didn't either. This is not a referendum on Donald Trump or Joe Biden. I mean, it is a referendum on Joe Biden, but in terms of the Democrat overperformance, that's not because of Biden. Just like the Republican underperformance is not because of Trump. Biden has that going for him. It had nothing to do with him, but he'll lose the House because of him. I will say that. Kick Gaming says, do you think it's possible for an investigation to be conducted in Pennsylvania? That margin might be big enough to say probably they're not going to have one. I mean, you're talking about a margin of 2%, over 100,000 votes consistent throughout the whole night. Yeah, I don't think you're going to have as many people calling into an investigation there, especially when a lot of the votes were on Election Day in Pennsylvania. 2/3 of them were on Election Day. Very few mail-in votes were dropped. If anything, Oz did better in those batches than Trump did by a couple points. Michael Taylor says, how are we saying we need more Trump when Trumpian candidates lost? Well, does that mean that voters are going to turn out in these places? And it's not just Trumpian candidates that lost. A lot of candidates lost. I mean, Dr. Oz is not really a Trumpian candidate. You could say Mastriano was, but his campaign was not run for a campaign of a governorship in a swing state in terms of resources, funding. Messaging early on was good. A lot of the people that are going to say Lou would have won would have agreed with that. You could pull up old tweets from all of these people saying it would have gone Republican, but that, it's neither here nor there. What can I say? Nolan Anderson says, you think the U.S. Yeah, we're not going to balkanize. This, no way. DM Production says, do you think some of these elections will be contested? Maybe in Arizona, if it's close. Maybe. Other than that, no. Wayne Sailbot says, to me, this election shows we need Donald Trump for our movement. We desperately need him. And again, there is going to be that divide in the GOP. It's only going to grow ahead of 2024. It's only going to get wider. And tonight is not really the night to comment on that too much, but it is going to exist. It's going to get wider, and you'll hear my takes on it eventually. Saga Fraga says, can you check Michigan Attorney General's race? Yes, we can. We'll go to Michigan here right now, where Whitmer now has a lead of 5 over Dixon. Wayne County's 41%, and Ingham is getting in as well. A lot of Macomb left. Dixon has a lead in Macomb, not a big one. Livingston County all the way in. Oakland, that's a big margin in Oakland County for Gretchen Whitmer. And the Detroit area is not really helping out Republicans so far. Same thing with the growth in Grand Rapids. But we'll have to see. Scholten, they called it for Scholten. That's over. Let's see. Michigan's AG race. We have to go down here. DePerno is losing by 3, probably is going to falter. But yeah, and this is, I mean, you can't even put this on one faction of the right wing or the other, because Dr. Oz is not from that faction of the right wing. He lost to John Fetterman, of all people. You look at people like, I mean, even Todd Young, his performance wasn't that great against a no-name candidate. You're looking at people just all across the board that didn't really do that good of a job, besides Ron DeSantis, who has done a solid job because he's a competent governor in Florida, and he carried Marco Rubio to a sizable election victory there. Joe G. Ressel says, I'm worried about Georgia not going to runoff. Warnock needs 25,000 more votes. Fulton has 31,000, so that picks up 15K alone. Yeah, but you look at the ending of the results here so far, they estimate that Walker's going to gain, and there are a lot of votes left in places like Paulding County, Columbia County, that basically offset whatever Warnock is about to gain. And Warnock is not even to 49.5. He's at 49.3. This is going to go to a runoff, make no mistake about it, that very well could determine the control of the Senate. So, Laxalt, Humboldt County, 74%. Humboldt County for Trump, 75%, but still 81% of the vote. If that is early vote in Humboldt, then he's going to outperform Trump there, but not a whole lot of votes there whatsoever. Looking at the House map here, we could look into what's going on here in Nevada. The 2nd district, obviously, but the 1st is a toss-up, the 3rd is a toss-up. Horsford, lean D. New Mexico, 2nd leaning R. All the Arizona districts are going to go Republican except the 4th, more likely than not. So that's good. Laxalt's cutting into that lead. He's gaining with the election day vote in Clark County. He's now down by 9 points in Clark County. If he can narrow that margin to 6 points, we're looking at red Nevada right now. But looking at the governorship in Nevada, we'll look at the state at large. We'll pull this up. Lombardo at 46. He's now within 7 in Clark. I'm thinking that Nevada is the white pill here. I'm thinking that Nevada looks good. So for at least for the governorship, I think it looks good. The Senate race as well, I'm sure Predict It right now is going to go crazy. 70 cents. You're going to see that dip. But that is good because you talk about Clark County, that margin narrowing significantly. That's a good first sign for Adam Laxalt. And then in Nevada here, Lombardo, he's within 7. He gets that 2 points down. We already know which way it's going. So even some of these House districts in Nevada, they could potentially flip as well, depending on the remainder of the votes there. Mark Robertson's doing well. The Libertarian's a spoiler, though. He's down by 6. So we'll see. We'll see. All right. Trying to get to some of these super chats here. Trying to get to most of them. Nolan Anderson says, here's a good Bible verse, John 16:33. These things I spoken unto you, that in me ye might have peace. In the world ye shall have tribulation, but be of good cheer. I have overcome the world. True, absolutely. Sam Madsen says, Dems might get the trifecta in my state. I don't know what to say. Yeah, it's not looking good. And that's what you get when you nominate the guy known as Scott Jensen. I mean, I knew he would lose, but I didn't know he'd lose by this much. So, Motley Nerd says, when you turn your back on the Lord and wallow in your sin instead of accept his grace, the Lord gives them over to it. The Lord punishes those who mock him. He also elects the leaders of nations. This is the punishment. Yeah, it's true. You're paying the Brandon tax. You're paying inflation because, why are you paying it? Well, look at the state of our country, the state of our culture. It's not looking too good. Dork says, do you think the lack of unity between Trump and DeSantis caused a lower turnout? No. If anything, like you look at Florida, like you can't take that away. Sean Call, thank you for the 25. Patricia says, when Jen Psaki comes out and says dump Trump for DeSantis, that tells you everything you need to know. The left is pushing the narrative. Well, I mean, if you have these people like Jen Psaki that are telling you, DeSantis, doesn't that kind of tell you that maybe DeSantis is not stronger than Donald Trump? Doesn't that kind of tell you something? Well, we won an election in Florida, yeah, where he was being a competent governor. You're comparing apples to oranges here. Chris Brennan says, explain how to RCV as a Republican. Okay, we'll go to Alaska. What you get in Nevada, now that's at 48%. Nevada's looking better. That, again, election day vote. That gets within 6. Nevada goes Republican there. So we talk about Laxalt overperforming. We talk about Arizona potentially, depending on the remainder of the vote dumps. Lake has now got it within roughly 11.6. And if all these vote dumps keep coming in 60-40 as they have, Governor Lake will happen. Now, in terms of Alaska, ranked choice voting. So none of them get 50. So you look at this. The third place challenger will allocate their support to whichever members of the top 2 or the last member of the race. There's more than this. So these people are going to be voting and they're going to be ranking. Let's say you want to rank Shabaka first, and then nobody, that's fine. That's just a vote for Shabaka. The rest get exhausted. If you vote for Pat Chesbro, then Shabaka, then Murkowski, and Chesbro is just between Shabaka and Murkowski, then those Chesbro voters will go to Shabaka. Not saying they will. In fact, I anticipate a lot of them will go to Murkowski, given the fact that Chesbro is a Democrat. But you take it from the top down, or from the bottom up. Buzz Kelly's voters get allocated first to the next 3, then Chesbro's to the next 2, and then from there, a winner is decided because one of them will end up with 50% or more. I don't think it's the worst system more that I look into it. The problem is you have Republicans running against other Republicans. You should not have that in a general election. The time for that is the primary, and they have a jungle primary, which is a massive problem. Chris Brennan says, explain how to... Oh, we already did that one. Internet Idiot Reloaded says, what do you think happens in Michigan if Dems retake the state house and state senate? First time Dems would have it in decades, and unions are still pissed about right to work, for example. I don't know if that's going to entirely happen, but Michigan not looking too good for Republicans. But we'll see. Let's see. Deuce Volts, Meyer Flores was Delta Benham by being forced to run in that district. Yeah. And honestly, given some of her recent votes, can't say a whole lot was lost, but the takeaway is there. The takeaway is there. Sam Madsen said this is going to be a bad 2 years if they have full control. Can Republicans take the state house back in 2 years with Trump on the ballot? Well, let's look at Minnesota. We'll look at Minnesota real quick for the governorship. We'll go to Minnesota. Tim Walz up by 8. I mean, can Trump get it within 8? Possibly. Depends. I'm really skeptical to trust any polling from here on out. I really am. And the polls say Trump's doing better than any Republican down ballot. That's true, but we'll see. I mean, I think it's going to be closer than this, assuming that Trump can win the popular vote. We'll see what the end result is in a lot of these polls, but I don't know. This is just a we drop the ball moment of epic proportions. Make no mistake. So, 56 in Nevada. 56% reported. Washoe reported their early vote totals. Mosto with a 2-point lead. That's not that good for Catherine Cortez Mosto. That is not very good for her. Refresh predicted, what's it at now? Now it's down to 59. So you're looking at this right now in real time, and you're seeing she's at this rate, she probably loses Washoe County. Clark County, that could very well be within 6, and if that's the end result there, Nevada is going Republican. Which is, again, apparently another state, if it does flip, where Republicans actually got their act together. Just like Florida, New York, North Carolina, they dropped the ball. Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin even. Luckily, Johnson got by. That's about it. Dropping the ball significantly is not what they wanted to do. The enthusiasm was not nearly as high as it possibly could have been. We'll have to see. Let's see. Kari Lake now is within 11 points right now. Maricopa dumped a little bit more, but I want to see where these votes came from, really. Trying to figure out where. Pima. They came from Pima. She's at 35 in Pima. Donald Trump only got 39 there. A lot of votes left to count for Kari Lake. She's going on offense right now. So this is not over in Arizona. This is not over in Nevada in particular. We're looking at the Nevada governorship. Ralston will get credit because Lombardo is outrunning Laxalt, but that doesn't mean Laxalt's going to lose. However, Washoe County, that's already a toss-up. That's purely up in the air right now. So we're looking at that and we're saying, hey, that's good. Carson City, more of that's in. Lombardo's up by 15. Trump won that by, 12? That one for Obama in 08, by the way. Trump won it by 12. So already the math is there. He's hitting his target in literally nearly every county. Lombardo's probably going to win. I will say that. And I think Laxalt's probably going to win too. We'll refresh predicted even there. See, they're going back and forth. What I will say is that it depends on the margin in Clark. That's right now a 9-point ball game. That's what Trump lost it by. So if that can decrease into like a 6-point lead for Mosto, that'll be a very narrow victory for Adam Laxalt, but we still have a long way to go. Arizona, Masters hasn't really gained that much in recent vote dumps. Pima County, he's only at 31. He's not doing too well in Pima County. Lake is outrunning him by a decent amount overall. Lake is outrunning him by around 8 points so far in Pima County. So already you see that there. Wisconsin, that's already, I don't even know why they're not really calling it yet. Milwaukee, there are votes in Milwaukee, but Johnson leads by over almost 100,000 votes. Or actually, no, he does not lead by 100,000 votes. That was a misread. He leads by around 40-some thousand votes. Milwaukee does have some votes left. It'll net about 15,000 in favor of Barnes. That's got to be election day vote or vote that is not from the city of Milwaukee. There's some votes left in Rock County, but there's, a great deal of votes left in Washington, Waukesha. Johnson's got that. Predicted has it at 90, which is ridiculous. It should be higher than that, but still. Let's see. Nevada is still a 5-point ball game. We're waiting on Clark County out of Nevada as more votes are getting dumped in. Topaz says, are Wisconsin and Alaska free for GOP? Then we need 2 more. Yeah, basically at this point, yes. And Arizona is still on the table. Just depends on how the results come in. Literally God said DeSantis beat Charlie Crist. Yeah, usually he loses close elections. This time he got completely shellacked. At least 2014 he lost a close one. Igala Barasarek says, even if the GOP doesn't win the Senate, it doesn't mean they lose SCOTUS. Oldest Justice Clarence Thomas is only 74. He's not going away soon. This is true. I agree, but either way, they'll probably retake it by default in 2024 because of the states that are up for grabs. Ohio, Montana, West Virginia. They're not really defending any states besides Florida, and that's shaping up to be safe. They're probably going to pick up Nevada at that point. I'm not trying to get ahead of myself here, but with Trump, if Trump does run and he is on the ballot, just for down ballot effects, that's going to be massive. 191 in the House. They haven't called Tom Keene the winner, but he's probably going to win. New York, good showing for Republicans all around in New York. Again, the state they got their act together in. Interesting. Yeah, almost within 5. Almost. Sam Matson said the Dems seem to have held 5 to 10 Trump seats in the state house. How about those for 2024? Those will probably go if Trump's at the top of the ballot, but we'll see. Isaiah Rogers says abortion ballot measures aren't looking good right now. Kind of a disappointment for the pro-life movement. They never do. They're worded very poorly. Louisiana passed one with flying colors that was great in 2020, though. So, and that was identical to the one in Kansas. So, do the math there. It outperformed Trump even. So I do think abortion may be a factor limiting it at this point. This is clearly more than a referendum on Biden. You look at the approval or exit polling, 40-some%, low 40s had a positive rating of the Republican Party. That is never a good sign. That is never a good sign when that many people have such a lack of confidence in the party that they're supposed to be voting for. They're not going to turn out at higher rates. I don't have confidence in the GOP at all. Would I vote for them? Yes. But I don't have any confidence in them? No, absolutely not. Reagan Rattler Soccer Life says, check Georgia. Warnock has a lot of outstanding votes around Atlanta. He might hit 50. We already did this. There's not a lot of outstanding votes. And he hasn't gained a whole lot, by the way, in the recent vote dumps. We'll go back to Georgia. If he hits 50, it's over. I don't believe he is going to. I think it's going to a runoff. You look at that. Fulton has some votes. This is true, but there's they're supposed to even split 60-40. But even if they don't, 31,000, just doing the math there's still a lot of votes in red counties. We'll have to wait and see, but I don't know if he's going to hit that target. You're talking about 4 million votes cast, trying to get 0.6% of that higher. That's gonna be That's going to be gaining another 30,000, 40,000 votes. I don't know if the math is really there unless he gets all of the outstanding ballots, which would be very, very interesting if he did, because that's not even what New York Times is saying. King Caboose 2003 says, I could see where Dobbs may have made a difference in some of the governor's races, but the Senate, if the Dems hold, it makes no sense. I agree. I agree 100%. Republicans ran on the issue of, they ran from the issue of abortion, I should say. They ran from it. They didn't, and maybe sometimes you could say they went on the offense about late term, which is a popular thing to oppose, obviously, in every single poll by every single metric. But I don't think you could look at this and say, oh, it's abortion, this, then the other thing, whatever. This is, that may be playing a role, but it's not the answer to this question. Maybe some of the governor's races, but this is about putting a check on the current administration. And Biden's not popular. So what is it? What is it? And Trump didn't get involved a whole lot. He didn't. So is this more of a referendum on the Republican Party just sucks at turning out voters? Probably. I would be willing to wager that. I would be willing to wager that. So, anyways, guys, like the stream. If you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, I'd encourage you guys to do so. We will be doing the autopsy report tomorrow, and you don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss it at all, honestly. So, King Caboose 2003 said, oh, weird, you did that one. Disturbed Doge says, did the GOP overperform in Bama's only Dem district? I think so. But, well, you can't even go off of that. It's a disaster. I think the answer is yes, but I do think it's just because of black turnout dipping. Sam Madsen said there's one that was Trump plus 5.5 and the Dem incumbent won by 4 in 2020. They're winning by 2 now. Well, if that one, if that holds, that means it's trending to the left or to the right significantly. UGB Aventador says, apart from Florida, disappointing night, how the GOP is struggling after disastrous 2 years of Biden and Dem control. I don't know if you guys will get your country back through voting anymore. I mean, I think that 2024 is on the table, but a lot of people are going to look at 2022 and say this is a disappointment. This is a fire festival of sorts. And they're not wrong. They're not wrong at all. They're actually absolutely correct. Now, where we go from here is one thing. I think Nevada, betting odds, I don't really care much about what they're saying, but I think the governorship is going to go red in Nevada. The margins so far, Lombardo is hitting them significantly. Senate, I think Laxalt can win. I think he might even be the favorite if there's a lot of election day vote left to count. But if not, then it would be very disappointing. Democrats are going to hold the Senate and possibly even gain a seat. Nah. But we'll see. But you look at it, the leads are dipping for Mosto. They're dipping for Kelly. They're dipping for Hobbs. They're dipping for Sisolak. And I think Lake is going to win. I still stand by that, given the results that are yet to come in. But other than that, we're going to be sitting here all night and probably not even getting a whole lot of results. So I don't know what exactly there is to analyze here for the rest of the night. Now, if I leave and I come back, if I leave 10 minutes after, we know we're going to get more results, which is true. Usually they're good results for the most part, except on 2020, but that was like hours after. So, Christian Figueroa says, what do you think about the future of the New York Republican Party after seeing the results in the overperformance of Republicans in New York? It's more of a referendum on the Dems in New York. I mean, Cuomo was scandal-plagued. Hochul's even worse, arguably. I mean, this is not a good referendum on them. Republicans did very well in certain places where they actually had a message to run on. They did well in Virginia last year when the generic ballot in the polls was D+1. They are doing very well in New York and Florida this year. What does that exactly tell you? Some parties are more competent than others. Virginia's 10th was very close for Virginia's 10th. Vega fell short. She didn't fall ridiculously short. Spanberger's got a lot of revenue. Obviously, she was going to be very tough to beat. And you talk about the metrics, Luria went down, the House goes Republican, more likely than not, obviously, but still not by the margin that we anticipated. And you honestly can bring out the 2018 comparisons. It was nothing like that in generic ballot, but you talk about that. The House was abysmal for Democrats, at least so much they thought on election night, but then they gained more as time went on. Their seats added up. After that, the Senate races, they lost some. Governor's races, however, Republicans got drilled, and that is the difference maker here because they are getting drilled in nearly every governor's race except probably Nevada and maybe Arizona. Lombardo is closing in. I think he's going to win in Nevada. Even already, there's a lot of red counties. If these fill in, he may even take the lead and never relinquish it. Nevada, at the Senate level, even this got closer. Let's see, where did the votes come in from? I don't even know. Some more rural counties. Elko County, that's huge. Laxalt, 77-19. Elko County, he's outperforming Trump in the rural there. Good for him. He's doing good. There's probably more Republican votes in Mineral, judging from past election cycles. So as these counties fill in, Clark is more in than the rest of the state. It's a 9-point game. Probably could narrow. I'm thinking that Nevada probably is going to go red as of right now. I don't really care what Predicted says. I'm just checking to see if they're on the same page, which they're not. But already Lombardo, he's down by 1.5. And then you look at the Senate race and you see Laxalt down by 3. So not too much ticket splitting going on. About a point or so. I think Lombardo's the favorite. I don't know where the breaking point truly is. But we'll see what happens in Clark County. Now for the House in Nevada, we'll go through the House in Nevada. Dem, obviously. But I mean, some of these, like the first is a toss-up. The third is a toss-up. There's more votes to count. They know that it's going to be much closer than this at the end of the day. We're going to have to see how the rest of the results come out. So, all right. We're going to be ending here shortly. I really hate to do this, but I wanted to go later, unless you guys really want me to stay on, but I feel like I'd be more likely to want to stay on if the night was going better, but we'll see. The problem is every time I leave, we get results instantly. So I want results. This is not looking good. Okay. All right. Well, more super chats. We'll get to these. Shout out to everyone who super chatted tonight. Even though the night didn't go the way we wanted it to go, we still had a lot of people in chat. We did well, I think. My predictions did not do well. I will say that. And I don't think anybody's did. So, I mean, except the Wishcasters, some of them became more accurate than others. It's going to be really annoying hearing liberal election mafia Twitter be talking about how accurate or how much they even underestimated Republicans for quite some time. But hey, we're going to have to deal with it. We can deal. We can deal. We got a long way to go, but it's definitely going to be another fight for the soul of the GOP for the next year. And then the primaries start. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens. We've been going for 8 hours and 34 minutes long. Solo. I did this solo, by the way. Solo stream. Schweikert is within 10, but that's going to... And that's like the thing. If that's leaning R and that's going to flip, this is not going to hold. Lake is almost within 10. And that's within like 5% of being counted. Katie Hobbs' lead has gone from 13 points to 10 instantly. More vote dumps come in. We'll see about Arizona. They're not calling Arizona. If they're going to call it, it might be for Kelly. Fox, we know how Fox is, but I don't think they're dumb enough to make that same potential mistake over again. I don't believe they are. But what can I say? All right, guys. We can win the Senate. We can win Nevada. Nevada looks decent. I think it looks good. I think Nevada looks better than people give it credit for. I think that that's going to help Republicans. I think that, hey, as long as they come out of here with obviously Alaska, Nevada, maybe Arizona, they could do it. If not, we got to go down to Georgia, and we got to get that runoff in December. Got to get that victory. So, Rule Americana said, did Election Day 1 feel worse than the 2022 election? I mean, to a certain extent, no, because I will say they have counted the ballots faster overall. We know the winners on election night. But Dr. Oz, man, see, if Dr. Oz won, I think the energy would be different. And it's really that race. Even if you have these underperformances, if Oz did better in suburban Philly, maybe a little bit better in the rurals, pulled it off, you would have had a vastly different night. Because then you're saying, okay, we're going on the offense, we're taking the Senate, we'll deal with Georgia later, let's get Nevada, maybe Arizona. But instead, we're saying, hey, we need Nevada, which we probably at this point may get, but then say, hey, Georgia, got to go there in December, got to win it. And then, hey, what can I say? But we'll see. The analysis here, it just, on election night, this is not the analysis that we wanted to really give out. But what can I say? What can I say? These things do indeed happen. They do. We still have to wait and see. They will take the House. They will take maybe the Senate. I think Arizona and Nevada might be the only two governor flips, if they even flip, which I think that they will. Drazen probably falls short. Last 3 videos, not going to age well, but hey, it is what it is. We're gonna rework, see what went wrong here for the Republicans, because if they got the turnout they needed, it would have been accurate, because that's what the polls indicated. But nope, guess not. Pal Ent, thank you. Thank you for the 50. J-Dog says, is polling that bad? How did this happen? No one's seen it coming. I know, it was awful. It was. I mean, the thing is, I thought the polls showing Republicans leading meant that the polls were actually going to be spot on, because polls usually underestimate them. So that's where I went wrong. We got to do a video tomorrow. Autopsy report. Got a long way to go, but I will say, we'll see. Charles Turner Jr. says, Rep, you know the difference. Have you noted the difference between Florida Latinos versus California Latinos in their voting patterns? I asked because I wonder why Ronchetti did not defeat Lujan Grisham in New Mexico. That's part of it. And Latinos have moved right this cycle, Texas as well. In DFW, you still probably see some of that shift is obviously white voters, some of it's Hispanics, but you go down to... You go over and you go down to California, it's true. I mean, this is not exactly, LA County. Dolly's doing well. He's at 32, which is actually really good for a Republican. Trump got 27. If that holds, you do see Latino shifts in California. Might be enough to flip to Duarte district, but it's not the same. You're not seeing 50-point swings to the right. You're not going to see that. And people need to just come to grips with that. I'm not saying that you're not going to make gains, but I'm going to say if you're going to be exhausting all of your energy on trying to flip groups that have never voted Republican before and may never even ever vote Republican, especially without assimilation, they're just going to be wasting their time. And where was the message dedicated to the Rust Belt this cycle? Nowhere to be found. That's kind of what we're seeing here, especially if Arizona does go red, Nevada does go red, but the miss was over here. That's what it comes down to, and that's what's going to really be the problem. I know Vance had a good messaging overall, but he wasn't really that much on the campaign trail. Ryan pivoted, and many issues like trade that helped him, but it wasn't nearly enough. So, yeah, there you go. All right, let's see. A couple more super chats before we go. Okay, Sandiford says best case scenario is a 51-seat majority. I'd call it unlikely right now. More likely 50 Republicans and a Dem majority. Oh, we'll see what happens. JV Leroy says check Colorado House elections. Interesting. Yeah, Boebert's going to win that one when it's all said and done, and Kirkmeyer, I think, will too. Thomas Brasher says Trafalgar takes the major L. Yeah, Trafalgar, I've been very critical of them this cycle. I have been. They're not doing a very good job. This is a make or break cycle. 2020, they were right in a lot of states. This time, not really. The Ox says, thank you for staying up so long. Need to change GOP leadership. Absolutely. Absolutely. Mary Hogan says New Mexico is Indian reservations voting Dem. True. Multi-Drider says this election is proof we're living in the movie Idiocracy. Well, this election stream was. But we're leaving it up. I don't care. I will take my L. We will take our L with pride. And we're not going to let them bring us down, but we're not going to let them try and psyop us out of believing what actually happened was because of what actually happened. And not because of, oh, my blumph, oh, my 1-6. Like, really? They're going to come up with this? It's like the problem is in the Trump areas. The problem has nothing to do with even the suburbs, even. The suburbs don't look too bad. Republicans are doing better in the suburbs in nearly every state than Trump did, which is why Nevada and Arizona may be saved. This is not the suburbs. Georgia's the one exception, which is obviously because they're trending so far to the left. It's not the suburbs. It's the rurals. Voters are not turning out. You can't, and that I think is the kicker tonight. It's not entirely about abortion. You could say that might play a role. Wave could have been bigger. Democrats might have been a little bit more energized, but it's not about that entirely. In fact, the reason why they're going to regain the House is because they're flipping suburban seats red. It's not the suburbs that's the problem. It's the rural areas. Where is the turnout? Even in Wisconsin, Derek Van Orden should have won this election by a safe margin. He won by 4. That's less than Trump won it by. There's nobody energizing the rurals. It's different if it's a state like Florida where you have that DeSantis figure who's competent. It's different than if you have Zeldin energy in New York, Youngkin's energy in Virginia. With a lot of these people in charge, the rural energy's not there, and you're not winning elections, and it's a problem. And that is the final takeaway of the night. And I will say that right now. And I'm sticking with that because that is 100% the way that it is. 100%. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise, because just look at the map and see how the results are coming in. A Crafty Hurrigok says, what does Washington State look like tonight? Not good. Now, I will say this. There's a chance that Kim Schreier loses. Even New York Times has that as toss-up, which, again, they moved that from the initial rating of lean to likely D. But we're looking at even, the same margin there in the 3rd as the 8th. But in terms of the Senate race, not looking too good. Smiley's going to probably lose by more than 10. What's up says, I feel good about Republicans winning in Nevada, Arizona, and Georgia. Yeah, I mean, Georgia, the runoff will probably happen. I mean, they haven't called a runoff yet, but judging from the votes remaining, I don't believe there's enough to give Warnock the edge over 50. It's going to be going to a runoff. And those libertarian voters, once again, screwing Republicans. What's new, by the way? What is new? Nevada, yeah, good showing in Nevada so far if it continues. If you can keep narrowing that margin, that's great. Depends on what happens in some of these other counties. Nye County, there should net Laxalt some votes. It's only down 24,000. He can make that up in the rurals maybe right now. Lombardo definitely can. I think Lombardo is probably more likely to win than not. I'd say he's more likely to win than even Lake. But we're still waiting on results out of Arizona. We don't have them. We're halfway through, which again, if Lake keeps winning these vote dumps, she'll win. Masters, he has a chance. I'm not saying he doesn't, but he's got to win the vote dumps too. But right now they have the estimate at Masters +3, but they haven't analyzed a lot of vote dumps either. And we'll see. But abysmal. No middle of the night shifts against us. We can say that. Georgia might be the exception, but even then, Warnock dipped a little bit in Georgia just now. So I don't think we're going to see anything game-changing. They counted the ballots in a lot of places more efficiently than 2020. That's a step in the right direction, but at the end of the day, it's not good enough. Now, I will say that in terms of what's left on the map here, Democrats are really going to need to win just, I believe, 2. They need to win 2 of the states remaining in order to keep the Senate. And I don't know if I could see them doing that with Nevada going the way it's going. So that's the way it is. Wisconsin's likely are. Predicted has it, what, 97 cents? Yeah, no, I mean, Wisconsin's staying Republican. Milwaukee has votes left, but it doesn't have enough votes to really sway this 40,000 vote outcome, given how many votes are left in WOW or even some of the rural counties. Dane's fully in. So, yep, that's the way it is. So I clearly need some sleep, actually. But we hit 20,000 likes. Thank you, guys. Now, predictions did not exactly hold up 100%, but nobody's really did. The polls were awful. 538 even overestimated Republicans. Hell is frozen over. But still, a House and a 52-48 Senate are not off the table. So it's not like it's all doom, but there is this sense of urgency in the GOP that you are missing these voters you need to vote for you. And Trump gets them, but you don't get them. And you don't get to sit here and blame Trump for that, because DeSantis can get them and some other people can get them if they actually do their job and have a competent leadership and find voters and turn them out. But not everybody can do that, apparently. It's ridiculous. It's a shame on the majority of the middle American GOP. And you have good candidates, but they can't get over the hump because they don't have an apparatus behind them. Majewski got completely just abandoned. And he lost a Trump district by 14 points tonight. You didn't see that happen in a lot of these other suburban places. You didn't see bottoming out in suburban Long Island. You didn't see bottoming out in even suburban D.C., Baltimore with some of these districts. Neil Parrott still leads. He's probably not going to win. But it's deeper than that. That's the takeaway for the night. That's the way it is. Nothing says, could you stay on until the end of the hour? I'm probably not the only one who thinks the open discussion helps the impact of the night. Well, I mean, I get it, but we have a long way to go to count these ballots, and we're going to be here all night if we keep kicking the can down the road, which we've been doing, which I get. I mean, you guys need the results. New York Times is always going to be there. Even though we don't like them, their results are not bad. Somebody said check Oregon. I don't think anything's new. Yeah, 1 point difference. Wonder which side Betsy's taking away from more, though. That's the thing. And Tina Kotek's going to be one of the most hated people in the country, 100%. King Caboose, 2003, says, is it possible turnout was low because people thought it didn't matter because Dems would just do their thing anyways? I'm sure we're going to hear this claim. I don't necessarily think so, because you look at what happened in New York. You look at what happened in Florida, Virginia last year, for example. No, I don't believe it's really that. I mean, maybe you want to say, well, the Rust Belt's different. Okay, but I don't think that there's that many people, because polls have consistently shown that people that believe stuff about 2 years ago tend to be the most likely to want to vote. So I disagree with that notion. People need a reason to vote for them. I think if Lake gets it done in Arizona, you're going to see that. Nevada, to a lesser extent as well. Laxalt, I think, can win. Lombardo, I think, is favored. Clark County's within 7. He's doing well in Reno. He's going to win Reno when all the votes are counted. So that's big time stuff. He's outperforming already in Reno by 4. That's really good. So we'll see. Is even Ralston talking about this? Because, I mean, he's not jumping to the Dems are winning thing yet, to my knowledge. He said that lead is going to may evaporate tonight, but there are votes to count in Clark that will help Dems. So we'll see. But even so, it's not looking too good for Democrats in Nevada. We'll see. But there's a lot of election day vote yet to count. But pad that margin for that mail, because that mail should not be allowed to come in that late, but it will. So Arizona, on the other hand, is a little bit of a different story there. But Kerry Lake is gaining. So be patient. Tom West says gas will go up tomorrow. We'll see. It will actually. Biden, buying off the oil reserves probably did help the Democrats tonight, no doubt. BDR says, I'm so confused. There's a lot to unpack here. There is a lot to unpack here. I'll be here to unpack it. That I can tell you. Derek Roberts says, you think young Gen Z was the difference? They didn't show up a lot, so no. Riley Moore says, I voted for Mastriano and Oz. I wish they both would have won. Yeah, me too, buddy, me too. All right, I'm going to end the stream. It's been a long time, but we have to end it now. And make sure you guys like the stream, subscribe. Did not have the results we wanted, but still be patient on Arizona and Nevada. Be patient on the House. I think the House is going to flip. It's going to flip Republican easily. And then I think the Senate, we might have to deal with that in January. Or not January, December in this case. Technically, it's slated for December 16th. So anyways, guys, thanks for watching. Red Eagle out.